something about the way you make me feel inside. I'm counting down the days till we fly away. Heading to the sun, only you and me. Don't wanna waste another day.
What's up, everybody? Happy Thursday. How's everybody doing? If this is your first time checking out Coffee Talk and Tech, I welcome you. My name is John Ryan from Coffee Talk and Tech. Yeah, it says it right here, right about here. How's everybody doing today? Well, yeah. This week, I have music playing. If you saw me last week, didn't have the music playing, so it was kind of a little awkward. But this time, I think I pulled it off. So, we're going to have a little chat tonight. We're going to talk about how we can set up our stream to be a lot more safer. And that, in a sense, that's what I'm hoping. So I didn't really want to explain that totally in beforehand, but I think that we'll get into it as we go and explain why I got here and that it might be a good idea for everyone to set up their stream to be kind of like a little bit safer. So let's bring the man, the myth, the legend, if you don't know him. Oh, wait, I'm here already. I'm just kidding. The man, the myth, the legend. We call him J.A. Let's bring us in and say hello to J.A. Yo, what's going on?
I didn't say anything. I remembered to turn the mic on, so we are good to go.
I know. I always forget that myself.
The man, the myth. I know.
Legend.
And it's so easy now with the tab. And the legend. There's a lot of legends walking around tonight, but then I realized you dissed me with that, but that's okay. How are you doing?
I did not.
Kind of, because you said I was already here. You're like, oh, I'm already here.
What? How are you doing today? Doing good.
I'm doing well, thank you.
Doing all right.
As you know, I mentioned to you, I mentioned to a couple friends, the internet hiccups continue, but, you know, we persevere, we move forward. Spectrum apparently is going through some gremlins.
Oh, your
but,
internet?
You know, we're here. We're excited. Yeah,
oh, good.
It's just constantly up and down. Yeah. So, you know.
Did you see that?
Doing okay, man. We're doing okay. What's that? Audio sounds sweet like candy.
No, my light went off like crazy. It just, for some reason, it's like, this is like the second or third time this has kind of happened in a short amount of time. Yeah, the light just went off by its, like, it
Here's
went
what,
up by
you know,
itself.
that happened to me twice in the last 2 weeks, and I just realized I took a look, and my batteries are really getting low on the remote, so I don't know if that's also true.
I've never changed mine.
Not once, but I looked, and it's starting to get extra low now. So, I mean, it always capped at, like, what, half? It never went full charge on it. It's kind of a weird.
Oh, I had it, and then now it went to 2. So, but I've had them for almost a year, and they haven't gone dead yet. So let's see who's here. Of course,
Sammy, check out these people.
Sammy's here. Hello, and Jason is here. Thank you. How are you doing today? I noticed Dan C left a message, but it doesn't show up like right away. It doesn't show up in here if we start off, but he left it in there the other, I think today sometime.
Oh, gotcha.
And then
yeah, it didn't show up in here.
Over the Top, WME, thank you. So glad I caught a stream. Love the music. Thank you. Thanks. Yeah, that's last week. If you go back and take a look, here I am like dancing as we start out, and there's no music, but I'm dancing in my own head. So, and just
it was like your own mime show, your own little mime show.
Yeah. And then we were doing a lot of stuff beforehand, and I can't say that it was easy today to get things rolling. And when you're live streaming using some like vMix software, sometimes even if you're live streaming and using StreamYard, not everything goes right all the time. So of course not. It didn't go smooth. But hey, we're here.
It was not smooth. We're here.
Sammy, how you doing?
We're still friends. You know, you and I trying to get a stream. I just want to say, you and I trying to get a stream up and running is like a married couple trying to redo the kitchen and renovate.
it's just as bad almost.
Yeah, we get through it though.
She says, hey, J.A. Smith, by the way. This is my co-host, J.A. Smith. If you haven't stopped in on a Thursday and checked this out, we talk about all kinds of different stuff, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
So I'm checking some people out that haven't stopped in here too often. And here is JP, the aspiring matriarch. Hi, thank you so much for stopping by. I've been trying to catch you guys all the time. And her thing is that she says all the time is, how is your spirit? You know, so she's always saying,
I like that.
Yeah, do a check-in and see how you are. And so we do that, don't we? So for sure, we're always working on those things. And we got Chip Griffin. Hey, what's going on?
Hey, Chip.
Hi, guys.
How you doing?
We got Vince Portelli. We know who Vince is. He's my high school
Vinny.
buddy.
We got to go Vinny
What's
on that one.
happening, players? And
So East Coast.
of course, I'm always checking them out, and I caught a little bit today of some of her stream that she was like guest hosting.
I caught the very end. I know, and I caught the very end, sadly. But they have a stream tomorrow, I think.
They do. Yeah,
I'm pretty sure they have one tomorrow. So
it's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday is what their streams are.
oh, it is okay. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
Yeah,
okay,
always.
My bad.
And then
For some reason,
Adam,
I didn't know it was. Okay.
You got Adam here. Well, let's just check this.
Hey,
What did
Adam.
she say real quick? I missed the other night, JA, when I was with Mommy Lala. She helped me. It's J. Yeah, the silent A. Right, exactly. Yeah. No, we appreciate you just coming in anytime. So we love that. We appreciate that.
Just seeing you is good enough. We love seeing you. Thank
Absolutely.
you so much. And don't worry about us.
Here's
Don't worry about missing
Adam's
anything.
exploits saying hello. How you
Good
doing?
to see Adam.
And so it didn't take long, Jeff, and you mentioned this, just a couple seconds ago, I believe, right?
Yeah.
But you were like, hey, maybe Sammy won't notice so soon. Maybe he will. I don't know. How long will it take him?
I said, how long do you think it'll take Sammy to notice? I was going to say Tom's, but I stuck the Toms out today because I keep pulling new stuff out every week, and well, he was
didn't
quick.
take long.
I think it took him about 2 minutes. Yeah. 2
Oh,
minutes.
I see. New things with the drums. So, yeah, Sammy caught that right away, and it didn't take him long to figure that
everything.
out.
Yeah.
And
I like that about Sammy, though.
And so everybody's saying it, and I think Jeff went a little bit into this recently that we're in the process of really just setting things up. Like we've been working so hard to get better at our streaming, where you could see like we're using high quality software. Our picture is very clear. We're using vMix. We're using audio that we can have some background music and have sound effects. Like we're trying to improve things all the time, and we've been working so hard on that. And Jeff just painted his studio. Are you done painting yet, by the way?
Yeah, I am not done, but I'm done on the part you can see. I'm probably 75% done, and you could see the lines back here where I got to trim. But other than that, it's done, and I'm all the way around. So, and I'm getting there. I'm thinking this weekend I'll be done. So,
That's good.
The biggest problem I'm having is really just trying to minimize all the equipment, all the drums. I have a ton of drums on the other side of this monitor, and I'm trying to streamline. So I'm going to start getting rid of some. I don't need all this equipment. I don't need 10 drum sets. So.
Right. So,
Time, yeah.
So it's you're gonna have your setup the way you want, and when you have it set up, that's when you were gonna start possibly getting set up with your drums and do something, because a lot of people have been asking. Right.
Yeah, I don't. It's too hard because I have to constantly move things to paint and move things around when I'm off stream, and a drum set. It's going to take me forever to move things around, and it's a pain. So I didn't even bother setting it up, putting the hardware up, and then to mic it up, and then also move things around while you're painting.
Right.
I will show you at some point. I have a whole rack on wheels over here for my audio goes through, and so that's on wheels and moves around quite nice. But again, you got an 8-channel. I don't want to have to undo it all the time. So we'll get it hooked up, and
we'll get there.
We'll definitely get some drums.
And so
I'm not going anywhere. So
JP, the aspiring matriarch, says, thanks for checking out the channel. Fridays are Father's Day. Well, I tell you what, how much my wife picks up while we're doing YouTube, every day is Mother's Day in my eyes, because while we've been busting our butts on this, other people have been picking up the slack and in not just the Slack, the things that I should be doing in our household. And I always have to compliment my wife of what everything that she is doing at this present time for me personally. But
Right.
I appreciate that though, because Fridays, man, I can't even wait till the bell rings to get out. So I'm like out the door. Friday,
like
drive
a kid
home.
like at 2:55 on Friday. I mean, you remember that in school, you're just like that final 5 minutes just
Right.
was torture, just waiting for that and the weekend. Oh my goodness.
So he wants to know what
feel you.
mic you're using tonight. Sammy does.
Does it sound all right or? I'm using Sammy. I'm using that overhead. I'm using that pencil mic, which was the XML 603S. So
Yeah.
I'm back at it, working on that with some things for the video I'm doing. I'm trying out some really cool plugins on DaVinci, and I want to see if I can make this rather cheap mic work, just for the heck of it.
Cool.
Thank you
Cool.
for saying so. Yeah.
You have Nav Simmer coming in, and I don't know if this is someone that's changed their
I don't
name
know,
or
Navs.
not.
I don't
But
know.
I want to say hi to you as you're strolling in. Thank you. Appreciate you stopping by.
It's got that plane, so you start to wonder if it's a pilot.
Yeah, it could
Kinda
be.
looking
But
at that,
thank
or
you
a
for stopping
hobby, a
by.
pilot. I'm kind of
And let's keep on going. See who's here. I just think that Vince says, I just asked Lynn to make a cup of coffee. I'll be right back. I'm going to make a cup of coffee. Oh, yeah, I would too. Why not? It's always great.
Does Lynn bring it to you in the old CT&T coffee mug, available now at your local Kohl's store, or online?
Great. But yeah, so tonight I kind of want to talk now. I hope that I can keep everything the way I should have, because some things have changed as far as when I was getting on tonight, but I'm not going to go into that. But we'll discuss kind of like how we're going to try to make our stream a little bit secure, because you guys all out there are streaming, and I think I messed up myself a little bit tonight with the way things are supposed to be tight in the stream. But that happens. We make mistakes, and it's always a little bit tough sometimes making everything work. And so because I was messing beforehand with my stream keys, I think I messed that up a little bit, and so my settings might be a little bit off, but we could still talk about the things of how to set up your streams and other things that will make it a lot better for you to stream. So that's kind of like what I want to get into. But so Adam's saying, scoot down, Jeff. Your head keeps on cutting off.
This drives John nuts because he's mentioned it a couple times. I'm
Yeah,
fidgety.
I wasn't going to do it tonight.
And yeah, I'm fidgety, and now my mic's going to be too far away. But he's right too. My head was getting cut off. I looked, so it might affect my mic a little bit, but it's going to be okay.
He'll be all right. He'll
won't
survive.
talk.
Yeah, don't talk. But this is a new look for us. We got a little bit of a closer look right here, right?
But
but
that looks good.
yeah, so me and John talked about shotgun versus pencil condenser. When I was meeting up with Sam, we discussed some of those things because I know you and I, and this is the thing, Jeff and I were talking about this beforehand, about sometimes those shotgun mics, if you take a look at the polar patterns and the way they're set up, sometimes the majority of it's to come to the front, and then there's a little bit to the side. And so a lot of times as you're talking at the shotgun mic, then what happens if you're using it indoors is, are you okay? If you're using it indoors,
Nobody heard that. Just
it bounces off the walls and then comes back to your mic, and so you can get some reverb sound and bouncing. And so with the pencil mic, sometimes with the super cardioid setup it's strictly from the front, and that could definitely make a big change. And not every pencil mic or shotgun mic for that matter has the same kind of polar pattern. So it's something that you have to kind of look at.
I mean,
Right.
a lot of those shotgun mics they're really like hypercardioid. They're really just out, and it doesn't really work in your favor indoors a lot, and it picks up a lot of transients. You would think because of rejection in the back, but the problem is you're in a wall situation,
Right.
and so that you get so many transient things floating around that in a way you start to get this. It bounces off. It's reading over here because it's supposed to project. So if you're over there by the wall, you're going to get that weird thing off the back of the wall. Even so sensitive, it
Yeah.
can pick off anything that's coming out there. So it is kind of odd. And I would know. The more I look at it, just a cardioid pencil mic, I think is your best way to go indoors.
It can make a big, it can make a big difference definitely on how that all works. But Dan C, thanks for stopping in. He says, "Hey everyone, I'm on my way back from buying the third camera for my live stream, an LOL,
So
another
6100,
Sony."
right?
Now I think he's got a, it's either he has a 6100, I thought. So he picked up a 6000 or a 6100, and he says listening podcast style in the truck. Through Bluetooth.
Oh, nice.
Sweet.
Oh, nice.
So
yeah, he's going to look nice. Him and the mayor are going to have so much balance over there. I mean, what a nice setup they're going to have. Yeah.
Yeah. And he's like, he probably couldn't wait. He's probably been looking to jump into a third camera because he's got that new A10 Mini, and he's like, I can't wait to use this button for another camera because you know how that goes. You know what I mean?
Oh, you got to add it. You got to use it. I mean, you got to fill it all up because you can't have the empty.
So he says, I think you're liking Sony. Listen, if you start out with the Sony, you got to keep going with the Sony too. It's, because it's just so much easier if everything is matching up. And then even the colors will match up. So all of that is, all that's important. Plus, if you're learning the menu system, I mean, doesn't it make sense to just keep on going with that menu system that you've been working on? I mean, for that matter,
I will say this. It is,
that you've been learning.
John and I talk about it. It is kind of a goofy navigation, but I have the 5100. I got used to that, and then I went to the 6400. And even tonight, I was having some really weird problems switching around, but I've gotten so used to just reaching behind it and do it inverted. You do get used to it. It's just whether or not you're willing to, you care.
You do it inverted?
To deal with it. Well, when you reach around and you go left to right, it's inverted in your brain because it's going, oh my God. Shut up.
Using weird words.
Yeah, it's a big word.
That's
Stop.
not camera
I'll tell you
talk.
later what that means.
Brian Paul, how you doing? What's going on? Did you know that Jeff was inverted today?
Here we go. Here we go.
So Nav is saying the cardioid mic is great, especially to mitigate the echo issue. Yep, add a pop filter to it, and it's unbeatable. So yeah, the thing is though, we'll be using like a pencil mic or a shotgun style cardioid, and it will be away from us, so you won't even need to have a pop filter on it. And we're looking, Jeff and I are looking at a few of them. And we're trying to narrow it down. Some of them have like some really great options, like the Rode has some really incredible. The Rode Video Mic NTG has an incredible options on it. And
it's really nice. And then you and I have talked about the Octava M012, which you can, you can change out the capsules on there, which is kind of nice. So it kind of gives you an extra deal. I don't know. I mean, I'm going to try out a Shure KSM 137. As a pencil, I got a couple of people have those. So I'm going to try those out. Just play around, see what's going on. But I'm looking at that Octava in that playground and that money, and that range, because I think for that range it's a nice warm mic. And by the way, I want to just mention that Nav Simmer mentioned that's no brainer language changed his name.
Yeah, I saw that.
Did you catch that? Okay.
Yeah,
just want to make sure you got that.
I skipped it. So he changed his name.
Awesome.
Okay. And then also, I wanted to check. I wanted to mention this, but I had another thought in my head here. Oh, I missed this too. I didn't see Roy was here too.
Oh yeah, hey Roy, how you doing?
Okay, I got my camera. Time to update my audio setup. What do you recommend? Ooh, we can go deep.
What
with
camera
that,
did he get?
Roy.
Again?
He got the ZV-E10.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes. So I know
Sound
other
now.
people mentioned this week that some of the comments that were coming in were kind of like, falling behind, and I see that right now because I definitely didn't
Remember what I
skip some
said to you?
things. Yeah. Yeah,
I
you
had
did.
trouble. I had trouble on Tuesday, and I'm like, something's weird. Like I had to keep going back, and they weren't there, but then they were there. I don't know.
Exactly what's happening to me right now. So if I miss anything, it's not on purpose. Audio sounds.
I'll try to
sweet
stay
like
on top
candy
of
tips.
it.
Yeah, there's just like
whose
a couple
audio?
things.
His audio or my audio?
Yeah, like all.
I
this
bet it's
wasn't
John's
on
because
here.
John just has better. John's got better voice than I do. So.
No.
Yeah.
That's not. No.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so weird.
True.
So Sammy says JA using a shotgun mic tonight, and so
Yeah, he got me. Yeah.
he got okay. So electronic. So there's Nav Simmer, and he's saying that maybe electronic drums can do the trick for the sake of simplicity.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I'm on to that. There's a product I'm going to get that's new, but the problem is, what do you call it? The COVID era put them behind in production, but they're pop-on heads for acoustic drums, and you can get triggers for them. They're trigger mics, and so even though it's quieter, it picks up the tone of the drums. So I'm looking to do that to kind of run that, but you can run the triggers then and use them as electronic drums. I don't really like electronic drums; they feel weird. But you're right about the sound. It would be much easier to control.
Brian got some beard oil from Dan C, so that's cool to see.
I know he was on last night. I was on with Brian last night, and Brian. They welcomed him like he was a long lost child.
Oh, probably.
Why wouldn't you? His beard is just made for that show. Right. I went in with him like I was going in with my parent.
Yeah.
The beard.
So,
parent.
Yeah. Well, you have to hold his hand when you get in there because there's like 200 people with beards that are intimidating. So.
Yeah, it scared me, but they're nice people, so it didn't matter. Yeah.
So, Kombucha's here. How you doing? What's going on?
Hi, Kombucha.
She's saying, Kim's saying, I went from a M50 to a 6400, and it was a bit intimidating. Canon's menu is much easier, and that is like one thing that J.A. and me always talk, or Jeff, but that's what we always talk about.
Call me whatever. I don't care. You can call me anything.
If someone is like really struggling with the tech, like beyond the average, and they just want to get a camera that helps them really learn the system fast, then this is kind of like what we recommend. So an M50 Mark II. But yeah, exactly. But that Nav Simmer thinks that was kind of funny that you were inverted, by the way. So. And then, he had the same thing. He started with
it's not easy. I'm just curious. So Dan did Dan have the 50?
Yeah.
Himself? No.
Yeah.
So that's what I thought. Did Dan, I mean, you're driving, but did you have trouble? How much trouble was it for you, Dan, to move? And Kombucha, I'm just curious, did you find it completely annoying, or were you just patient and you were willing to put up? I'm just curious because I started with the Sony, so I don't really know.
Yeah. I mean, it's just, I know people struggle most of the time with the autofocus menu system because there's a lot in the menu system for it, and so if they're not used to everything that's in there, it can be a little confusing to them. But I mean, you know what, sometimes like if you want to upgrade and it's a little bit harder to figure out that menu system, it's just worth it to bite into it and just dig in. Kind of like when you start editing, I feel the same way. It's like go with something that's a little bit tougher, but you can grow with.
Right, that's not going to spook you. I'm sitting here because I have a friend down the road. She's a little older, but she knows what's to do. But she's like, I need a camera, she's so tech aversive. I'm like, I may have to go with this Canon, and too, because I'm just worried to put that person, like, you just know some people they're never going to overcome that. Now Dan and Kombucha, they're very capable people, they're going to work through it, but then there are other people who are like, no, I'm going to be calling you every 3 seconds, and I don't want
right. So Sammy said the Rode NTG5. I want to get one. Yeah, those are one of the three that we're thinking of. So yeah, no brainer saying no brainer language is my primary channel. There is another one. Okay, got you.
Oh, okay, I got you. Okay, I mean, there's what, 3, and the we were looking at the Octava, the Rode, and I don't remember what the third one we kind of kicked around, but I'm going to try a couple out. But those two, the problem we ran into is the Octava is sold out, or it's not in supply right now.
Yeah, all over. And so he says that's a $500 mic. I don't know which one he's talking about, but the Rode NTG that I want, the video mic NTG, is $250. The NT5 is $220. The Octava 012 is about after
$199 to.
Yeah, but after you get it, because it's from Russia, you might have to pay some taxes and stuff. It could be like $240-ish. So
that's true. You're right. Yeah, right. Yeah.
I love my M50, but struggling with the settings when streaming. So yeah, the M50 is a tough one if you have the first M50. It can be a little bit of a tough one, but check out my video on the M50 Mark II of why you would want it. It's one of my videos, and at the end, I tell you kind of what you need to make that happen. And if you have any questions with making it easier to stream, I can give you some tips on that, because I've done it and I've streamed with it for a while, and then I actually sold that one and stepped up, and I'm actually on the Canon M50 Mark II right now.
Right.
So
It looks wonderful, man.
yeah,
Oh,
see,
very cool.
there you go.
All right. That's good to know, because the first time I used it on a video, it didn't sound so good the way I had to play. So.
So she says Think Media did a video on M50 settings on YouTube. Yeah, but see, if it's the M50 Mark II, I don't know. All I could tell you is that if you want to use it, you're going to have to use the Canon utility software, Utility 3, and you're going to hook up you're going to connect your USB to the camera, and then you're going to have to connect your HDMI cable also, and then you're going to have to set manual focus and set yourself in focus, and then you'll be able to use that without the camera timing out. And since you're setting it on manual focus, it gets rid of the focus box that's left, and so therefore you can use that if you're doing like this kind of seated discussion talk, and you won't have to upgrade anything until you're ready to. So just if you have any questions, reach out to me. I can help you with that too. Yeah, I'm seriously considering getting the Canon Mark II and selling my M50, and that's exactly what I did, because I still was able to pick up $500 for my M50 used, so it made sense to me, you know. And
Yeah.
if you don't want to have to learn anything over, it's just real easy. So you know.
That's a sweet move. Yeah. Yeah.
So he's saying
Wow.
Canon, yeah. Don't
Interesting.
kick
Well,
me out.
his brain works in different ways.
Well, yeah.
I like that though. Don't kick me
Yeah.
out. Hey, dude, I love the Sony. It doesn't not make sense to me. I think though, only thing I would say is the difference between the 5100 and what I see in the 6400, just the little things, make it, I think, a little bit easier, but also just having more memory settings I'm enjoying. So maybe, I don't know. But yeah,
I mean,
it's not terrible.
I have one Sony. I'm definitely getting one to two more. So, so I'm in, I'm working it. And if Brian's saying thanks to Cashew for something, I must have missed that. Oh, here it is. Brian Paul, the beer doll is working for you, looking sharp tonight. Looking sharp.
I don't know where he is.
Where the hell-
is he behind us?
Right.
Where the hell is Brian?
What the heck?
That's spooky.
Cashew, by the way.
I don't like this.
Saying hello to you. Thanks for coming in again. Always love to have you. And I want to really quick, because Roxanne is in France, and she's way ahead, and she's stopping in. She always comes in, and she also left a little message for us right in the beginning in case she wasn't up tonight.
Yes.
And I really always appreciate that, because hey, 4 or 5 hours ahead of us, and she's still coming in to grab some of the stream. Appreciate that. She says, "Hello, boys. I knew there was a reason I was still awake. Of course you're live." Yeah, we are.
Your boys were on. I just probably.
And we have a funny story. We have a little bit of a funny story to tell you in a little while. Exactly what we did after JA streams Tuesday. We were up till 4 a.m. and it's just goddamn crazy, to tell you the truth. But we'll get into that a little
That was
bit.
a really, really crazy night. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah. So I know John's not a fan of Sparkle Fan, but I will probably try. Hey, listen, try it, but you're gonna throw up in your mouth a little bit. I'm just telling you. I want autofocus, even though I'm doing talking head interviews and live streams. Okay, so listen, if
Oh my God.
you're gonna notice the difference, and you probably won't be happy with it, but if you can get the autofocus working with that, and you're happy for a while, then do that. Because if that's what it's important to you, then yeah. Why not?
I want to say I would love for Amazon to have one. How they rate things and stuff. One of them should be, excellent product. Okay. One is you're going to throw up in your mouth just a little bit.
Right.
That would be a
right.
great review option to check mark.
Yeah. And then
Just makes
what? And then Dan saying,
going to throw up in your mouth a little bit. I don't know.
well, because listen, anytime where I'm like degrading the picture that I have, I'm not happy with that. So, but listen, a lot of people lived with Zoom this past year, and that's not a great looking picture. And a lot of people use StreamYard, and 720 is acceptable to them. So whatever, if it does the job, it does the job for you. I'm not against that. So
Hey, look, it's all going to be learning experience. So it's fine.
Roxanne's asking, can you talk about the earphones that you're wearing now? So Jeff, what kind are you wearing?
I'm using these are KZ. You can get them on Amazon for like $48, and honestly, I wouldn't spend more than that. You can get them some other ones. These are a little higher end pro buds, earbuds. Now I do have the professional musician ones, like the Shure 319s. You can go like $300, $600. You don't want those. You don't need them. But these are the KZ ZS10, for example. What I like about them, and I think they're very similar to what you have, is they're very clear. And what you can change out pieces and things like that, but the cords break. You can get the cords replaced if you wanted, but they're cheap enough. But they're very clear. I really like them. I've used them and beat them up on gigs and on this for a long time, and they just have held up. So for $48, I have to say that's a steal. So if you need a link or you want some help on that, I'm happy. I know that you have a pair you really like.
I have actually what Brian's saying is I have the K-Bears, and these cost me and they're purple, by the way, and they cost me I think $25. If you want the ones with the mic, they'll cost you $29, and I'm pretty happy about the way they fit and feel.
I have my slow one on now. I have my slow autofocus. I put it on
slow Canon autofocus, but I
took it off tonight.
So I mean, you know what it is? They're out of the way, and they're not bulky. And it's more comfortable. If you're wearing, a pair of big, headphones, they get hot. Your ears get hot. It gets uncomfortable. And having this out of the way look wise, I think is just much more better all the way around. So
I know some people really don't like things in their ears. And so there are some wonderful, and I know you're not going to go get some DTTs, 990s or something, right? But I think these, you're right. Generally speaking, these are great.
And this is the reason why we're up so late on Tuesday was this guy, Tommy Bernhard's podcast. He was doing some testing, and we were hanging out with this guy. And I tell you what, if you want to laugh, go watch these podcasts that they do for hours over there. And we learned a lot about maybe what we should be doing a little bit more. And I think we're going to dive into that, right? Changing our time zones a little bit and just have more people come in and see what we're doing and expose ourselves to different, time zones. So people, I know I said to expose ourselves.
As soon as you said it.
Yeah, I know. I knew someone could joke on that, and they'll run with it, these guys too, especially like Ken here, right? He's hit record is his new name of his channel. So go check that out. Hey guys, how you doing? And that's his thing. He does the fist all the time. He's like, hey guys. And then of course, my high school friends.
Good to see you, Ken.
I'm going to have them on, a couple of them on, I think soon. And you can ask them questions, which will be hilarious.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to ask him questions. Yeah, and he's right. We may want to put like some audio, some acoustical treatment on your forehead.
On my forehead. As Vinny and I would say, that's not a forehead, guys. That's a 5 or 6 head. So, so that's what we used to, 25 years ago in high schools, that's what we used to say. But really quick, we're getting so many questions here. Let me see. Anyone use a desktop control app for Sony or Canon? So I think Brian really knows. And I just use the simple, utility app while I'm sitting here, because if I need to make any changes on the fly, it is really simple to do. So I'll just show you really quick what that looks like. So you have an idea. Hang on. But this would be this. Here it is right here. So this is the app right here. And basically I can go in and I can change, my shutter speed, my f-stop, my ISO, my Kelvin units, and actually even more things than that, right? But it's just everything I need if I need to make a small adjustment, on the fly. So that is What I use and what I've been using, and this is the same utility app that you would download if you were using a regular Canon M50. And so this would be hooked up USB, just like mine is. And so since I have this, it allows me to access it, and it just makes it really easy to make those changes. And so that's what I'm using.
Yeah, and the Sony's the same. I have the
Yeah.
same. No, I don't know why I don't use it. I could have used that tonight when I was messing around.
Dan's
It
got a
looks
wrench.
exactly the same, by the way. But yeah, use Imaging Edge. They just changed the name of it not that
Right.
long ago, and but it does work really well. I have to say, it's a great. You can do all those things. You can do your white balance. You can mess with
Exactly.
your stuff. So a lot of things you can do. So that might be something that people don't know enough about, because that may help, because that is about 90% of what we do is in the settings that are on those. I mean, maybe I'm overselling that, but I mean, a large majority of what we need to do at a quick moment's notice
Right.
is going to be to check those things, right? And to be able to do it right off your desk, your desktop in the middle of a stream or before a stream is, well, it's like it's a touch screen essentially. So,
Yeah.
yeah, I think that's a great question. That's a great,
I think it's just
I'll
good,
have to
you know,
look into that.
and you could have an app on your phone too. So, but to me, it's just on your desktop
do, yeah.
while you're streaming just makes things so simple. Now, if you're, I mean, I have an app on my phone too. When I'm outside using the camera and I'm filming, then the app is great because then I don't have to go back to the camera or do anything. I can just make a change right there. And
Let me-
what?
I need to ask you a question though about that, because there's something about the only thing that annoys me is I have to go in and do a reconnect with the app or the remote each time I want to use it once I break the session. So that drives me nuts. Are you able to pull up your app with the Canon and not have to even reconnect, or do you?
I'm gonna
have
be
to actually
really
do a
honest
reconnect?
with you. Is I haven't used it probably in 2 years because I'm so good.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, I'm so in tune with using my Canons that I don't really have to do much to check things. And then I use them in the
Yeah.
beginning, and then when you get used to everything, it's like less and less. So I know they've updated some of them, but usually I didn't have to do that.
Yeah.
But and those are some things too, like where things change all the time. I've heard of, you know, connectivity problems here or there, and you're gonna find stuff like that. But for the
Where I
most,
did
both
use it-
apps work good though.
They do, and where I really found use for it was when I was down here doing a trailer and I was distant, and I used that to do record stop, you know,
Right.
and so it was like a remote control for that, so that was kind of nice.
Yeah, it makes
what's
it easy, whatever, you know. But Roxanne's saying that Dan Seabearded. I just wanted to tell you that the energy you're deploying is amazing. I'm following you on Cheer Joy of it, right? I don't even have a beard.
Yeah.
So here, thank God she doesn't have a beard. But anyways, the thing is, I watch Dan for that particular reason myself, right? Because he's been live streaming for like 3 years. I've been live streaming for 5 months. So, you know, Dan is skillful at what he does. He's engaging with the people. And that's why, like,
Right.
okay, I want to watch what he's doing. I want to see his energy. I want to see how, you know, and I feel pretty comfortable with a lot of those things. But if you want to get better, it's always about, you know, just watching people that are that way. So I'm always
exactly.
trying to do that kind of stuff. So, yeah. So he says 4 a.m. You're nuts, right? Yeah, we were nuts. We were nuts. Okay. Should we tell the story quick, or should I just go in and just show a couple little things? Do you guys want me to just go and show a few things, and we could just keep talking, or what? Because the comments are never stopping here. But maybe I should just tell them what we did till like 4.
Yeah,
4
just
a.m.?
why don't you go ahead and shoot? Yeah, why don't you
Hey,
let 'em
Elo,
know
what's
what you're
going
not-
on? So he says,
Dr.
wait, staying up until 4. Let's clear the air with this, right? So here, so we got off of our stream at like about 12 something. Jeff and I were talking probably till 12:45, and all of a sudden I saw Tommy Burkhardt's podcast streaming, and I was making comments to him, you know, and they were doing a test stream, and he had like 50 people watching at the time, because I think he was trying to work some bugs out that he was working on. And so then we just he said, hey, can you guys jump on with us? And so we jumped on really quick, and we stayed there till 4 a.m. in the morning. It was crazy. So Dr. Elo's saying, just hit record. What's up, my friend? I got to say, I love your new game. So if you haven't
Name.
checked out, yeah, his not. Oh, his new name.
Name. And what new game would he have?
Maybe they play pin the tail on the
A little Candy Crush
donkey
something.
or something. I don't know.
I don't think there's a Candy Crush donkey.
So we stayed up really late with him, and we had a blast. By the way, it was so much fun.
A lot of fun.
And at times he had 50 to 75 people just watching from around the world, really, and we met a lot of cool people and we had so much fun. And I needed that. Like, it was like meant to be, because like I was just like, met him. We really connected. You know, it's Tracy, right? And Tommy, right?
Yes,
and,
Tracy and Tommy. Yep.
And and they're great. They work really well together. And we just had a laugh, and we were sitting there streaming live for a long time and met a lot of the people that he deals with, works with. And he's like a reseller for eBay. So maybe Adam Exploits might even know him, for this matter. So I wonder if he does or not. But that's something that I want to talk about, a few things here. But I'm here for the exposure.
Yeah, Tommy just got off of a stream. He's here for exposure, and he's got a new video he wants to talk about. That's so hilarious. Oh my god!
So yeah, we have to ban him. But anyways, he's hilarious. He's
but
hilarious.
in a very loving way.
In a loving way, though, like a slap on the wrist.
Yeah.
But I am 6 hours ahead, just for your information. Oh, okay, so it's 6. Yeah, your show starts at 3 a.m. Wow. We're going to have to get advertising.
That is incredible.
That's how much I'm loving. See, that's...
You know what? We
worth
talked
it.
about doing some different times here and there. We should do it to where Roxanne could like actually be up and not feel like, crazy. You know what I mean? Like stay up in the morning.
I mean, we love that you're here, but gosh, I hope that you're a night person so that you're not killing yourself too, though. I would hope, I mean, we're not that engaging, but I love that she's here watching, and Sammy's here. Like everybody that's here, I love, that they're here. So Ken has been my dude for a couple of years now. Yeah, Ken's awesome. He's like a lot like us, where he's, jumping into all the streams and the people that we're all talking to. But it was just funny because, like I said, Tommy and we hit it off, and I hope that we can do something again soon together. He was talking about some reaction stuff that he was going to be working on in the future, and I would love to be part of that, because just the fun of it was fantastic. So so that's what we did, guys, and all night long. So I hope they know each other.
That was a rough next day. I'm not going to lie to you. That was a bit of a rough run the next day, but it was worth it.
Oh my God, I don't even want to tell you how I got through work. I don't even know how. It was like ridiculous, to tell you the truth. So. But she says that I wanted to acknowledge your confidence and ease on your live streams to Sammy Superstar. And that's great, because Sammy's always improving. And that's the whole thing, right? If you watch people who live stream and who are very educated about it, and they handle themselves a certain way, and then you can see like the cues to pick up on how to do those types of things. And that's really important.
He's very relaxed. He's very comfortable what he's doing after so many years, and it's good to see. Yeah.
And the more streams you do, the better you get. I mean, I think I'm running up on like 130 hours of live streaming in the last 5 months. JA is right behind me with that. And also, by going to other live streams, basically you should be picking up on the etiquette of how you treat the other live streams and how you act and what you do and how to inject yourselves. And so with all those things included, live streaming is awesome, and I spend a lot of time looking at people. So Brian Paul said, nice wrench. So Dan has a wrench, and that's what we're going to get into. Let me really quick.
That's
I just
funny.
want to show.
They're comparing wrenches. Oh, look at your
comparing
wrench.
wrenches.
Look at my wrench.
So look at my wrench. It's double end. But let me just show you really quick of pretty much what I am up to with this stuff. Let me clear out that comment really quick. But I just want to go over just a couple things and show you where they are of what you can do to control your streams and the differences that it makes. So let me just pull up my YouTube here, and then I'll show you guys quickly, and then we can get back to it, kind of. All right, Jay? Just comment if you want, though, Jeff, on anything here.
No,
So,
this is gonna be great. I'm into this.
yeah, so all you got to do is go down to your settings. Go down to your settings tab right over here. Right here. And
I know, that's so wrong.
I don't. If you never looked at these things, these are your basic settings that you are in here. You can put like your what are these things called again? I just started YouTube last week, so they're tags for your own page, right? So yeah, you put things in here like camera gear, right? DSLR filmmaking, YouTube tutorials, anything that relates to your camera, so people can find you. These are your default. I'm just showing you these. They don't really have anything to do with what I'm talking about, but these are just things that I'll explain them. The upload defaults, you can go in, so you don't have to copy and paste the same things in there all the time. You could drop this in here, and then every single time you make a new video, those things are there, just so you know, okay? But here's where you want to go. Right to community tabs, okay? And in the community tabs is where you have your moderators, right? And so you go and
I see myself.
You see yourself. You go and put the URLs of your moderators, and then you drop them in here, okay? And you can put a bunch. I don't even know if there's a limit on it. And then you can do different things. This is not super important really here, but you can add like approved users where it won't check comments or anything, where they could just post, because there's different areas where comments go if you have your YouTube set up for inappropriate comments or things to be checked that possibly might be inappropriate. And so you can have things set up like that. And then this is the key thing that I wanted to show you here, was these blocked words, right? And so these blocked words are blocked words that would come up in chat. Okay, so if there's any, and I can't really show these words here because they're not like they're not like really good words. But I'm gonna go here and just take a look, and I think I got about 1,000 different words there. Okay, so
now wait a minute. You don't even know 1,000 words.
I don't even know 1,000 words. Yeah, I just put words.
I know.
But
how did you do this?
Because the funny thing is I know 1,000 bad words. I don't know 1,000 good words.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
All right.
So so I know 1,000.
You ride the train, you know 1,000 bad words.
I ride the train, bro. Yes. All right. So those are all the bad words that you can pretty much find, and I copy and paste them in there, and that just basically does that. So here's also the check mark for block links. All these things, if people try to put links in your stream, they will not go through. So the only people that can put links in my streams right now are the moderators and myself. And so that's the way I've been rolling with that. And that alone, just setting up those things right there, would be like the bulk of keeping all the garbage out, right? And then the other thing would be learning how to go into your live chat beforehand and set up your slow mode in your live chat. And also you can set up only, if you choose to, subscribers, right? So that all depends on what you want to do, what you're looking to achieve, but you can do all those types of things. And so this way, only the subscribers can come in, which we don't always love, because I think we get a lot of people just dipping in from different places too. And, it does happen. So, but you know what? What's been going on lately.
Compromise, though. I don't know.
It's a compromise, and there's been a lot going on lately in Twitch and here, where you want to just keep a tighter look on your stream, of what's going on. But let's quickly check up a little bit, see if there's anything here. So it says,
you're so far behind now.
They're talking about Brian Paul being cute. So Nancy says
he's adorable.
Do you always manually set your white balance? White gray card trick, or is there a place for auto white balance? So we discussed lately, and we did not take the time a lot of times to set up our white balances. And as of lately, I think Jeff and I are doing it much more often.
Every stream I do it, and I do it for both cameras, and it's a world of difference. And once you get used to doing that and make that a habit, it's so easy to do. And of course, in the 6400, I don't know the 6000, for example, that well, but with the function button that they have on there, probably have it. You can just do a white balance off that function button in 2 seconds now. The 5100 takes me a lot more effort. So yeah, I do. I like it. It's amazing the difference, and it took me too long to figure that out.
Right. And I am going to spend more time on doing that. So I've been basically doing it in software because vMix has a white balance and I have a gray card. So I basically just sit right here and I hold the gray card up. I shoot it right at the gray card, and then vMix itself white balances. And is it the best way? I'm not sure. Brian says not. He knows better than I do, actually. And so I would just, for me, I would really think about probably doing it through the camera, and I have to start doing that myself more often.
Well,
too.
and Dan, yeah, and so he makes a point, like you could just set, because you get custom white balances you can add in, so you could just set some memories on them on some setups. I mean, that's one way to do it, and I might do that, for example, just set them up, preset them up like that, so you just choose which one works best for your lighting. But it changes so much.
It changes, and then what's really funny, when I was really new, right, and you look at your white balance, you're like, oh, this looks good, until you know what really looks good, right? Isn't that?
Yeah, I'm really, here's the thing. I'm afraid that I made such a big deal about all the white balance I'm doing. I'm going to get emails, and people are like, hey, you said your white balance, you do it, but it looks like garbage.
Right.
So it might happen, but I need to learn. So if it does look that bad, I need to know.
Yeah, I mean, I think I am getting better and better, and at least I'm pretty happy as after I look at the streams, things have improved a lot, and it's always a learning process.
I have an advantage because I can just hold up my skin, and it's like as white as any card.
But Dan says, just hit record. Ken says, Dan is the main reason I ever started on YouTube. He's been a great mentor and friend. And we can see that about Dan just because, take a look. We met him recently, and we did hit it off. But he is a guy that, I can learn from. Anyone can learn from. And then he is really down to earth. And, I heard him talking in his stream is don't mistake his kindness for weakness. And that's kind of like that's one of my saying. We speak a lot of the same words. And so that's the way I feel. And I kind of feel like Dan would do anything for somebody if it was, he sees that someone is giving that same kind of, willingness to give, he'll give back. But man, if you take advantage of someone, and that's the way I am, is like, I'm pretty much done with them. I don't want to keep on giving to the people that take. But thank you, Ken. Truly, right back at you. So, and Ken's great because same scenario. He's always, you have a good mentor, you should have pretty good output of what comes out of that.
Yep.
Ken's going to have 50,000 subscribers someday, I'm sure. So,
well, I want half of them. So.
Half?
Yeah, I need half.
You don't deserve half yet.
I don't, but I want them anyway.
You're very selfish. But Dr. Elo missed you on David's channel, he says.
I am.
So here's Todd dipping in really quick. So that's awesome.
2 Christmas
we love
trees.
Todd. One wasn't enough.
What I want to see him do is I want him to, he'll start with months, but eventually go to days where he's got 29 trees, 28. And every time he comes in, there's less trees counting down until Christmas.
So Todd, let us know how you're liking your lighting still. Yeah, whatever you said. So how do you like your lighting still, Todd, if you're still very happy with it? I'm reading the messages.
Yeah.
So, Tommy, do you know Bearded Thrift Machine, eBay seller and content creator? So, Dan asked Tommy, and it's a very popular niche, and they really do seem to all know each other. And so, Tommy's saying that, Dan, I know Julian well. So, and he knows, yes, I know Adam as well. Okay, so that's great.
Oh,
they've been
really?
around. Yeah, so we were just asking that the other night, right?
We were talking about it, yeah.
Yeah, because we had a little, we were going to have a little plan, and I'll throw this out there. Jeff and I were kind of like talking a little bit, and we're like, man, what I really see and what we really noticed after meeting Tommy is like a lot of these people stream, so many of them, right? These eBay resellers. And we're like,
absolutely, it's a thing.
and we were thinking about like making ourselves much more available to those groups of people to let them know that we would, coming to our stream, being here and asking any questions they want, even if we don't know it right then and there, we could help with figuring it out. We'd be willing to do that. And like we were thinking about seeing if maybe Tommy and Adam wanted to come on and discuss this and see what we can make of it. So if that's like a horrible idea, let me know. If you think it's possible, let me know. So let's see where we're going with that.
I think it's a terrible idea. No, I think it'd be interesting to have the reseller perspective and again, kind of tie in. This is such a, I would imagine,
Thank you.
It's a credible medium for resellers. So I am curious to see what their thoughts are, how it augments what they do,
Yeah, I think it's definitely something where we could tap into because, I mean, they would get some really good information and it could make a huge difference because, I mean, from what Tommy was saying is like, by the way, thank you for this comment, Navsimmer. That's beautiful.
Yeah, it's a great comment. Thank you.
But he's like, these people are wanting to look better. They want to level up at some time. Maybe they're not ready then, but at least they keep on having someone they can come to. And then once it's like a few times and like people realize that we're giving them good info, then it's just a matter of time before they say, hey, go talk to John and Jeff. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm saying. But
exactly.
So it's funny because we got asked this a couple times lately. And so John and Jeff, what are your day jobs? If you don't mind me asking, I feel like I know this, but I cannot think of it. So Jeff is semi-retired, pretty much.
Essentially.
Go ahead.
Essentially,
Quickly,
well,
why don't you
COVID
tell
really
them?
threw a wrench. Yeah, COVID's threw a wrench in music. Music did start back up, but it's kind of a weird situation. And where I was playing out in New York most of the time, and then the local gigs got all wonky until lately. So bottom line is music's starting back up again. That's a big thing for me, obviously. But on the side of that, I have a studio called Drum Up Studio, which is it's been around for like 20 years, and it deals with tech, deals specifically with like networking and web development and those type of things. I like dealing with databases and setting websites up for that for companies and some people who need that. So that's kind of my little side business that I do here with music as my focus. So right now I'm relegated to recording things and sending tracks.
Cool.
That's what I'm doing. And this.
Yeah. And for me, it's been about 14 years now of doing communications. And you're like, what is communication? So basically, for the first 10-ish years, I've done everything from splicing fiber to building out data centers for years and security systems, camera systems. And then about 4 years ago, I took all that knowledge that I have gained from the last 10, 11 years, and then I jumped into a railroad that was looking for these specific types of things. And so we did, they were really hiring because they were putting fiber in the ground from like Atlantic City to, northern New Jersey and a lot of areas. And so for hundreds of, for not hundreds, but, for quite a bit of distance. And so digging holes and splicing fiber, we did that for a while. And now I am in a big train station where I am helping take care of the systems there, which is like, all the phones, all the camera systems, all that kind of stuff. So that's kind of what I do for pretty much for, a living. So
when you said you're in the train station, I just had this.
Just hang out in the train station.
Woo-hoo.
Yeah.
Yeah, just hanging out in the train station, looking for your butt. You're like, hey, give me some money, maybe some food.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that happens, but it's not me. It's someone else. But Darren, how are you? Nice to see you, man. Nice for you coming in. Thank you.
Time bag.
So he's saying that live streaming is probably my favorite part of this. So of YouTube.
Interesting.
Yeah, if it's not clear yet, it's probably definitely mine. I can't speak for Jeff, but what do you think, Jeff? Is it? Do you not know yet, or what do you think?
That's a good. Yeah, I think that's a good point. Like I don't know yet because I'm really in the starting of making actual videos, so it's hard to know. I do love the creativity of making videos, but I'm finding it a bit more stressful. Where this is like live performing, so this is to me very much like going on stage, playing music, whatever. It's just having fun, right, with some people. It's
Yeah.
not a big deal, but I enjoy this. I love the give and take. So it is that feeling of interacting with people. I don't know. There's something about that I enjoy. Yeah.
Oh, I mean, I love everything.
I think I like this more, but
You're not sure yet, though. I mean, but you like, he
I'm
does
not sure
like
yet,
it,
but
obviously.
I love it. I look forward to each stream. Like it's fun for me.
Yeah.
I would say I like it more because I think in the end of the day, as much as being creative is cool, the one
Right.
thing I can't do is interact. And for me, interaction is just a lot of fun. You don't know what you're going to get when you interact with people. It's usually a great time, and it lifts you up. So for
Oh,
me,
yeah.
I've always walked away positive and feeling good about what we have these discussions. So I don't know. I love it, actually.
I love it. I love
sure
it
it's
too.
fun.
I love it. And, and that's why, like, if you see people live streaming and it's a little bit of a struggle for them, I don't think anybody should be busting their chops about it. I mean, listen, StreamYard is way easier compared to using, vmix or eCam. But if like someone's bringing you a pretty good looking stream, there's a lot of work behind it, and just don't forget that it's a tremendous amount of work, not a little. It's tremendous. But this like these compliments,
Oh, I'm sorry. Go for it.
that compliment down here is above and beyond, and that is really kind. And we didn't pay him a dime, but I think I'm going to start paying him money. But I like
He's
to
on the
be in
payroll.
many live streams, including the Masters, Roberto Blake and Nick Nimmin. And I'll tell you guys, you're second to none in your delivery, right? And so, I think we look good, and now we're just working on being smoother with our content, being able to show things as we go on. I mean, there's a lot of things to understand and see if we're doing a good job on those things, for that matter. So it is a work in progress, but you don't learn it by just not doing. And we do a ton of streaming, and we have put the hours in. So, Jeff, what did we spend an hour before the stream today?
We had to though. We had a little bit of an issue, and
Yeah.
it's funny the mistakes you will make too. Like you're in the middle of fixing a new mistake, and then you start making mistakes you've never made before. You shouldn't make because it should be so secondary, and then we all know,
Right.
it just cascades.
Yeah, I mean, it's just not it's not a simple thing all the time to figure out all this stuff, and there are last sec, especially when you're changing all the hardware right now. As much as Jeff and I are, it's like we could shoot ourselves about how much stuff we're doing. Sometimes we shoot ourselves in the foot a little bit about how much we do. But
Speaking of which, did I tell you I have a new mic coming tomorrow?
you have a new mic?
A new microphone. A new microphone.
Oh, your new mic? Yeah, I'm excited about
Yeah.
that. Actually, that's going to be cool.
Yeah. You said you were looking at it, so I'll let
Yeah.
you know how.
So, I'm excited to hear it. And if you don't like it, you know who's got first dibs.
You,
Yeah.
you sir, got first dibs.
All right.
Absolutely.
I promise.
It's a beautiful mic, untouched.
I promise I'm
Gotta
sending
deal
your
with it.
stream deck out on Saturday, latest. So, latest.
So yeah, we'll see.
Latest.
I don't know. I swear to God, it's like I might as well be buying things off of Amazon India. It's quicker to get here than what
Stop.
you're doing. But you know what? I know.
That is not true.
I like you. No, you're great at stuff.
I send it
You're
3 day
man, you're
shipping
busy.
anyway. And it
Yeah,
gets
but
there
you're
in
gonna
like
wait till
2.
Friday to ship it 3 days. So then Saturday, Sunday are out.
All right.
So then I'll probably get it your stream next week on
Where's
Thursday.
this audio? Let me turn this off. But anyway,
I
listen. Let
rue
me
you,
show
John
somebody.
Ryan.
Let me show them really quick, because some of the people know this here, but I just want to show you guys a little bit, because a Nightbot. You guys have been introduced to Nightbot because it practically took out Brian one night, right? And it took
went
out
rogue. It went rogue, dude.
On Brian one night. And so I just want to show you guys really quick of what Nightbot is.
Jason Bourne.
All you got to do is really just go to nightbot.com. Oh, I hit the wrong button. See that?
Look at that
Bam.
sexy man from the back.
So you go to Nightbot, and it does a lot of different things, right? So it has spam filters, commands, chat logs. It keeps track of, and you can have like give people like certain certain images with their names if they chat a lot, and so they get little bonuses and this and that. And also the spam filters you can check out. But that's the thing with the spam filters. I was using it, man, and it was like super touchy. But the real great thing is that there are timers in here, and there's a song request theme that you can do, and giveaways, right? And you could play with those things, and that's really fun for the interaction of your stream, which I haven't gotten into exactly yet. But the real great thing, I think, are the timers set up with links. And so if you're looking in the chat at all, every now and then, 40 minutes or so, I have my buy me a coffee come up in there, right? And then I'll have my link to my merch. And so you can go and put things stream specific if you want, but I just started with this, and I think it's just a cool way where you can keep track of your stream and have like certain precautions set through Nightbot. I just felt like for the most it was really too tight, and people were like almost, it was being a little too, what do you say, Jeff? Invasive on the chat.
Aggressive. A little aggressive, I would say.
Yeah.
It was, I said, it was Jason Bourning out there for a while. It was just going rogue, shooting at everything that walked. I mean, it was probably in the right, but still a little uncontrollable.
Right. Yeah, it's hard.
Yeah.
And it was hard to like, and I dialed it back, and it just kept on. Like, it was fierce. It was like Mr. T in 1985, bro, bashing through the door to win the bouncer championship. He just wanted to take people out. So, let's see what Dan says. My biggest live stream advice might not be right, but it's my preference. Sometimes you have to eat comments and miss them to keep the flow of the stream. Okay. To say present, especially with a lot of, and that was all I have there. But yeah, I can imagine that, right? Because I'm kind of like seeing this more and more, where you can't just like always keep, every single thing, right? Well,
otherwise, and it's
Jeff
fine because there are.
You'd be falling asleep on the side if I did that, right? With every single comment.
Yeah.
We'd have to get you smelling.
I like the eating the comments. We should have our phrase where be like, hey, we got to eat some cookies, meaning got to eat the comments, move on. Be like, it's cookie time. That means we got to scroll through those comments. That'll be our little keywords, right? Now everybody knows, so it's.
No, we can't. Yeah, we have to keep it within ourselves. But I mean, Tommy's agreeing, and these are guys that know, right? Because we look at Tom Buck, we look at Dan, and what amazes me is I've not been in many streams where there's 300 plus people, except for Dan's page, and I've had Robert. Oh God, it's the guy I love too. Remember I told you about who drives all over America with his truck and his RV?
It's the RV guy.
Yeah, Robert, RV Robert or something, or traveling Robert. And so I've been in his streams where he's had 700 people, and that's just amazing. Yeah. But the thing is, you got to keep things going, so you don't add anything or derail the current vibe, and just roll on. And so that is a learning process, though. You don't learn that like right away, and you see it too, where some people will stop for every little thing. And you're like, no, you can't just go through that. You're 25 minutes behind in your stream. And I don't want to be that person. I'm not 25 minutes.
You're 23 minutes behind right now.
Am I really?
No, I'm lying.
So I love the Dasney D50s. They are so easy to use. I've gotten several compliments from viewers. Oh, that's fantastic.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I love them too. I mean, I think they're fantastic for the money. I couldn't beat them.
Yeah, I couldn't either. And on occasion, Jeff and I have had that happen. If you're in a really heavily Wi-Fi area, those things can just go off, and then you're like, it's like,
times.
Right? It's like there's a ghost in your house or something. But So Ken saying just hit the record. So I just want to let you know this is Ken, and he said that block words field is great for blocking spam. Dan, we'd born on our Beards channels. That's an inside
I think it's
joke.
Passing along a question mark about doing that, maybe, or something.
Oh, okay. So, anyways, that's something I just did recently where I had that, and so I wanted to let people know if you're looking for a word list at all, don't be reading ahead. You have to stop reading ahead.
Now I'm not even looking at chat. I'm laughing because I just realized as you're doing all this, I have done none of it. I am so exposed. I don't have a word list. I don't have moderators. And I'm just like, what am I doing? I'm totally living on the edge right now.
Until you get attacked.
Of all this. Well, you did all that too until you got raided and then you got serious about it. I'm kind of waiting for the raid. JA's fact check. Yeah, I'm not sure about the 1,000 word. I feel like somebody had to help you with your homework on that, personally.
Yeah, and so if someone really wants to know something totally, they can come back and ask. And listen, can they expect you to get everything though? And like they can't expect you. Like last week, I think we topped 650 to 700 comments, and that's a lot to keep up with. You know,
I did something last night in Dan's. It was embarrassing because I wrote it something, and the word you don't worry so much about misspellings, but it just changed the whole dynamic of the thing. And so I said I could remove it. I removed it. But maybe he could read it, so he put it up, and then I repasted it. And then it brought up it again. I'm like, I'm looking like the complete idiot in chat right now, reposting it. But, he clearly he's trying to watch out and see what's going on. But,
and
sorry about that, Dan. I really apologize.
He says he loves the subscriber chat feature, which,
yeah.
I kind of do and I kind of don't. And I think that since Jeff and I have done so much streaming already that we noticed that a lot of people have just popped in that weren't subscribers and then became subscribers, right?
I noticed that Dan, I think, said earlier something about, turning them on because I think that's his thing. And he's like, that will, it's going to get and he's not wrong either. And I don't know what the balance is. Is it, if you're really, really new, how far do you push that? And now Dan's a little bit in a different evolution, and so maybe at this point that weight of destination to him and discovery, it's really better for him, absolutely, right?
Yeah.
But I don't know with us. I don't know the answer. Maybe he did.
Here's the thing: if you keep on having problems and it's going to upset your streams, it's definitely not a great thing, right? So I think basically it's telling you that if you want to have a clean stream, maybe it's just more important. So, for the people that you already are subscribers, because, Tommy agrees. He says he stopped the vast majority of his trolls. So, that makes sense.
So good. It's good to see it's good to see it works. Yeah.
So he says, Roxanne says, she says, I'm laughing so hard at this list of words. How did you come up with this? Please. I missed the part where you mentioned the copy and pasting of them. So I searched around.
That's what I think happened here.
And I found some stuff, and then I made it. I made it a little bit of my own. I added some stuff, and I also deleted some stuff because, there were words in there that weren't bad, and they're not that bad. And so I deleted a bunch of things that I think were overreaching, for that matter. So
you were the kid who Xeroxed Britannica when you were a kid doing homework.
Yeah. No. No.
Yeah. Sorry.
It adds subs, period, win. Right. And so that we did get subs off of people just dipping in and checking us out.
It's true.
And it happening. But there comes a point, like if you're having problems all the time, it becomes a problem. So then you got to make a change.
Well, I mean, so Dan's basically saying, look, if you have all that on, the subscriber, you're going to get subs because people are going to want to interact. Is what I'm hearing, John?
What? If you're going to get subscribers?
I thought maybe you froze there for a second.
No, I'm trying to keep up with all this stuff. I'm trying to sort through the chat so I can.
I know, man. It's not easy. And I get the fun night because I get to sit here and be the guy who rides along in the seat while you're driving. I was just saying
my chops, doesn't he?
Oh, you're pretty handy with that hammer, friend. So I think that what Dan was saying and maybe I'm wrong. I just want to clarify.
What?
He's saying, look, it gets subs because when people come to the channel and they want to interact, and so they're going to subscribe in order to get in there and mix it up or say something. I think that's the motivation. He's looking at it from a motivation standpoint of a subscriber-only chat, right?
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of positive things about having that. And like when you have 300 people coming into your stream and they're all subscribers, what happens if then 15 people come in and ruin your stream? So is it worth it to look at if you're having that engaging of a stream, right? Where you got
They're
300
sub.
people, yeah, you just have right. If someone wants
They
to
can
be
sub,
there,
and then
all
you
you got to do is sub. And it doesn't have to be like you can set it up to sub and you can go and chat in 15 minutes. You can make it a day. You can make it whatever you want, right? So if you really want to be there, just sub and then wait until you can get in there and chat.
I would be curious. That's a good point. Like how long does Tommy and Dan set a delay on a subscriber being able to chat? Is it pretty quick? Or is it instant?
Right.
Obviously, that is carries a little bit of a risk. I mean, I don't see the downside, and I think there's more upside doing the way they're doing. It seems brilliant, actually.
Well, they're successful.
Maybe
That's for sure.
I got to get with the program.
So Dan's saying that he wants to have someone help him out with some colors, and so we can definitely make that happen. Like we could just do an easy StreamYard setup where we could meet Dan, Brian, myself, and Jeff, because we all have to be there, Dan, because there's going to be laughs and there's going to be people poking at each other, and so we have to be there. But yeah, we can help.
Yeah, we have to be there. Yeah, we definitely.
We can definitely make it help. But
won't take
yeah,
long.
let's do it. So she found
Brian too.
a YouTube blacklist on Google. And yes,
Okay.
if anybody wants mine, they're welcome to just reach out to me and I could email it to them. Yeah, whatever they want to do, just reach out to me and I can email it to them if they want one. Yeah,
Soon
and
we'll have a places where people get that stuff.
right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, and that's another thing we'll talk about in a little bit, Jeff. Which Jeff was looking out for me, and I want to just talk about that a little bit. But Brian's saying we can definitely make that happen, so that will be great. Which I think we should.
Absolutely, good hands. You're in good hands, Dan.
Yeah, don't tease him. We'll get it done. But
Oh, he's not a teaser, Dan. Not at all.
he teases. Live streaming is much easier, but live streaming is much easier. LOL, but it's so much fun. Easier. See, it might be easier for him. Some people it is easier. It just depends, Like I enjoy it a lot, but really to be engaging and get better and better. Like this is for instance, this week is a new look for us, right? To have this close-up look, and then this was a new look for us to have this setup. So those types of things, it didn't all come at once, and we are working on those things to get better and better. But it is it's a work in progress, and we take it seriously. And I love the way it looks, and I think that it won't be long before we're definitely doing this on each of our nights. So.
I think, not at all. It's going to be, I like this change. I like this view you brought up tonight. The close-up is really fun. I just want to say, as far as the video versus the live person, in the end, it almost becomes like a Rorschach test for the person and the personality. Because there are people who are just not comfortable dealing with live moments and dealing with things coming at them.
Right.
And where guys like Dan and all, like us, we're really into that. We love that energy. It's not for everybody, and so what I like about YouTube is you can go one way or the other. You know what I mean? I think that's the beauty of it. You don't have to be. It's nice to do both because it helps, but you don't have to.
No, and everybody learns at different paces, and this is why this was from earlier. When I said, we're paying him for these compliments, but he says your 2 cents are inspiring for someone who is still battling the camera, and yeah. It's a bear, right? And I don't battle it in live streaming really anymore, but I do definitely battle it when I'm making videos. It's like, and what's different, you're saying? Well, if say you're doing something like when I did my M50 video, and you're using different lenses and for different focal points, and that setting up of different areas and different lightings and having everything come together, it is a lot of work. And so, YouTube is definitely something, it's a craft, and you got to get better and better at it. And I'm just trying, right? Right. It's daunting at first though, right, Jeff?
Yeah, it's absolutely daunting. I still haven't figured out, what is harder for people on average? Is it the camera or is it the audio? And I guess it just depends, and that's the thing. It kind of rotates with me a little bit depending on the situation. It seems like you figure something out and then you're back to some other problem. So I don't know. You never know what you're going to get. That's exactly right.
Right. Interactions like a bot, that means that they'll be done in about 30 seconds if it's me. But the thing is, I think
you know what you're going to get: an empty box.
An empty box, real fast. And I think the big thing is that most people try to knuckle down the camera, and they're like, that was so overwhelming that they think almost any audio is acceptable at some point. And then it takes a while for them to accept. No, it's like it takes a while for them to say, oh, okay, now I get it a little bit. And then now the audio becomes
I'm just going to throw it out there. I think where this becomes really, really tough is when you're trying to do both almost equally. When you're trying to do live and you're trying to do the recorded videos, they are such in different universes in a lot of ways, in the setups and the changes. In live, it's great once you kind of have a setup. It's kind of set and let it for the most part, unless you're adding new features or a new mic or whatever. But for the most part, that starts to get static, and then you kind of you're fine.
Right.
But if you're bouncing back, I don't know about you, John, but when you're bouncing back and all around between doing your videos, which means you got to kind of move things around, change mics, change something in your computer. There's a lot of moving parts constantly breaking, I think, and I think it's just a battle to stay on top of what that is. So for me, I think if you do both, it becomes it's a merry-go-round of chasing setups and figuring things out and things getting broke.
Yeah, and
maybe I'm wrong, but that's for me. I'm finding that. So I don't know.
And so, I think what he's saying is also when you're doing the streaming and you're doing the video work. And this is why we have talked about when you get to that point where you can afford to have a camera that you don't touch as your main streaming camera. You don't use it for your video work, and it just allows you to not have it touched. Nothing is going to be new to you about that setup, because when you're breaking down your streaming setup and then you're using it for your video work and then you're coming back to that and have to set up your streaming setup, I mean, that I give props to people that can do that, and that is exhausting, right?
It's exhausting me. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't have that set up. I have one really good camera for both, and it's a headache.
Yeah.
And I constantly I see myself constantly tripping, trying to get reset up for lives. I mean, it's not a big deal, but it's a thing. It's just be nice not to have to do that, because it's frustrating as you're going into lives and kind of brings your energy.
Saves a lot of time.
But,
saves a lot of time if you could do that.
A lot of time.
Vince here is saying, you guys are great mentors for anyone who streams, right? And that's exactly what it's all about. Anyone who streams, anyone who's new for YouTube, and work very well together. Thank you, Vince. I really appreciate that. And Brian,
I love working
Brian's still waiting for the stream deck. I'm so thankful that I actually got to pick up my 32 button stream deck for a nice price.
That looks sweet.
And and I think Jeff made out though pretty good, because he picked up my brand new stream 15 button stream deck for a good price. So
I made out, but I'm never going to get it. So it's again, it's a little I know I'm such a whiner.
You're going to get
I'm
it.
just teasing him.
You're going to get it.
I know I am. I'm not even in a rush. I got other things going on. We're good, man. Don't rush.
So Nightbot was tripping on my stream last night. He still is in timeout. Yeah.
Could you imagine a Nightbot in a corner by kombucha? Is like, you got to go to the corner, sir.
So I warned her, because I was like, it is really touchy. You might have to find a fine tune for that. But I think the main thing that I liked about it, and I explained to her, was just to have those links come up every so often. And if you can just use it for that, I thought it was worth it. And then go set up, like how I showed you in the stream, of how you kind of want things to be tightened up for your stream. Because if you're using slow mode, you're using subscriber mode, you're using all the keywords that you need, you have your moderators, you pretty much covered all your bases. So
yeah, That's true.
You know, so I don't know what he's saying very nice to, but it's probably something really good. Did I miss something here? I wanted to say to Ken, I've got the Rodecaster Pro on its way, and he's stoked. So I had the Rodecaster Pro.
That one.
Yep, I have it actually. Oh, I have it right here.
I just happen to have it.
I just happen to have that right here. So, so if you've seen any of my videos lately, my live streams, I switched over to a small Wave XLR that's right over here, and it's been pretty much a godsend. I love it, and I know probably people are going, "Hey, what is this thing here?" You're not ready to learn about that yet. That's next week's fun, okay? But believe me right here, this Wave XLR, the software that the things that software can do is amazing. And then when you tie it in with this little thing right here, which I'll get into next week, I think you're going to be amazed by everything that it can do. What is that? Is that your Go XLR?
Yeah, I'm putting it there. I think it's important that we have that up there. I wanted to see the size difference between the Wave and that again.
Yeah,
the Wave XLR is much smaller. Not close at all. I think seriously, it's twice as deep. It's the same width.
It is close. Either way, I mean, it's going to be good.
So.
But we'll get into that. But the Rodecaster is great for a lot of reasons. If you're going to do the podcasting or any kind of mic work where you're going to have multiple people or recording of podcasts, it is ultra important to have. So that's for sure.
Yeah.
But
oh, look at you use the cough button.
You got to use the cough button.
Nice job. Nice job on that.
Nightbot and some of the games make the chat too busy and make conversations in chat very hard. Right. There is definitely a fine line on what you want to use, and it does make it too busy, almost like kitty-like too. And I'm not looking to do that. But if you use it sparingly, I think it does a nice job. But I know what you're saying because I've seen those types of streams too. So
yeah,
but
yeah, it's a dial-in thing,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
So.
Absolutely.
Oh,
and so here is Patrick. Hi, Jeff. Hi, John. Sorry I'm late. You're never late. It's like whenever you get here. That's awesome that you're here, and we're happy.
There's no
to
start
have
time.
You, so.
You just come in, come out, say hi. We love that. Doesn't matter.
Right.
But it's great to see you, Patrick. Hope you're well.
So, guys, how's the music in the background? Can you hear it? Is it too loud? Is it acceptable? If it's acceptable where it is right now, give me a thumbs up and let me know that it is acceptable.
It's making me move a little bit.
It is.
Good
I like
for me. Yeah.
It keeps us up. But J.A., I see on IG that you're moderating lives for musicians and teachers. Is this becoming a professional gig, like independent producer, or were you doing them a favor? Good question.
It's not a favor. I do. There's a couple rather large drummers from Los Angeles, and we're getting into masterclass series stuff that they're doing, workshops. We want to get into. We wanted to do actual week-long band camp, drum camps with a bunch of different drummers, like Dave Weckl and all these guys. But the problem is with COVID, so we started doing masterclass stuff for those guys to get out the word. And so I partnered up with them. There's two of them. Bruce Becker being one of the big ones. I appreciate that. I'm loving doing it. I've done a bunch of them. I just did one a couple weeks ago. I, for whatever reason, didn't post on Instagram. I should do it. But thank you for noticing. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. And it's a great way to take all this experience and use it into a different forum. So I've really enjoyed it. Quite a bit, actually.
Yeah, and you get some good people, a good amount of people watching those streams, don't you, Joe?
Oof. All over the world. It's been, nuts.
That's been a learning process for you, right?
Yeah, and their chat is pretty wild because, you've got quite a bit of people in there. Some don't speak, I'm trying to manage languages and things, but really passionate drummers from all over the world, and so that's been a lot of fun. And it is a huge learning experience.
Yeah, and I gotta watch one soon, but that's true. We got to skip over more of her stuff, then that would be really good too.
Yeah, that would be a time saver because our
save us
brains
a
can't
lot of
comprehend
time.
that intelligence. And when you and I get stuck, and then
but here's Brian. He's so kind, right? So he's like, that would make the chat much less fun. That is not kind. That is actually probably true. So I
Yeah,
believe that
those
too.
two have the best drops. I love them.
Yeah.
Yep.
And sometimes people like me talk to other viewers during the chat. And yes, that
Yep.
may not be a thing to the main topic. That's something you'll notice over time. Right. And that's what you got to pick up. Right. And he's saying you'll notice it over time. That is absolutely right. And we talked
is
about
great.
this. Yeah. We talked about this in a
great,
live stream.
right? Yeah.
So you got to figure out, like, are they just having chat amongst themselves, or is it something that is relevant to this, right?
Relevant.
Thank you.
Relevant.
Thank you. And so, thanks, Wordman.
Thesaurus.com.
That's Jeff. That's Jeff's nickname, Wordman. And
This is the only reason I'm here is to get those words propped up.
And yeah, and I'm learning that, and I think I'm getting better at that. And it's like you have to kind of pick it
You
up
are.
that they're talking amongst themselves though too. And so it is something I want to work
But
on.
everybody does it. I've seen, like Dan is a pro. And I said,
Yeah.
Dan popped one up the other night. But, you get really good at not laboring on it. You just go, okay, it's a question in. You just kind of let it roll through. And he didn't, it's not like he's going, oh, I messed it up. I brought somebody, you don't let it roll. You just roll through
Yeah.
it. You got to get rated a few
There.
times. Let that cherry go.
That's it. And when that happened to me, right, where I had like 19 people come in and start hammering me, I had nothing saving me, nothing. And I
Maybe
was like,
hammering is not the word you
okay.
want to use here. But, yeah, exactly.
There we go. But it's like you can't control
You
it.
did get hammered, though.
Yeah.
You got absolutely brutalized, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. But it's something that it does happen a few times, you're like, okay, so now I have all that stuff in my live chat. I can't show it anyway, right? And so,
Yeah.
that's why I think the subscriber thing is the way to go in the future. More and more,
I mean, do you think I should do that? Do you think I should actually do it now? I mean, I've got a whole 119 subscribers. But it's
Yeah.
not about subscriber count so much. It's about leaving yourself exposed for the subscribers you have there and dealing with that. And I don't
But
need that.
this is
Who
a good,
wants to-
like, look at, if people want to engage, right, and they only have to be subscribed for 10 minutes to engage.
I know, I agree. I think these guys are totally on it. I totally have to give
Yeah.
Dime and Darren.
That's what Darren's
and
saying,
Tommy
just
and
short
Dan.
time.
Yeah.
Because they're not going
I
to want to
think Tommy's
hang out
saying-
for 10 minutes when they can go and raid 10 other places at that time.
I agree. Yeah.
And other people, seems like, Nav Simmer saying, I totally agree. It's subscribers only. I only stick to the comment on the channels and live streams I sub to. Yeah. Right. So, I mean,
all right, I better get
that
on
makes
that
sense.
then.
Yeah. And then I set it to any duration so they don't have to wait to chat. Right. I mean, and that's the thing. Like,
Okay.
if it's 5 or 10 minutes, it's not even a big deal,
I think it's a firewall. So, I mean, the fact that they're going to have,
No.
subscribe and go through that one extra step. No.
Not right now.
That, and then you have moderators, and then you have the keywords or the bad word list, the naughty list. I
Right.
think by all those things added up in Nightbot, I think you created a beautiful firewall that at that point, you're fine. You know what I
Right.
mean? Just
Tommy
anything
uses 5 minutes, and I kind of think like 5 or 10 minutes is fine because, like I said, nobody's going to wait around 5. Most people nowadays can't wait 30 seconds. 5 minutes is like doing a 10-hour stream to them. There's no way. The people have
Yeah.
such short attention spans. It would be
I
unbelievable.
remember my first streams. I had nobody there. I was begging for a troll to come in and talk to me. I'm like, I got a troll. Let's talk. But they were mean. So
Yeah, I mean, and that the thing is not just mean, it's that they can also, put
Cause
stuff in
problems
that
if
chat.
you do
Yeah, well, you delete a few, but if you got like 150 things to delete to even make your, chat acceptable at that point, that's not fun.
it's not cool. No.
And listen, if people really think you're engaging too, because before you started doing YouTube at all, right? And before I started doing, there's sometimes where I've watched people for years and didn't subscribe to them. And now it's like all about subscribing and watching. I pretty much watch a ton of YouTube right now.
Can I ask you a question? Before YouTube, did anybody ever come up to John Ryan and say you are engaging?
Why do you say that?
You're-
Ask Vinny.
I'm just curious. Like, I don't know. That's not a word that people use. Like, they're gonna come up to you at a party and go, "God, you're engaging." I'm just curious. I mean, you are engaging, but I'm just.
Did anyone come up
You
to me?
never heard. No one's ever said to you you're engaging before YouTube.
I think they have.
Really?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, like first of all, when I was young, at a young age, I used to do some like open speaking, right? And I was told numerous times that I was a good speaker, and I didn't get nervous. And my wife is an excellent speaker, but she does get a little bit nervous beforehand, which most people do. But she's an excellent speaker in front of people. But I've always had I mean, listen, the best way, instead of me talking about myself, is like having Vinny on and maybe somebody else, or
Let's
having
do that,
my
yeah.
wife on, one night,
Yep.
and you guys can ask that question right out. And
I have
think
lots
you'll-
of questions for those two. Well, I find you engaging. I'm just making a joke about us being told we're engaging before we got into YouTube.
Right. Well, thank you. I mean, I think most people would, and it's plus like, outside of YouTube, I'm a pretty fun guy too. So, but background music is not distracting. Why am I talking about my, like, who cares, right? Background music is not distracting at all. Not for me. Good, thank you. I appreciate that.
That's
Do
one.
not really
Cool.
hear the music. Okay.
Interesting.
Is it?
Don't turn it
Yeah.
up. Let's see what else.
Yeah. So I mean, it comes and goes a little bit. I can see where it is. It is low. I just didn't know.
It
if
depends
was
on the
too low.
track, I'm sure.
Yeah. So I looked at the Go XLR, but I'm a Mac guy. Won't work. Listen, don't waste your breath on or your time on this stuff right now, because no one knows where the Go XLR is going. The people who designed all the software left, and it's a big hoopla right now. Even
Well,
the biggest streamers are.
I mean, I got a
get,
video I'm working on right now that's gonna kind of delve into that. But I love the Mini, and there's some things that the Mini can do that the Wave XLR just cannot yet. But I'm with John that I'm all in on the Wave. I'm all in on the Wave XLR at this point. And if you're PC, I think the Mini still works. But
Okay, we're getting some
I'll get
feedback
the Mini.
though. The Mini was like a
music
great
is a
thing.
wee bit distracting. Okay.
I almost got it, the Mini. Yeah, so Vinny's saying it's a wee bit distracting, and then also Roxanne's saying it could sound a little lower. And I think it might have been that track, though, especially. So I won't change anything
Yeah, and
yet. Yes.
we should always
She said-
couch this with, do you have earbuds on? How are you listening to? Most people have earbuds, probably. Yeah, I'm always curious, like, how are they listening to it? As someone who had to develop,
Yeah, that's a
like,
good question.
all these websites for like mobile, for tablet, for desktop, we'd always get these different views. Like, well, okay, what OS? What platform? What OS? What browser?
Right.
All the stuff, and that's how I always feel here. Is like, okay, that's cool, but what are you using to listen to the music? Phone.
Right. So I'll play
Just
a
for
couple more
feedback, yeah.
tracks and give us some feedback, too.
Oh, can you swap me over to the other side? Or is that a problem when you go big?
What do you mean, swap
I'm
you?
looking at the camera. Well, it depends on where I'm looking, but this is where I should be looking. And no, I don't need to be big. Put me next
Jeff.
to you, you goof.
Jeff's the word man.
Yeah, I think he said not the background, but the front ground.
I think he said not the background, but the front ground? Who did? I did?
I hope it was you. If I said that, I feel like a complete boob.
I don't know.
But
I might have. Who knows?
Let's just pretend John said it. I know what Brian's saying because I am doing this weird look off tonight because I'm not controlling it. So I'm looking away from John.
He's always
I'm
looking
looking away
because-
from you.
Yeah, John,
I don't like-
John, you're so engaging. Yeah, I don't, because I'm
All right,
not
I'll try
looking
to.
at
I'll
you.
move my browser. I'll move my browser.
That's why.
I'm sorry.
That's why I'm so engaging.
I'm
He doesn't even
distracting
look at me.
everybody. I'm having a bad night tonight. I'm not.
No,
doing
you're
well.
not.
All right, this is the best I can do. I feel like I'm looking too much at the camera. I don't like looking at the camera.
Melanie's in here tonight. Thank you. I just saw her earlier today on the stream. And I hope you're doing well. I hope you're keeping busy. I hope you're pumped up. I hope things are going great because you're back home. And I know you did have like a long vacation. And, sometimes getting back into the groove is a little bit tough. I know that. It's tough sometimes. But Darren's saying, host with busy chats, ask people to put a Q in the front of the questions that are for the host. Yep, and we ask people that too. I guess we haven't done
Not
it
often
lately.
enough, but
Right, we should probably be doing that a little bit more, I believe, too. But like even things like just picking up on the vibe, like when Melanie came in here and she said hi to everybody. This is where I not try to like put this up, right? So now if you're trying to get a little bit better with your live stream, it's like you don't have to go and click this. Oh, and you know, Ken saying hi to Melanie. You know what I mean? So in the beginning, like there's that kind of thing where people kind of do all that kind of stuff, and it takes a little bit of learning to work it out. Sammy is back in action. I would like to know what Sammy, how you liking your pod mic, and are you going to use it soon, or have you used it yet on a stream? I'm curious. So right now I have mods. If there is any trouble, they will ban them and delete them. Yep, and that's what you got to do, right? You can't play games with them, that's for sure. You know,
Play games.
You don't want to play games. So yeah, this is so true, right? Wow, I mean, it is like there was someone driving home today in front of me, and I was like, I beeped the horn, and I don't beep the horn at a light. I'm not like beep beep, you know, right away. Like literally 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi. Okay, you're still not going? I'm beeping the horn, and then I beep the horn. And I pass by because it was 2 lanes, and I'm looking. And as I'm passing by, they're still not even looking at the street. They're looking down like this at their phone still. And like people drive like that, and they think it's okay. It just drives me nuts. I don't know if you've ever been to Jersey, guys.
This is the What Drives John Nuts segment, brought to you by Antacid.
I'm an engaging broadcaster. Thank you for saying that. I appreciate that. No one else thinks so. So
You are.
You know.
I said you were engaging.
Yeah, I heard the way you say it. Yeah, you are. You are.
I did not.
What are you going to do? Disagree? I'll throw you right out of
That's
here.
true. It get real uncomfortable there if I disagree. I won't get my check and bonus.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I got a dislike before I even streamed today, you know?
Did you?
And yeah.
That's awesome.
Oh, yeah, I got a dislike. I love it because I know who it is.
That sets the mood.
I know who they are. I know who they are. I'm coming for you.
I know it's not me. Oh, gunning for you. That's some hardcore stuff when you start setting dislikes before streaming.
Oh, yeah. It's always going to happen. There's always going to be people that don't like you. And you know why they don't like me? Because I tell the truth. Because I put it in their face, you know, and that's what they hate.
Yeah.
And so I guess that makes me a bad person. I don't know. The way John remembers is lots of people have approached him in person, let him know that he's engaging. That's why you're here, because you just are funny.
He's engaging. Now I'm just going to stare into the camera, Brian.
Listen,
how's that make you feel? Is this uncomfortable for you?
Listen, when I was younger, I also it was a thought in my head longer than a minute about being a professional wrestler. And
A minute?
I loved the acting part of it and the physicality part. And then I actually trained when I was powerlifting with a few of them and got to meet a few of them. And so like Bam Bam Bigelow would train with us, and Doink the Clown would train with us. And yeah, no, this is true stuff, man. I know.
You're making new stuff up. Those names never existed. Come on.
Yeah, no, this is all true.
Who was the clown?
Here's
Doink?
Vinny. John has the greatest personality.
What's that clown's name?
Doink the Clown. It was Doink and Dink. Dink was a smaller person. And
oh my God, that's hilarious.
Yeah. No, it's all true, dude.
He's
it's
a smaller
hilarious.
person.
So this is
Doink
this
the
is Vinny
Clown.
Portelli. I went to high school with Vinny, but here's the thing: Vinny has a very much the same personality, and when we hang, man, we have a blast. Like if I was like going to Vinny's house and I had to like put it this way, Vinny makes the best maple syrup that I have ever bought, and I buy the maple syrup from him. He has a whole hut. He bought all his own equipment. So I go there. It's not 10 minutes. I stop there. I can't have a 10-minute discussion with him. Right? I'm there for hours. Like, sit down, John. Let's like hang out. We're gonna talk hours, and we're laughing most of the night. So that's the way it rolls with me, at least. But
So neither of you is engaging.
I was almost engaged to Vinny. So
Were you?
I'm sure this
sense.
is a TV thing, but it drives me crazy. Jeff looks off screen to the right when he's on his left side of the screen. If he's on the right, he will look off to looking at John. Okay.
See, I know that, so that's why when I control the streams, I always box us so I'm looking at you, But he's right. I did notice it tonight, but what was I didn't want to say anything. So it's fine. I just moved my stuff over a little bit, and now I can stare into this a little bit easier. It's all good.
Yeah, but
he's
it's
right.
not.
It was weird.
It's not easy when you're trying to like. I'm looking at 2 screens, and I have my chat over to my left
3.
a little bit, and so you got to keep up with things, and sometimes you are looking a little bit to one side or another. It's not exactly easy all the time, but
yeah, I may have to redesign. So I've got my chat monitors over here, our main one's over here. But the problem is, if I do that, he's right. Then I start looking off to the wrong side. It looks like I'm disengaged from you. So
okay,
good call.
Oh,
I like it.
No, this is good. I want feedback, and so she's saying she's listening to speakers, but it is very late out, and she says that it's like a little bit bothersome and tiring to her.
So she's trying to filter through that music to hear the words a little bit easier.
Yeah, and you know what?
You know,
if you're in your bed and you're trying to just chill and listen to something, I can see how that can be too.
Yeah, that kind of eat at you a little bit,
So I dropped it down just a tad. Like it might be almost unhearable, but
we don't want our lovely people across the ocean to be fatiguing. They're too big of a supporters.
It's trying to actually just get an idea. Because, I want to see how
There's
it sounds.
got to be a way, though.
What?
We need to normalize the tracks. So there's got to be a way to... Because I feel like some of those tracks are a little bit hotter than others, maybe.
Yeah, and some of them are probably.
There's a way to normalize them a little bit. And,
Building a
deal
web...
with that off.
Yeah, I mean, it's not important. And actually, I'm not, like, in love with the idea of always having music either. I just kind of want to see if it's something that is better or worse.
I like
or you're talking about normalizing the tracks. I could also pick more similar types of music, in the whole playlist.
I think that's probably, that's a great point. And as I've thought about it, what I ended up doing the other night, which probably drove people nuts, I didn't have time to do that. I thought of that because my tracks are very varied with vocals versus not. So I just kept looping the same track or two.
Right.
I think it is important to have the same one or it becomes very jarring. And also, I think if it's too bassy, if it's not open, like this one you have right now is a little more open. There's breath between things going on.
It's just chill.
It's a bed as opposed to filling in your voice and the gaps too hard. So
here
get into luffs.
Art Carrasco stepping in. I hope it. Did I say?
Hey Art, how you doing?
And he's catching a little free to catch you guys. Sweet man, thanks for stopping in. I appreciate it. Always like seeing familiar faces from groups
He's got a nice beard too.
He's got a what? Nice beard. Yeah.
He's got a nice beard too.
Absolutely. I've been talking about growing one. I'm not sure. I was thinking about starting this week about growing one for the winter and just see where it goes.
Should I grow one and see who grows one the longest, fastest? I know who's going to win this.
I mean, I could grow a beard pretty good. I don't.
Yeah.
I feel like it gets kind of to one point and doesn't go the way I planned. But listening to Dan and how he runs it, I might get one of those beard brushes though and start brushing it. Use the butter
boar brush or whatever.
Yeah, and start.
So you can train it. And I asked him that when he said that about training, and I'm like, I had no idea that you could train a beard, even and he said start short, like mine's short, so I got to get the boar brush, and then he gave the oil or whatever out that you can use to train it, and I'm going to do that because I'm going to let mine grow a little bit longer for the winter. That'd be fun.
Yeah, I think that's what exactly. Like that is no. I'm just reading to come back, but that's exactly.
Oh, okay.
With me too, I think I'll do it for the winter. So he's Ken saying, guys, you should see the dislikes in the beard community. Holy cow!
Oh,
you know
really?
What? Yeah, because those beard not lovers probably throw dislikes down all the time.
Sure.
I mean, it could happen.
The skinnies, we call them the
skinnies. Who knows? Darren's in for the beard thing too. So maybe we just start today with the beard thing. I don't know. We'll see.
I don't have the brush yet. I want to get the brush to train. I could still grow it. And then when the brush comes in, I can just start training it. I love the idea that I can train my beard.
We'll go for it. I think. Sammy, what part
I used
of
to
New
only
Jersey?
have a Fu Manchu. So.
He's Ken saying he was in Manville back in May. So Sammy is about 25 minutes from me, and I am right off of Route 80 in northern New Jersey, and so Manville would be like right down 287 south. And so for me and Sammy, it's about the same distance, and I believe it would be about an hour away, tops, maybe a little less. So I know a lot of guys with Jeeps down that way, and I have a 2005 Jeep Wrangler actually, so
Yeah.
it's pretty popular. But
Great.
Bam Bam Bigelow was the what does that stand for?
Bam Bam Bigelow. Remember that?
Yeah, he was in the
You guys
game.
remember?
He had the tattoos. He had like the fire tattoos on his head. He was.
So I grew up near.
I was just gonna say, in
was
real
crazy.
life, he's crazy. Yeah.
I grew up near Memphis, so Jerry Lawler, King Lawler, and all those guys were like huge down in the Memphis area. I don't know if you remember that. Do you remember Jerry Lawler and those guys?
Yeah, Jerry Lawler. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
and
it
then
was
Ric
a big
Flair.
thing in the Memphis area.
Remember Ric Flair?
Ric Flair, all those. Yeah.
Yeah.
God, that was crazy times.
Woo!
That was a great.
He would shake his head. Woo!
I remember Jerry Lawler dumped Andy Kaufman and about killed him
Oh,
in real life. 'Cause he was
right,
mad at him for
yes.
making fun of wrestling.
Yep.
They said Andy Kaufman was never right after that either. You kind of wonder.
Well, he was never right anyway.
Well, that's true.
Grow the beards, they're saying. Grow the mug rug. That's what Vinny's saying.
The mug rug, I love it.
Yeah. And so we might go for it, right? With a beard, you slip with the razor and it's messed up. I only slipped with
I've
a
done it.
razor once. I slipped with a razor once. I got 10 years for it, but
Did you really?
no.
Were you at Rikers?
No. Yep, you said it right. I miss my beard. He shaved it recently, but it's making its way back. We like that. This
All right.
this would be like, see, when he goes the mohaha, that would be the evil laugh,
Yes.
right? That's
That's
perfect
it.
for that.
That's
That's
it.
it.
Perfect.
That's it
for that.
right there. So I love that.
You
That's
nailed
perfect.
it, Art.
Art, you did a good job. So I've learned about beards last night than I have in 2 years of having a big beard. Well, yeah, because if you go
He
to
was
Tansi's,
all in last night.
Yeah.
He
Well,
was
if you go
all
there,
in, man. Yeah,
forget
it
about
was
it.
crazy. There's a lot
That's
of
all.
information. I never even thought about it till I went there.
I was like, in the beginning, I was like, really, people do this much with their beard? I was kind of blown away, to be honest with you.
Dude, I was listening last night, and there was a guy asking Dan and the mayor. The mayor's awesome too, and they were literally asking like, "Well, what do you do during work time?" And they all have this thing where during the middle of the day they either use butter or wax, and they put it or oil on their beards to keep it. You know what? I'm like, this is a thing. Like, it's a big deal to these guys. I had no idea.
Yeah, it's big time. So yeah, he's over in Essex County, and he's got a lot of good places over to eat over by him. I mean, to be honest with you, if you've never been to New Jersey, it's some of the best food that you could ever come about to eat. So it is.
Yeah,
It's pretty
I
awesome.
have no doubt.
Yeah, I haven't seen Lala tonight either. When Lala streams, she has a loop of music, and it makes me want to sleep
Yep.
more. Okay, but she does have soothing music, though.
She does have soothing music. It's really, you could meditate and watch Lala at the same time. It's a wonderful.
Oh yeah.
I love it.
But so he's saying last Nick Niman live stream, I was someone asked him to drop the background music. I think you could also maybe just mind the music and let them know it's okay. So
Play it
I
by
see-
song or by complaint, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, you could play it off and see what most people think about it. And honestly, I don't really have a huge preference. I thought it was better for stop reading ahead. I think
can't
it was,
help this one.
You read ahead, and then every time I think you're laughing at something I'm saying. I don't even know.
Well, most of the time I am. This is Brian's fault because when I had you over here, I couldn't look at chat. Now chat is
Why
right
are
in
you
front of
yelling
me,
at me?
And I don't know because my clip.
Calm down. You just peeked out the place.
I did peek out.
Jeez.
I got to put my clip art. I should put my clip guard on. Hang on a second. But my voice may change, so you might have to tell me to turn it up.
You don't have your clip guard
Clip is
on?
No, there's a reason why I did not have my clip guard on. Did it change? See, I feel like it dropped my tone.
It
down
doesn't
a little
drop it. It doesn't.
bit. Well, it represses. It's a little bit of a limiter.
It's not
It's going to do
a
some
limiter is not a compressor. I work in Bridgewater next to Manville. It was underwater last week. Yes, thanks. It was. It was. Yeah, it was bad. So he works in Bridgewater, and I did a data center there for one of the biggest banks in the world.
Great.
But
did you steal any money? Did you set up so you could take money?
no. Most of the dislikes were on other beard guys with similar channels. The jealousy is crazy. Once you get over 1,000, they hate you.
I don't get it.
Yeah, you know what it is?
Who cares? I don't
and it's
get
like,
that jealousy.
They can all work together too, and that's the same thing.
Right.
Like, there is definitely so much competition with YouTube. It is unbelievable. You know, like I see like. I see it. I see everything. I see everything.
I know. I see it too. But the thing that bothers me is still the way that the playing field is now. The competition still is yourself. Because if you go out there and play the game and improve your craft and are out there grinding away at it, you're going to be okay over time. But too many people do stop to try to drag people down to step over them, and that's unfortunate. But that's another show.
That could be another whole show within itself, which I think we've talked about because
a little bit, but it's a negative thing.
It is, and it just does get disturbing though sometimes. And
Answer Sammy.
Here's the thing: just focus on what you're doing. But did you ship the Stream Deck to Jeffrey? So I was supposed to ship it to Jeffrey, and no, I was, and so I physically left Sammy in the little meeting we had, and I went over to the post office. But as I went over to the post office, the line was 10 deep. And I'm like, no way am I waiting 10 deep for this. And that was the end of it.
Text me, I think you text me, you're like, dude, this thing's 10 deep. Can it wait? And I'm like, yeah, I can wait, man. There's no way I'm waiting 10 deep to send out a Stream Deck. It's not like you're sending out a liver for transplant.
Yeah, well, I get you, but you know how it is. Like when someone says, "Hey, you know, I'm buying this off you," I like to get it out as quick as possible. But during the week, my time is so limited, and
yeah, you're busy, man. I don't care.
If I got a
chance,
I get it out. But this is Letitia Campbell. She is a host over on StreamYard. If you guys have not checked her channel out, check her out. She and Christian do a show together, and she's a great person, a great supporter of me, and she's been subscribed, and I've been subscribed to her, and I've learned a lot from watching them for a while.
Haven't you been on there with Letitia? Haven't you been on?
Yeah, absolutely. That's how we met.
I've seen you on there
a couple times on there, and she's always said, "Oh, I love the improvements, and I love what you're doing." And she can vouch for me. This is only months of working this stuff out, and so she's saying, "You all look amazing." I really appreciate that.
Thank you, Letitia. That's awesome.
Yeah. And like, people say thank you, but we really mean it because, we do. I don't think people really have an idea of how hard it takes to get to this level, how when it's like this fast, And so we love the compliments, and we know they're going to run out eventually anyway. So it will.
You're ruining it for me, but that's okay.
Letitia Campbell in the house. We don't care. You're so self-centered sometimes. I just can't believe it.
I really am. Center me up. Oh.
But yeah, Sammy, Bridgewater, right? 30 minutes from your house, right? You just go right down 280. He's got to go west. I got to go east, and we hit 287.
Every week we find out how close you and Sammy live together.
It's really important stuff, right? It's important.
It is. The stream would crash without knowing.
That is Sammy Superstar, all right? Get it through your head. Until you have the name.
I know he's a superstar.
Shh.
I'm good.
Until you have the name Superstar in the beginning, you have no right to step over him. So.
Well, I just got over 100, so I was wondering if I could change mine to J.A. Superstar. So,
no.
How long did it take for your custom link to show up? Mine still didn't show up under my brain.
It happened like in a day or two. They probably just dislike you.
That's probably what happened.
Art's saying, I never forgot when what? I never forgot when I got to meet RVD. Who's RVD? And he's autographed for my cousin. Dude, what a huge wrestler. RDV. Who would be RDV?
Wrestler, right?
Rick.
Would be Roddy? No.
No.
It's not Roddy.
Robbie. I should know this. I know he's gonna say this, and I'm gonna know right away.
And you're gonna be
Since
like,
we were
oh,
like 5
yeah,
years.
yeah.
Let me know. RVD. Who's RVD? Richard Van Robin. I can't think of it. But yeah, I loved wrestling. It was so much fun to watch when I was younger. Jeff knows because there were a couple things that I really liked. Dude, there's so many people leaving comments. It's unbelievable. I gotta try to catch up.
You'll never be able to catch up. These words are too fast for you.
Good. We're trying to. Yeah, thank you. We're doing a little bit better job with the music. I appreciate that. So
She says, if you are equalizing the music, could you show us how to do it, please? Thank you. Like, you mean in general, like not tonight, obviously, but like
Right.
if we're going to set up a way to equalize a playlist, I think we should do that some night. That'd be
yeah,
fun
but
to
I think the
kinda get
key
into
is
the
right
options.
because I'm running off Epidemic right now, right? So the key is I just put a playlist of songs I like, and I think the real thing is
Dasney.
You've been Dasnied, and if you it was so bright it was coming on my face, but it's like if you
Yeah, right to the portal. Right.
if you pick similar music, I think that's the key because then it's like
It is key.
yeah, and I wasn't doing that, and so that's where a lot of that probably up and down was happening so much. But I'm gonna put a playlist of similar stuff, and it'll be a heck of a lot better. And so I'm glad you're putting up with it for now. But thank you.
And the feedback is very welcome, by the way. So thank you for that.
Yes. Here is Tommy, right? And he's pretty much saying what we're saying, I think, in almost every space, Jeff, is here we go again, right? It's the same exact thing in the reseller space. Crazy how they're more jealous over your YouTube channel than your actual reselling business. You know what it is? And
I swear.
I think Tommy and we talked about this, right, Jeff, with him a little bit, and he was saying that it's unbelievable. And the thing I think it is that people are so in love with themselves. You know, it's like it just blows my mind sometimes. You know where that goes, and that's part of the reason why, like, certain people that I know, you can respect them so much more because they are blown up, they're big. Or listen, my dad's been a professional musician. Jeff has met and toured with really big people, and he'll tell you, "Oh, this guy's a jerk," or "This guy's really, these are good people." And it's the same. My dad will tell you the same thing. It's like you wouldn't believe how like this guy is, and he's amazing. Like he's huge. And they're like so nice. So it's like it goes a long way for a lot of people, and I appreciate that.
Would you agree that too? That Tommy hits on something. We've gotten to the point in society where money, that likes or subscribers seem to be more important than even money. And it's not that the subscribers are going to turn in, it's just a clout thing. Like we care so much about the social aspect of clout.
Right.
It's an interesting thing to watch. Yeah.
So we said, "Where's Lala?" And she goes, "I said hi, way up there."
I said hi, way up there.
Way, I've been here. And we're not saying that, Lala. We love when you're here, of course, all the time. And I'm sure you're busy. And we just, I didn't want to talk about you in if you were here. So I was just saying in context, you're here. So we love you. So whatever the case.
We did miss you. John did miss you somehow. Yep. Say hi up there.
Yeah, and I'm trying to keep up with everything as we're going, so I don't get left behind in the dust too. But beards are a whole thing. I have a straightener, an oil, a comb, a razor.
They have Art. They have the blow dryer. They were talking about blow dryers, like Dyson blow dryer for this stuff, or a heater or whatever to help train it. And I'm like, I like it because the more that they talked, I realized there's tools involved, and I'm like, yeah, I could get into this. I just like the discussion. I don't know.
Because who doesn't like tools?
I don't think in the summer I would want it, but I'm just saying, you got tools. I'm going to be there. Like I really, but they had a whole thing about it. It's very
He's
cool.
saying coin channels work together. Isn't that surprising?
He mentioned that, and he said he kind of felt like, I think he said earlier that maybe it's just unique or whatever. But that's great to hear. There are some industries that work together. I'm going to tell you right now, one industry where people don't work together very well is llama industry. Kind of jealousy.
Did you say the llama industry? Are you kidding me?
Oh my God.
Llama.
The disdain. The disdain.
He just threw that in
llama
there.
Industry.
He's got to throw llama in.
I did not. It's a really cutthroat group of weirdos. Like sometimes.
So Darren says that he would make
the people who show.
Stop. You said
Just saying.
you said that it would make people
Disgusting
wait
show.
10 minutes before joining chat, and I would not have a delay for making chat for a delay. Okay, so as long as they're a subscriber, then that's it. Thing is, I definitely had a few of those people who were rating me subscribe to me, and then I noticed when I put the delay in the chat, they kind of unsubscribed. Remember I told you about that?
Oh, yes, sir.
Yeah.
I remember that.
I believe in supporting each other. Bottom line, it's part of the reason I left the beard community. It was too much. Okay. And
That's interesting. Yeah.
yeah,
It's too
I
bad.
get you with that because I mean it's frustrating, and that's the thing here is like you know, here's the thing. Sometimes when you're a part of a smaller community, people lose track of ideas on their own. And then it's like almost all of a sudden you see them swimming in a big pool and they're very confused. And then all of a sudden next week they're doing like the same video as somebody else, or they can't think of something to do on their own, or they can't think of a new idea. And I think that's part of the problem of not like planning your YouTube. Like you jumped into it and you're like, I just want to do it. And then all of a sudden it becomes serious. And then I always talk about that because that's what happened to me. And you get lost in the wind. And I think that's why the majority of people quit in the first year is that they find out that, hey, I didn't really have a good plan and I had no idea how much the work was. And it happens. So there you go. You know, it's a little bit of a struggle. That's part of what Jeff was always saying is that he is always striving to figure these things out before he just jumps in all the way. And so he's putting some ideas together.
We got to have a discussion about planning, being able to mind dump things so you can plan and organize your ideas way out in advance and to nibble at and work on them, as John says. So you're not feeling like you're grabbing. And I see a video and go, I'd like to make a video. That's fine. It's fair game. We all kind of have those desperate moments or we're just unsure. But I think you'll eventually, as John says, you won't make it. The attrition rate is as high because the ability to stay on board and kind of it wears you down. It's like, it's like a 200 grit sandpaper. It doesn't feel bad at first. But the longer you go with it, it just starts to wear away.
It wears away.
Ability to stay creative. Yeah.
That is a good point because in the beginning you feel like it's almost like nothing, right? Oh, okay, I could just keep going.
The adrenaline takes you right.
Yeah.
Adrenaline.
Especially if like one or two positive things happen, but then five negative things happen, and then it takes you down this giant hole of like, oh my
What
God.
happened?
This was like really good last week. And then it's that
yesterday
sandpaper.
I was on top.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I think the thing is, I think that's part of why we're doing okay is like we just keep going and we ride the wave up and down and we support each other. I really think like that's the whole thing. I know like Jeff, we kid with this, right? Jeff says stream buddies all the time. And I'm like, stream buddies, or now we're stream buds. Cause I think buds sounds better. And I think, finally Brian
he took my stream buds. Brian took my stream buds.
Brian did it, right? Was it Brian or you?
No, that was my idea.
Oh, it was your idea.
I was talking to Brian,
right.
But if you want to give it to Brian, he'll take it. He likes any compliment. Remember
No,
how he
I'm
said,
not
just
saying
give me
that.
any compliment. No, he said that. It was a joke last time. I'm fine with that. If you don't like Stream Buddies, you can use Stream Buds. But I think, the point is the reason why we're not worn down is because we help each other. But then there's these group of people here and we're all just trying to lift ourselves up. And then by you and I meeting people or talking in here or going off screen to help people, that positive energy also helps us in our own craft. So to Ken's point, I think it was Ken who was saying that you gotta go where the positive energy is because everything else is just going to wear you down.
Yeah. I mean, absolutely. Really quick, I just want to say this, that's why you use Pirate Ship. It's free. And I'm going to look into this too. This is a good tip Tommy's dropping right here.
It's a good tip.
It saves you a ton of money. Print your own label and just drop it off at the nearest mail center, UPS store, or post office. And He's he's a eBay reseller, and these people know what they're doing because this is what they do. So
Yeah.
I am going to take that nugget, and I know Brian right here said he's going to roll with that and write that down. So that's a very, very good to check.
I like it.
You guys are dropping so much information in here. It's so hard for me to
Take all of
keep
it. I'm taking all of
to
your
keep
good
up. But
information.
you guys
and
are
I'm
doing
taking it for
some
myself.
great stuff. I know I'm missing some of this stuff, and please bear with me. So she loves, yes, guys, I love the discussions in DJ sharing about everyone's best streaming practices, and that's a good point. She brings this up, and I know Tommy and I and Jeff and Tommy's co-host. I just said it before.
Tracy.
Tracy. With an I, right? And she said, and we were all discussing, like, I said, like, do you notice the people coming into your streams and just saying, hey, I just got here, I'm editing my own video and it's coming out tomorrow, but I'm trying to drop in here. It's like they're always like just pushing themselves, pushing their video, pushing this. And it's like, I almost feel like saying, listen, if you don't want to be here at all, that's fine too. Don't be here. But it's not really just all about you coming into someone's stream and doing something. And the thing is, how I look at it, and I think everyone does, if they're an adult in any fashion, is if you're coming out into someone else's stream, I look at it like, how would I take it? Or how would it look about me? Right? And so if I did that, would I think that's cool? So no, I don't think that's cool at all. And I don't like that when that happens. And there's no stopping it. Okay. There's definitely not going to be any stopping it. But what? It's
No, you're
it's
right.
just yeah.
I'm just laughing because there's no stopping it. And it's tough too because honestly, I want to champion the video when it's done, and we should talk about it and celebrate it and whatever. I think the issue is not that someone's doing the video, but it is disruptive because you're already going through a lot of things, and then that starts to take things into so many tertiary topics on top of other things.
Oh,
that it just, if everybody's doing it, it becomes a real disjointed energy for the show. That's all. It's not that we're not celebrating or a live streamer is not celebrating you're doing your video. Let's hear about it. Let's talk about it at some point. But yeah, we can't.
Listen,
you don't want everybody coming in.
What I'm saying is, and I think most of you guys stream, okay? So I think you can pick up what I'm putting down, okay? It's like you see it constantly, okay? It's different if someone just said it like one time and because they, but it's like always something, a plug about themselves before they say something that's backhanded, compliment to you. And it's just like, it's just kind of awkward and it happens. But Nav Simmer says, no, John, jealous people don't love themselves. It's quite the opposite. When you love yourself, you don't attack others out of fear and you stand in comparison to others. I love that, man. That is, dude, click. You know what I mean?
Said.
Like, take
said.
that nugget and run with that. And that's the thing.
Snippet.
Right? I mean, I love that. I love that. Mm-hmm. But yeah, Mommy Lala, I saw this, so don't worry. I would love to know how to put. I mean, to be really honest to God, it is so simple. The Epidemic has a playlist section under you when it says me. You just go in there. It says your playlist. And when you are watching or looking through any of the songs, one of the little buttons to the right, it just says add to playlist. And let me see if I can just show you quick. I will. Let me see.
John's gonna have to screen share in VMix.
Yeah. So anyway, what? No, I'm just seeing if I have it up or not. Yeah, I'm just seeing if I have it up or not for sure. But it's like over here, and this is going to say add. This is not how it always looks, but if you go to music and you pick a genre out or just go through it, here it is over here, right? So all you do is you can share this. You can have similar songs to that. You can add and you can download. And so when you hit add, it's just going to one of your playlists that you have started and name them. And that's all it is. It's as simple as that. So once you put that whole playlist together, then it's just a matter of you playing it. And I'm using the Wave XLR. I pull it in through a browser in Mozilla. And because I use the other browser that I have Chrome for everything else YouTube related if I show a video or something like that. And so the music is separate on another browser. And that was Jeff's idea for that. He's like, dude, just put it on another browser. It makes it so much easier. And I thank you for that, by the way.
You're
I thought
welcome.
that was a great
I
idea.
fell into that one night. It worked out really well. I will say too, where you get into trouble with this is like a lot of people download those tracks. Now, I actually still have I have multiple music sources like Sonata and Epidemic, because Epidemic's great, but they don't have a lot of great original music. So I have Sonata, and so if you mix and play off your local computer, you're going to have a different, especially from two different services or sources. Then it's going to get a little bit tricky. I'm not sure how Epidemic does it, but now all their music is done in house, and so their mastering and mixing should be pretty stable across their library, as opposed to bringing in from different musicians and different mixes and masters. That'll make things a little bit more tricky. So yeah, I mean, but what John's saying is right. If you go in there and create that playlist, I think you're going to be dead on. It's just pick similar songs, put it in a loop.
Right.
Simple.
Yeah. And I want to say, if look like I'm freezing up at all or something happens, it's showing me that my bit rate is a little bit low. So I know we might get a little bit bad weather. But otherwise I've been flowing.
You seem
good.
Fine on my end. So,
okay, good.
Yeah, you seem fine. Yeah.
But Darren's saying that the coin thing is a hobby first, and the joy of sharing the hobby comes first. I think that's why we share and support each other more freely. Not every channel does that, obviously, because
the
competition's fierce. I mean, people love hammering each other, and it definitely shows. I don't know. It's a whole weird thing, and that I'll probably never figure out. But I also noticed
it's easy, though. It's easy once you start moving away from the joy of that journey, which is what hobbyists really do, and you start moving into a competition phase. It's just a different animal. Now we have a whole different mindset, right? And so you see people who go on the hobbyists. I remember like train hobbyists, for example. Yeah. Now they may have a cutthroat scene, but the people that I know are in there that are hobbyists love it. They're like, oh, the community's great, blah, blah, blah. I don't know much about it, but hobbyists generally get along very well. Now, if you go to a dog show,
yeah, but see, right? That's like a whole different thought process, though. It's like, it's kind of, you're a hobbyist, but are you a hobbyist that's trying to get monetized? Or are you just a hobbyist and having fun? It's the competition. Are you a hobbyist?
Once you start trying to get hobbyist, once you start trying to be monetized, would you really declare it a hobby anymore, though? See, at that point, it's a venture. It's an entrepreneurship. It's beyond a hobby, isn't it?
Well,
if you're trying to become monetized.
Yeah, I mean, it is. It's definitely beyond a hobby, that's for sure. But I think that, I think Vinny has it right here. You're two islands in this stream. That is what you are. No one in between.
Are you? I'm gonna be. You want to be
Dolly? Sail away with me to another world.
Another world.
We can be. With each
I just know
other.
Islands in the stream. That is what we are. Something. Take it, Kenny. We're gonna win a Grammy for this. All right.
So she's so happy to be part of the community here. Thanks so much for the community here. You are the best. I am blessed. Whenever you guys stop by the streams, John, J.A., Ash. She names everybody. Laquita Marie, Robert, Brian, and Samantha. Yeah, I mean, that's I see Lala, and I'm so happy for her. Like, her streams are just like taking off. Things are really jumping up in her streams, and a lot of people are watching, and I love that for her. So I'm happy for her. Absolutely. But depending on the guidelines set by the content creator, some shows that I mod for, I'm instructed to remind them not to advertise their programming during live streams without advance permission. I could see that. I mean...
Yeah, there's points where you have to be a little bit more upfront about it, right? Like people coming into a theater saying, hey, we're not allowed to take pictures, guys. Put your cameras away.
Right.
We're not doing photos, And sometimes you have to, it's a big enough group, you got to let them know these rules maybe once or twice.
And then I just have to delete the comment referring to the other show. It is a distraction to the continuity, the goals of the set by the stream. But I mean, yeah, I get it. And it's not even like no one needs to go there yet here, right? But I mean, me for that instant. But it's just it's not even about that. It's just, it's the intention. It's just what the intention is. And that's what gets me. I think it just comes down to that. Period is that. You know what I mean? Because I just wouldn't do that. Like, I have never done that. I have never, and I can't even tell you how many streams I've been on where I've ever had said something that was like promoting something I'm doing. So, or, you know, I've never even sat there and said, I'm editing something right now. I've never done that. But
Well,
that's just me.
I mean, that's not really the same thing, is it though? To say I'm editing something, I don't know. Maybe it is.
Dude, it's once again,
I mean,
it's the intentions are not this. It's not. I'm telling you. Telling you. So absolutely,
You're telling me,
self-promotion
man.
sucks the air out of the whole room. Tell us how you really feel. No, don't tell us how you really feel.
I'm not as like, if someone asks somebody, what are you doing right now? And they didn't offer it up and they just, oh, I'm enjoying the stream while I'm editing. Maybe that gets back to you saying the intent. If someone just comes in and that's the first thing out of their mouth, maybe the intent looks a little bit different to you than if someone was chatting, contributing, and they're like, what are you doing tonight? And you're like, oh, I'm enjoying the show while I'm editing my video, you know?
So Brian says, is it really? And so what I'm trying to say is, you'll see a pattern. It may not be visible to you right away, but you'll see a pattern. And if it's like starts out with, yeah, I'm just jumping in, I'm editing, and then a few things down, then it's like, yeah, I got the video coming out on Wednesday. Yeah, that's what it is. So
Yeah, well, that takes it a step further though, because then it becomes more self-promotion. And I think there is a line there. Like, I can accept certain things if somebody just happens to say, you know, without regard, you know, yeah, oh yeah, I'm enjoying. If someone says I'm enjoying the stream, but I want to be here even though I'm editing, I'm like, oh, how can I complain? But if you are going to start taking like, hey guys, what are you doing? I'm just, you know, I'm editing and I got to get this out. By the way, it's dropping tomorrow. We've crossed the line, you know.
This comment though doesn't apply. It could apply to Brian because then he's not editing for YouTube. He's
Brian, going to put you on the hot seat.
So Brian, right? You don't count in that whole talk. But I think I know you're roasting me a little bit, but it's what I'm saying is it's very clear what some people do.
You're roasting me a little bit. Yeah, you know.
I know. No, he is. He's just roasting me a little bit, but it's true. It's true. Good night, guys. Always love hanging out with the community, not competitors. Well, a community and being competitive, it can be the same, but not to the point where you're stealing other people's ideas or just running off of copying things. Like there's a certain amount of extent. But listen, that's all relative too, right? When we talk about those things, copying or this or that, because no one is doing anything new, you know? And we've discussed this over and over. But like, say if Jeff and I were talking about like, hey, you know, this is a good thing. I think this would make a great video. And this has not happened, and then all of a sudden I'm like, dude, I'm at work, and then Jeff's video next week comes out, and it's like, it's the thing I was talking about. Like, come on, dude, really?
I'm not gonna lie.
You didn't even tell
joke,
me.
I have thought about doing it as a joke. I have totally thought about taking something you're just so excited about, or you just drop like, I'm gonna do a video, and just quickly, and it's gonna be a terrible video. Like, it won't be thought out. I'll get 2 views. Yeah.
Thanks.
Well, no,
just trying to get a little whatever out of me.
I'll wait till you're monetized.
No, I mean, listen, there's certain things that could be a great thing, and then, and listen, many of us will make the same videos. Like if everyday tech, if he's tech, right? So if he's got the Mac Mini and then he does something about the Mac Mini and I had a Mac Mini, that's not copying, right? That's just like, we got the new products, you're doing your own. That's not what I'm saying, okay? So don't think that's what I'm saying.
Huge fallout. Yeah. There's been some pretty nasty videos done about people going, oh, look at you. You just copied. And they go through this whole thing. Osmond Gold is a big video guy, and then a small guy like 4,000. The other guy's got 4 million. And he's like, oh, you copied my little guy's like, you copied my video from last week. And it ended up showing that I did not copy it. But people are very touchy about that. And sometimes it's just happenstance. It looks like it. And at the end of the day, nothing's really copying unless you're word for word, shot by shot copying it. We're not really copying to the most part. We're influenced.
editing comments,
are...
aren't as weird as I gotta run, guys. I'm going live now. Right.
That's really funny.
That is really weird.
I mean, the only thing I would say is that's at least working the angle a little bit. You know, it's
working
like
the angle.
subtle,
Stop.
Well, come on, you gotta go, guys. I'm going.
I'm making T-shirts for my merch store. Link in the bio, guys. No, link in the bio. That means it's your own vid. And listen, there's no problem with that. You know, I think you got to promote your own stuff. And you should. I mean, that's a good business person, right? But there's a fine line of that. I know people that over promote, and I know people that under promote. I think I would definitely be in the under. I think really the thing that promotes the most for me is the Nightbot. It's just the biggest promoter.
Your Nightbot is out there with T-shirts on the street.
T-shirts. He hangs them up and it's like, buy them. And
he's got a coat. And he's like, hey, you want a CTT mug?
And here's the thing, like say we were talking about merch that night, right? And we were bringing up merch and who you use. And I know I had to talk about Sammy about this a little bit with who he's using and what's going on. And, you know, because you want to see, like, am I getting the most money I could get from it? Are they doing more work? Are they doing less? How's their customer service? How's their, even Jeff's, right? How does their stuff embed in my webpage? And is it simple? Is it a big thing? Right. Do they charge you? All these things. And
are there plugins? Are there what? Yeah, all that stuff.
Right. And so, yeah, okay, then we could talk about it, and you could talk that you went through that and you did this or you did that. But you know what I don't have to explain this anymore. You guys know. You've been around the block enough. You've seen enough lives. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, everybody in here is a streamer almost to a point, so everybody here gets it. It's just it's good to talk about. It's like people around at work talking about being, you know, is this annoying to you guys when this happens, or am I just being a little bit dramatic? You know,
right? Well, we don't have to talk about it anymore, but whatever. So,
yeah, but, stop it. Stop talking about it. Skateboards root for each other, even during. Yes, they have a really nice community. The way they handle themselves, I think. But again, they're all out in the West Coast.
How do you know about that?
You know, baked. I know about skateboarders.
He just
pre-sold my 11. Well, you were talking about it earlier.
Yeah.
So maybe somebody went over there.
I'm telling you, no
Vinny,
joke. This is maple syrup from New Jersey out of New Jersey trees, and it is the best maple syrup that I have ever bought.
No, it's not. My father-in-law would go tap his own trees. He had a big property, and he would boil it down in his garage. And I swear to God, he almost burned down his garage like every year. It takes forever to boil that stuff down. It's a lot of work.
It's 30, if I'm not mistaken. Is it 30? I think it's 30 or 40 gallons of syrup it takes to get like 1 gallon of real maple syrup. I think it is something like that.
That ratio
let us know,
is pretty
Vin.
high.
Let us know, Vin.
Yeah, Vin will know. Like but it is amazing. You're right. Like they put it in the jars, put labels on it, and then it had like 100 of them, and you wouldn't let guests use it. You just like, here's the Aunt Jemima.
So
it's for me.
Aunt Jemima's this. No offense, but it's disgusting to me. But
it's terrible. It's
I
so
made it.
Thick and gross.
It's so disgusting. Yeah, it's full of like corn syrup and disgusting stuff.
It's
my favorite two guys.
It's amazing
Let's
to see that.
Go.
Zan, did you eat already, Zan? I hope you did. You may pass out.
Zan streamed, he ate, and then he came back, and now he's having dessert with us.
That's what he's doing. Well, tell us what you want. We have some tiramisu, we got some cheesecake, and some apple pie.
Yeah.
You know.
That's it. The maple syrup mafia, dude. I mean, this is it. Jersey in the house. We're going to rock it till we drop it. You know what I'm saying? It comes out the back door and out the front. Uptown, downtown, I got to turn my life around.
Unbelievable. Stop.
Darren's saying, I've told friends that I'd be going live in the evening, but not like, hey, everyone, yeah, but you're friends. You're friends. What do you mean you're friend? Like your friends on a stream somewhere, or like, isn't that just your friends? Like I don't care if you call your friends, text your friends, whatever. But like in a stream where there's a group of you, that's different. It's kind of like a little bit different sometimes. But I guess it is. It is.
There's always nuances and lines. You know, you don't know they're talking. I mean, again, let's just take the worst case scenario. Like somebody walks in
Know what you're
to a stream that doesn't even know these people, and they just start dropping like, "Hey, I'm going live in 10 minutes, but I thought I'd check you guys out." Maybe like that would be terrible. Like 40 gallons. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah. All right. Nice seeing you, Ken. Thanks for stopping by.
Oh,
Would
hey,
love
Ken.
to see you.
Thanks
It's
so much
awesome.
for the info.
Boom.
Yep.
Talk to you later. Yeah, I mean, those those are some of the things that we talk about a little bit in general. You know, I don't know. I'm just different. I'm a different dude. I am. I'm not like, listen to this. No,
What am I
listen to
supposed
this.
say? You aren't.
I am, though. I really am. I am that guy on the street who does not put out his garbage that has to go out on Monday, let's say. I don't put it out on Saturday. I don't put it out on Sunday morning. I put it out at night, like after everybody's come for the weekend, your families are over and this and that. And then we got people up and down my street right here. I hope you're watching because I'm sick of it. They'll go and put their garbage cans out up and down the street Sunday morning, dude. Like families are coming.
Subcount.
Enough. I can't stand it. Drives me nuts.
All your neighborhood subs are just diving off.
Yeah, all of them.
That's funny.
All of them. I'll be surprised if I get a complaint. No one watches. Nobody watches around here. I'll tell you that.
You're safe, so you don't mind
That's
dropping
right.
all this venting on your neighbors right now.
There's probably one or two watching. There might be. I believe. I believe there might be. But it's the best I've ever bought.
That's
No,
funny.
it's not. That's how you subdue a promotion like a pro. Right, exactly. Oh, that's great. I love that. That's funny.
Good catch. I love that, Nav.
It's indeed scary out there. I hope everyone can be as nice as the people in this community. Yeah, I mean, yeah. And there is for the most part. There is.
I would say the majority are.
Yeah. It's just that
Would you say the majority are?
the majority are. Very much so. And listen, Mommy La is probably the nicest person I could meet out of anybody. She won't take if she was like a political candidate, I would vote for her because there's no way she's saying anything bad about anybody. We would be like the evil people.
I know. I wouldn't even care what her policies are. It's just she's so nice to be like, yeah, it's fine. Vote. Do
Yeah,
what you
okay.
want with policy.
Do what you want. We're voting for Mommy Lala anyway. You could say what you
Fine.
want.
Yeah, you can revoke my cars.
He said exactly. I had dinner. Now I want some apple pie ice cream, please.
How much have we known each other that we're getting to the point we know Zan had dinner probably.
We know when
We
Dan
know he
Zan
wants
eats.
some dinner. Like that's when you know you hit a community in a right spot when you're like, I know Zan's full.
Oh God.
And but he has room for Jello, so we're gonna.
And do you see what's going on here, though? Like, do you see what's coming full circle? And this is going to happen. This is going to happen for a long time. Is when people are talking about new YouTubers and new streamers, we're going to have people circling in and out of our streams, Jeff. It's gonna naturally happen, and we're naturally going to talk about the same stuff a lot of times, and.
Yeah.
I understand all that. Like, don't think I don't get that. I get that whole concept. But just don't let that all fall apart when you get 5,000 subscribers or 10,000. I mean, you look at like some of the people that have stopped in here have 45,000, 50,000 subscribers. We've had people stop in that have 100,000 subscribers, and they still take the time to go and say thank you. Sometimes I've had people watch a video of mine, right, and they saw that I'm live, come into the live and actually say thank you for that video. It made sense for me and helped me. And it's just when you don't let that become not you. Keep on doing those things, those kind actions, leaving comments for smaller YouTubers, leaving comments for bigger YouTubers. Because, when you see
Not
those
getting
things.
jaded along the way, or feeling like I'm too busy. It's hard.
And you will be too busy.
We're overwhelmed when those people do that, and we always think, God, they're so busy. So I feel like, we should do that, and we're trying to do that more and more as we do things. We're trying to get around and make sure we support people on our own and even together at times, and because there's a lot of joy in that, but you can't lose sight of that. And once you do that, then I think you have a different type of show or a different type of purpose, and I don't want to lose sight of that.
Right. Yeah, that's important. That is. I mean, it's always important. Yeah. Thanks for stopping by. Guess who else stopped by? Ash stopped by. She's the best. That's good. That's the whole point is they see you going live, right? We made mention that Zan is going live for the last week was his first week. This is his second week. And Zan, I did see you live. Unfortunately, I was getting ready for my stream, and I did watch a little bit, and I'm slowly watching some things. And because I want to give you a little feedback on a couple of those things. Because I know you're going to get better, and I'm glad that you're just moving forward. And I saw him on StreamYard, different people up, and it was really cool to see how he was navigating through those things. And and he's going to improve because doing is improving. It's going to happen. It's naturally going to happen. So I'm proud of what he's doing. And dude, he's on fire, so he'll do fine. And he always has somewhere to come back and ask. We had a little discussion about white balancing already and frame rates and stuff like that. And he is still using his webcam. And when he feels more comfortable with his cam, which I hope that we can just do, we can meet him in StreamYard, do some settings with his ZV-1, and then narrow down what he's got to keep, and then he'll feel good. But you know what? We don't need to jump a gun. He's got to work on his flow and everything, and that's more important now.
Yeah. It's going to come, and that's part of the evolution. Everybody here, though, like if I go back on mine, yours, or all these people that are in chat that are stepped in and out, you go back 3 months and you look at where we all were. We've all moved forward in different ways maybe, but we still all move forward in either awareness or in our steps or sub counts or hours. I mean, there's a lot of different ways to measure moving forward. It's not just subscribers. It's not just hours or amount of videos you have. Learning is moving forward. And so just that is of talking and getting involved is moving forward. So I hope people, don't be hard on yourself if you feel like, I'm not doing enough.
Everybody here is going to be hard on themselves. There's no choice. I mean,
but I think it's fair to remind people. I think that's true. Absolutely true, John. And that's why I think you come to these places and you try, as somebody reminds people, but let's try not to. Like, because we know we are going to be hard on ourselves, but also just try to remind ourselves not to. Let's at least try to be kind as much as we can. And that conditioning will not get beaten down by all the negative conditioning, because that negative conditioning is a nonstop drip. And it's like a Chinese water torture, but it's still a relief, and it still really does affect you as you go out and do things. And so if you can just remind yourself of that, then you'll pick up some energy. And for people like me, if I get too down the road of not reminding myself, then I'll start to kind of get sluggish or become a little bit apathetic mentally. So you don't want to do it. You're right. It's never going to leave.
And those were some of the things that I realized, like just to be able to bust out with Tommy the other night and just laugh and have some fun. It's been a while, dude. And it made me realize and appreciate that something is working for me, right? Like I said to you, I was like, the timing with the meeting of these people, the discussions that we have, it's almost like God is listening and saying, dude, this is everything aligning because you're following your heart, man, And so I feel that. I truly feel that.
I feel that, and I see that with people in chat too, and what they're doing. Their subscriber count's growing. They're flipping over 300, 500, or you see it. Like, so I feel like that's why I think it's important to be in these our streaming bud group, because we own that name. The streaming buds or community of people, and it could be more than one community. It's not just this community, clearly, but it's important to have people around you to fight off the demons of that.
Listen, Jeff.
We need that too. So when we went into Tommy's, that kind of gave us a different, okay.
It was a breath of fresh air.
We needed that too. Yeah, right. So,
it was great. And
you know what it's like? I'll put it like this. I'm going to put it like this to you.
Go ahead.
As you get older, when you're younger, at least for most of us, we had that thing where like a parent or a grandmother, you know how it was, you'd go and they make you cookies. And there's nothing better than cookies
Right.
made by somebody else, specifically adult. And you feel all warm and cozy in the winter. So, and then as an adult, for whatever reason, they're not around anymore. And you have to make your own cookies. And they don't taste as good. It's not the same vibe as making your own
Yes.
cookies sit down.
Right.
And so I love making the cookies for other people to come and make them feel warm, sit them down, give them some hot cocoa. But the other night with Tommy, we got to be the guest and be given those cookies, and it
Yeah.
felt like a wonderful treat. I think that's the best way I can
Yeah.
explain that.
Yeah, it was a great community, great people, great energy, and I'm gonna,
Yeah.
I'll definitely be going back. That'll be fun.
Oh, yeah. Well,
So John and Jeff, you're so right. The focus is on performance, mastering StreamYard, editing, and transitioning from the webcam to the camera. Yeah, and we'll get there, and we'll give you a hand with that. And this is the thing. I wasn't gonna say this, but the truth of the matter is, there are people that are smaller than us that are starting groups and actually charging for help to learn how to be more confident in streaming. Okay. And they're collecting money, and that's fine. That's fine. But they have less experience, less knowledge, but they don't care because they're moving forward. I give them credit for that. That's fine. But I'm not ready for that. I'm not ready. I haven't given enough. I haven't moved forward. I haven't gotten to the point where I say that I want to do that because I could easily charge so many different things that I do. I think even Zan the man said, John, you need to start charging people for some of the things you're doing. You're meeting up with them. You're giving them consultations, basically. He basically told me, when you need to talk about what you need to be charging, maybe you should come back and talk to me. I said, Zan, I'm not ready for that yet. I just want to help right now and do what we're doing, build this up to a certain point where people take me serious, take us serious, get the idea that this is no joke, And you guys might say, some of you might say, hey, we're there already. But no, I don't think we're there yet. We're not there yet. But I thank you, but we're going to get there.
We've got too much on the plate we want to do down the road to do with you guys and for you guys. The charging stuff, that just gets in the way of having fun. I don't know. That's not really on my radar. I don't really see it.
But this is true.
Chat there, sir.
Yeah. This might be true. You said it was funny until Jeff.
Well, wait a minute.
farted.
We're
Air
all
wasn't
in our
fresh
own
anymore.
houses. I don't. You're fine. You're fine. And I didn't.
And then Zan saying 200 more. If
dog
I
was
hit 800 subs and I don't know, yeah, it's like 230
You're
more.
close.
But it feels like a ton though. That's what's crazy, Every time I think I get to a point, it's like it seems like, how can I keep going? Like, what is going on? But it does keep going. And this past week, I could really, if anyone's here that's watching from my high school, I reached out to those people and my friends, and I had, I believe, about 45 people subscribe to me this past week. It's something I put off for a long time, and I did it this past week, and it gave me that little push to where I am, and I really appreciate that.
And we had just a lovely reach out from Tommy's community as well.
Oh, yeah.
We didn't expect that. We just wanted to go there and say hi, and they just turned around and they were so wonderful. And so I think it's an uplifting week. Thank you all for that support.
And I tell you, the next day, loved you on the show. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. If anyone from his community or any community that you deal with in eBay resellers, this is that kind of community that needs help with streaming, that needs help with supporting each other in that kind of fashion with YouTube, suggestion talk, analytic talk. This kind of stuff is what we're all about. We come together as a community and we grow and we discuss these topics. So, and also,
it would be a lot of fun. Go ahead, finish your thought.
I was just going to say really quick is that I reached out to everybody who reached out to me in Tommy's group. If I missed anybody, or even if someone subbed to me and they're not visible, leave a comment. I would love to check out your channels. I would love to see what you're doing. And so I noticed that about 10 people at least I couldn't get to, and because
know.
of that. And so I just want you to know, like, leave a comment in one of my videos, and so I can find you and we can support each other and be that kind of thing, you know, because I'm not ignoring it. It's just that I couldn't find you. And I did the next day,
Same
went
thing.
out
I
and
tried
reached
to-
out to everyone. Yeah.
Yeah. I did
So-
too, but it's unfortunate that you don't really know everybody who subscribes. So you try to find that. So yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Leaving a comment really helps because then you can go to their channel. Yeah.
Yeah, and see this, isn't this funny,
That's
guys? This
funny.
is what I'm talking about. Like
Couple of
sometimes you
pickers.
just jump into these lives, like you don't even know. I don't know what time it is. It's late. It could be anything. And then like you don't realize what people live stream about sometimes, right? Because I only see like a lot
Right.
of what we do, and then you know people that are into the same topics, and then all of a sudden you're like, whoa, I didn't know people live stream about this stuff. And first of all, this is not like a real live stream show. Look at, dude, this is what I'm talking about right here. Look at this, right here. This is a guy I went to high school
VHS.
with. This is the first time that he ever came in and watched anything, and he's just coming in to say hi. And this is like, I super love this. Thank you so much, Chris.
You got any, Chris? You got any photos that we could use to maybe, blackmail this dude?
I
Just saying.
remember
Any
he's
Polaroids?
actually, I believe he's a year older than me. And what's really cool is him and his wife started dating in high school, and they're still together this year. So you're talking, since he graduated in '88. So, he's got a lot of years in, man. So I really, that means the world to me that you came in here and just said hi. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Yeah, that's actually very cool.
But yeah, and just like seeing these other people come in is great, and I think we're going to keep on attracting the right people for the right vibes, and that's what you have to go through. Like, okay, you might not have the right vibes all the time, but if you keep on attracting those people and you keep on moving forward with what you want to do, here's when you start selling yourself, right? When you don't say the things you want and you accept the things in your stream that you're not happy about. Eventually, you need to weed out those things, or what will happen is they'll weed themselves out, and then you just
You know what
keep
I'd like
on.
to know? The people that are in here that we met through Tommy, I'm going to imagine a lot of them are resellers. I'd be curious if they do already live streaming, if they're new to live streaming, or if that's something they don't. I'm just curious. So if you want to drop down in the comment, I'd be curious to see where you are in that stage, or if it's not something maybe you're not interested in it, doing it yourself. But I'd just be curious.
Now these do, because I checked out their videos already. So
Yeah.
couples,
saw that.
yep. And I looked at their videos because they're one people that like sub to me. So I checked out their videos. They're people in England for that matter. And so I just kept on checking out people over and over.
You know what that means? They have a better class of picking than we do in the States.
So, okay. So wait, Zan is replying to what I was saying. What did you say? I'm sorry.
No,
Go ahead. What did you say? What did you say?
You're dancing among 10 things there. It's fine. Don't worry about
I
it.
know,
man.
like-
I've used. I talk too much, so you're fine. You're
No,
good.
you don't. It is like you guys, it's hard. Like when you have Jay is over here and he's like talking sometimes, and I miss sometimes what he's saying more than a couple times.
The
because-
problem is I tend to drop these like snarky comments, and I was just saying that because they're in the UK, they have a higher class of picking than of reselling than we do in the States because they're from the UK and they drink tea.
You're saying they're snooty?
No, I did say they're snooty now.
That sounds
I
like
s-
snooty to me.
I did not say that. I said that they no. Okay, we got to move on now
So
because I didn't say.
yeah, so I want to get this to what Zan was saying, because this is who said it to me, right? And he's a coach, and he's coached some big people. So he's saying, John, you're right, but here's the only thing: there are some people who would love to pay for exclusive access to you one-on-one, customized plan of action. I have no plan of action. I have zero, and that's what he said. When you're ready to put a plan of action in to this, and I do have a thought process on this, Zan. It's not that it's left out in the garbage, but it's just not ready for it yet. Not ready for it yet. I still want to just really ride the wave, keep on pushing, make things grow, make people appreciate what they're here for, and realize, hell, they could be somewhere else paying somebody. Okay. And if you want me to go hold your hand and tell you you're going to be a brave person to go stream, then yeah, anyone could do that. You're going to find plenty of people. But if you're going to have people here that are actually going to tell you what is going to improve your stream and the tools to get there, then they're more of the right people. I feel, and when it goes for me, that's the case. I think Jay is a little bit more patient than I am, and I don't know if it's about being patient. It's just, I just think that sometimes if you truly want to do something, okay, like Mikey comes into your streams a lot, right? And he's coming to mine, and he said that I helped him inspire him to stream, right? He was having a hard time with it, right? To do it and muster up that kind of bravery. But at some point, here's the thing. He did it. He did it. And that's the thing. Like, if you're passionate about something, then you just have to do it. If I'm the one that's saying, no, you need to do it, then are you really passionate about it? Like, tell me what you think. Because, like, I'll tell you what, I've been scared of things, and then I never did them in my life. And I wish that maybe I got pushed to in a certain extent. But when you're an adult, you don't have people doing those kinds of things. I think it's like, if I got to push somebody that much about it, I'm not really sure that they're really that passionate about it. And I want to say goodnight really quick. I love Roxanne. She comes in and she just drops some great stuff.
Wow, it's late by her.
I appreciate that.
Much
that
love.
Is awesome.
Be good. Get some sleep.
So he's saying, like, just give the opportunity. Not yet. I don't want to do that yet, because you know why? People like you, people like other people that I've dealt with and I've helped are going to be the biggest pusher of realizing that I was helpful to them. And it will come in time. It will come. It will. I'm confident of that. Why are you laughing? Are you holding back something? I'm
not laughing. I'm not laughing. I'm just sitting here. Dude, I'm not laughing. I promise I'm not laughing. I'm thinking about, I mean, what you're saying is interesting. I don't know where that line is. You're right. There's somebody who's passionate, really passionate, but they do need a nudge, but is the nudge guidance more than, trying to work through what the emotional aspect? And you're right. There are groups out there who deal with more of the emotional baggage or obstacles to get you to push the button.
Right.
That probably isn't where we're at. We're more about the logistical, giving you a safe place to constantly come back. And no, it's not about charging, because we're getting our payment through the love and joy of doing this. So that has nothing to do with that. Although I understand, obviously, what Zan's saying, it's just a different part of the blueprint. But to your point, you're just saying, look, my commentary to people always would be, if I care more and more passionate about your project than you are, then we're going to have to just separate. Because, there are times when you run into people who, they want your help, you do the help, and you usually do it for free, and then you realize they're not as passionate about their success as you are and getting it working. That's a disconnect. Yep. And I think maybe that's more what you're saying. And then there are people who are they are nervous, and then we have to assess, okay,
yes,
or maybe there's some other trigger. That's different. That's not them not being passionate. That's them not being able to corral the passion into an action plan to get up and do what they want to do.
Once again,
we definitely are there for that.
I'm cutting you off here because we got to get to the bottom of this. Once again, You guys know why Jeff is here. Do you get it, guys? Do you understand? Like, everything he's saying, everything he is saying, he says it the way he says it because it's exactly how I feel. It's exactly how I feel. But I don't know how to put it into words sometimes. And that's what makes him and I, like, really good team. Is that, like, he explained it exactly. Like, when Mikey said to me that night about how much your stream on Thursday, he goes, John, inspired me. I was like, right then and there, I was blown away. It touched my heart, dude. Like that was just amazing to me. And he would have never known that unless he said that. I'm so glad that he was brave enough to say that. And I get all that, right? And I'm not saying that I can't hold someone's hand and get them started. But if you're that guy, it's kind of like, when you have one of your children and you introduce them to a sport and they try the sport, maybe more than once, maybe it's twice. but it's pretty evident they're not passionate about this sport. You're kind of like just showing them this, and if you just keep on taking them there, where does that end in the, you know? Where does it get him? Where does it get you? Miles will find something you're much more passionate in that he'll put the work into it, and then the results will benefit him instead of being constantly pushed into something that you don't really love. So, and that's about a child, and now we're talking about adults. So I think at that point, I think the way Jeff says things is a lot smoother than I am. I am definitely rough around the edges, and definitely I love that you put it in those words, because that is always kind of pretty much what I mean. And if I didn't mean it that way, I would say that. And so this guy is a year or the same age as me, and we're not that old, all right, Chris? But my old lady from high school. So, and they're a great couple. I mean, to stay together that long, that's incredible too, you know?
Oh my goodness. Congratulations. That's crazy.
But I think Mommy Guide saying happy to Sammy, because I think Sammy ordered the ZVE 10 and he got it for free. Right. I hope that's true indeed. Right? Because I just realized I might have gotten. Wait. How did you? Well, didn't you get it for free anyway? Like, didn't he?
How did you get it for free? I mean, I saw you had like a telethon or something.
Yeah, he had a little telethon, I thought, for his camera bustage.
A little coffee-a-thon. I don't know what to call it. But I don't know. Maybe there's something else happened I missed. You know.
So he says, I paid the full $750. $750? It's... Okay. Oh, it must be with tax because you got it without the lens. Okay. It says it's shipped, and I was said that I have like $10 more in my account than it said. I had a full $750 back. It's already shipped.
I'm not sure, like how you paid for it, but it could be that the bank has just not rolled that money over yet.
Yeah, it will work out. Trust me, they don't miss the money that much.
They're going to get their money one way or the other. They'll be like, oh, you know, that guy.
So yeah, it will. Trust me, it won't be there tomorrow. But hey, if more power to you.
It never works out that way for me anyway. I hope it does. That'd be great.
Right, and then because then you'll have to give all that money back. But so that
I did not think about that. That's an interesting nugget.
It popped into my head. But he's saying, LOL. But you have a plan of action. I heard it on your call. But okay, whenever you're ready, we can put it together in no time. You're ready now. He's saying I'm ready now. That's what he's saying. And he's saying that kindly. You know, I think he's just trying to say, kind of like what we say, you're ready now. And he's saying you're ready now.
Right.
And he's probably right, because if these other people are doing it that I know, and they're charging people and people are signing up, God bless them. I mean, that's great, but I wouldn't feel good about myself yet. So I'm not ready.
Yeah, you have
I have to feel good about it.
Yeah, I mean, the truth of it is Zan's right, and John is right. And you both can be right and still have the same outcome that's probably going to happen, and that is you're going to wait on that, because the truth of it is we only have so much time in the world anyway. So you start going down that path, it is going to start to compromise your current plan. So if you start charging, you started creating a client base, and you started having obligations, it becomes kind of a job. And while that's cool because you're making money, it is going to have to come at the expense of something else when it comes to time and creativity, is it not? So that would be the thing. And now your focus is on growing this, and we have a plan and other things that you're doing with your channel. And
in life.
And so Zan's absolutely right, but sometimes that's just something that, it can't be done or shouldn't be done at this point for other reasons, not that you're not, for example, or a person is not ready.
Right.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
No, I mean,
in real life gets really weird with the equation, pretty quick,
Yeah, because then it gets real fast, and then people are going to expect a certain thing from you. And I know I like to cover a lot of the bases, and then I know Jeff would even go further with that if we did this together. And I'm not gonna do that at this point. And you can say like this comment here, which I kind of understand, but you have to see where I'm coming from when I do say this. It's not far off the mark, but he's saying he gets my point, and because of the proof of work, right? It's not there yet. But here's the thing.
Right.
there's not many people I know in 5 months that has done as much as we have and covered all the bases. And the proof of work is, I believe that I probably streamed 2 years worth of streaming in 5 months. And I've helped probably about 8 people with getting their streaming started and starting out, and
Right.
at least, and I never go and tell you who these people are, but they're probably, some of them you watch, and whatever the case is, and some of them aren't.
Yeah, I think, and so his
But
no proof of
but
work.
the thing
of
is,
course, he's
I
talking about
have
himself
to,
here in his channel.
but he understands. He's saying, like, right at some point,
He understands. Yeah, he understands. Yeah.
And so
totally.
I don't feel ready for it, but there's other people around you saying that you kind of are. And that's sometimes a key indicator that you probably are, especially if they're people you trust, right?
Right.
All right.
Yeah.
We talk about this a lot just in general with the things we discuss.
Yeah.
And
Sure.
with, with all of us that meet up. And, I want to feel good about it, and I'm just not there. But what is Dan saying here? So this we said already, right?
Yeah.
Did we say this?
No,
he
The
didn't.
starter package. Yeah.
So he's saying, okay, last point, John. Your appeal or offer would be for the beginner. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, beginner to intermediate. Yeah, it would be called the starter package. You are way past ready to help people who like that one-on-one. Yeah. Okay, he's right. There's no doubt he's right. There's no doubt.
Okay, I'll put it to you this way. There are people who won't move on to that because they inherently, just like streaming or videos, they feel that I'm not acting because I don't feel credible enough, or I don't feel what I have to offer is credible enough. I don't think that is all in your head. I don't think it was with video. I don't think it is now with this. So your reasoning for not doing this, for example, is nothing to do with you not feeling credible to do with it. For example, it's just other things, tertiary things,
Yes.
that you feel like it's not maybe a good time to do it, not so much. And that's we just need that distinction because otherwise we're going to get lost in the weeds.
Yeah. So very little of this sentence is actually how I feel. Because he's saying John is still in the place of trying to master his ability to know what kind of people. Maybe it's more than that. Maybe it's a little bit more. So here I am, right? I feel really secure with building a stream studio. I feel really secure, like having a starter, intermediate, advanced packaging, and having someone want to pay for these things and me putting it together in their house. I live in New Jersey. I can't even tell you how many CFOs, CEOs and everything have streaming studios in their house, and how much of a garbage they look like, because they're using very average stuff. And many of these people would like to look a heck of a lot better. I know a lot of real estate agents that use the lowest of the lowest stuff, and they would like to look a lot better. So I think I could do a lot of those types of things. And when I'm talking intermediate, like, you can't sell yourself short. I mean, people have to expect to be looking somewhat professional. They're going to have to spend some money, especially if it's for their own business and you're trying to make improvements. I mean, once you start cutting things back to the nil and you're making these suggestions to people and they're not looking as quality as they think they're going to look, then it all comes back down on you. So you better know what you're talking about. And when you say know about a camera, yeah. When you say you know about something and you know something specific about a camera or this or that, you better know it, because when you get asked, you're going to look like really foolish when you don't have that answer. So
Timing is everything, and knowing you could do something is fine. As somebody who has started several businesses, I can tell you the issue is not that. The issue becomes the dynamic changes immensely once you start exchanging money for services. Expectations start changing quite a bit.
Yeah. Expectations change tremendously.
Yeah.
Tremendously.
So if you're not in a position where you want to deal with a frustrated client, a pressing client, or somebody who their expectations were not met, or maybe they blame you because you didn't get them subs, even though their camera and studio is great. You start getting into weird things, and I've seen it in all sorts of different business types.
And Jeff knows this by experience himself. I mean, yeah.
I know very well of it because everything changes when you go from I'm in control of the situation at the moment because I can make I can do scope agreements all the time for big projects, but it still puts a pressure now on what I'm doing as opposed to I'm helping. It puts expectation on what I'm delivering as opposed to I'm grateful for you spending this time. And once you commit and cross that threshold, it becomes a big deal. Now, if you're just charging $50 to go, I need a half hour of time to learn the menu system for a Sony 6400. That's not a big deal. So again, it depends on the situation we're talking about. But you start setting up studios and doing some things, I can tell you right now, it's going to turn. The more money people spend, it's going to be a different threshold of expectations, right? So I don't know that you.
I think you're hitting it right on the head for me. That's exactly how I'm thinking. And here's the whole thought process to that is I'm enjoying this ride right now. Okay. I have my other goals in progress, which is I want to get monetized. I want to develop a little bit better. Jeff helped me secure a website last night or 2 nights ago. He's going to help me build out a website. We're going to take the proper steps to funnel stuff in different directions properly. There's so much work to do before I want to do that. So if I can take the time to help the people that are here and they're even behind me that much more so, then that's great. Because if I have the time, I'll give it, and those people will be your biggest supporters moving forward. And then when it becomes real, like Jeff said, where people are actually spending money to use you, they're going to expect a whole different level of expectation, and I got to be ready for that. And I think you pretty much
have to be ready for it.
Yeah,
it gets right up there with the. That's fine that you're shipping, but you better be delivering.
So I love this. Honestly,
I
I think both John and Jeff have over 4 years experience in their belts already. Yeah. It's about feeling and being ready to jump. Okay. Yep. Yeah.
Nailed it. Yeah.
I love it.
That's really probably equity. That's really well said. And to Zan's point, Zan, you're 1,000% right. Like I'm not disagreeing with Zan one bit on his premise, what he's trying to say. And I think if the jump was ready, then I think everything is yes. Okay. It is. I've just seen it too many times where you start building something, people get too far ahead. I think what we're doing is going to build things off to the side and let those things grow in tandem. But probably people won't see it as that's starting to take off a little bit. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's happening right in front of our eyes, like it's happening right in front of our eyes too at the same time.
These are Dino Mac, great points though.
Yeah, absolutely stunning conversation. Dino Mac is stopping in here, and first time. Thank you, by the way, for stopping in. If you haven't subscribed, please reach out, and we're always there to check out your channel, what you're working on. But he's saying, hey, I saw you on Tommy's show the other day. It's not that we were not passionate about streaming; we are just passionately cheap. And there's nothing wrong with that.
No, I like that starting point. Because you should start with cheap and kind of go from there.
Yeah, and it's the thing is, it's not about cheap, because we all have budgets, but it's what you can do with that cheap. So it's not about having the best camera. It's about having decent lighting and a decent camera. Like for instance,
wouldn't you say it's about maximizing whatever your budget is?
Yeah.
That's what's important. It's not about what budget you choose.
Right.
That's not the issue. It's about maximizing whatever budget you decide to go into. Right.
Yeah. So that is absolutely true, and I think that that's where people get lost, though. Right? Is they don't know what is the right road. And so when you have people that are in the thick of it, like we are, and I've made those mistakes, and I'm all about budget, and I could go on to you about what great deals I get, in this area, living close to New York, and Jeff knows it because we discuss these things, and I'm always working hard to stay within a great budget. So John,
Yeah,
let's get together on
budgets are
another
important.
call. You have 3 packages you can offer. Yeah, right now. I believe so. I definitely believe so. I'm pretty sure we all own John and JA's coffee. All of them. Oma coffee? Oh, thank you. I appreciate that, Brian. He says, I'm so tired. That's how we can fool people when they're so tired, you know?
Yeah, that's how you suck them in. You start selling them on some funnel projects and just like,
Yeah.
yeah, well, we said it was for free, but it's going to cost you here in a minute.
Oh, Zan saying, "Oh, how did you do that flip screen thingy? I want to do that." Well, Zan,
cool.
we're not in StreamYard. We're in vMix. So this is paid for software it is fairly complicated to learn. There's definitely a learning curve to it, but this is the stuff that we talk about that we work super hard on. So even did I say what? That we work hard at. And then so the thing is, these pictures look very similar to the way StreamYard looks, right? We got this size here, we have this size here. And that was all a thought process too, because I was like, man, I want to take all these looks and I want to bring them into vMix so we can keep on kind of doing the same show with the same look and the same feel and the same vibe. And that was the whole thing, where we can take ourselves and pretty much look a certain way with backgrounds and movement, and we're only going to get better. Like, this stuff is only going to get better. Jeff leveled up by getting the camera that he has now, which really has made him look a lot better. He's gotten so much better at the lighting and learning everything and setting up his studio, and he's artsy and he knows how to make things look great. And no, you do.
I'm an artsy drummer. Yeah, thank you.
For sure.
That's very nice. Appreciate that.
And I love it. And
I spend a lot of time. No, I'm stepped on you. Sorry.
No, you spend a lot of time at this, and you really think these things through. And plus, we talk about this stuff, though, like, not on the show.
Yeah, I mean, that's the biggest benefit of having all of you and all these guys. I've run into so many people, and everybody pretty much that I know has had a stamp in me learning how to do all this and this and this. So, again, I am an amalgamation of everybody. And because I just didn't know anything coming into this, really. So,
Right.
Except the drums back here. I knew that.
No,
That's cool.
I mean, Jeff went from 0 to 100 about as fast as someone could. And now he's like learning all these other things. And I just stole him away from a streaming group that we met in and just said, dude, we got to start doing this together. We basically felt that way, And it's like, Jeff, instead of doing any videos first, he jumped right into the streaming with me because he's got the personality for it. And so do I. And he's used to being in front of thousands of people. And he has that comfort zone with that. And he's not, he's not like put off by it, and neither am I. And so we work well together with that. And then he's going to start doing more videos and soon to be coming out. So we're definitely, it's a whole plan. It's a plan. We're working it. We're definitely. So my only experience is streaming my kids' games during COVID. And that's, hey, Dino, that's how I started. That is exactly how I started.
That was how everybody starts with some kind of side thing. Yeah.
Yeah. And that was like 13 months ago. I started my son's YouTube channel. And I said, you know what? I've been wanting to do this for literally, guys, since 2008. It was going to be a motorcycle channel. I've had 20 motorcycles in my lifetime. I've ridden all over the United States, like on the East Coast. I love motorcycles. And no, I've never owned a Harley, but I've had 20 motorcycles. And I'm a pretty good rider, but I had 2 bad accidents. And the last accident really put me under. So then when COVID came and everything happened, my son wanted to start a channel. He has been asking. He's 10 now. And, we went for it, and then it just expanded, and I finally got the bravery to jump into this, and now I'm here. Sammy's our timekeeper, by the way, people, if you don't know. This is Sammy Superstar.
I wish you know what we need? A cuckoo clock with Sammy's face, and then when he
Sammy
does
time.
that, there's like a bird that comes out of his mouth. Sammy.
It's Sammy time.
Or he has that laugh we could do. Sammy time.
Sammy
I
time.
love it. Thank you,
But it's
Sammy.
like
I love Sammy.
Sammy always tells us, and you know what? It's crazy, Sammy, is it never feels like this much because we got new people come into the stream or we're talking about really great topics and it just goes by, man. So, Gigi, how
Aw.
you doing?
And then we get people from Melbourne.
She's from Melbourne,
coming in
right?
here,
Then you
right?
get these people that are up because they're on the other side of the world, and then here we are. It's past 12, and she's stopping in to say hi. I love
Silent
that.
A. She's so cute.
The silent A, man. So
I love that.
the audio sounds so much better than StreamYard. Well, yeah,
We know why.
you know why. Everybody knows
I
why.
know why. You know why.
So
Do you want to
yeah.
tell them why, just so we can reaffirm why?
Well, because first of all, you have a lot of people that don't know how to stream. So StreamYard has to incorporate a lot of things that help the streamers do better, right? Because you got background noise, you got people that don't use headphones, you got this, people leave their speakers on. They leave their speakers on and that reverbs back into mics. So they have all this software stopping all the stuff that could really destroy their streams is the one of the biggest things. And then the next factor is that you got to think about how much data is going in and out all the time, and they compress everything, and they have to keep up with data, and people pay a certain price, and it's good enough. Everything is good enough, but it's not good enough for Jeff and I, and it was really frustrating to us, right? And at some point, we had to say, "Let's
I mean, the
move
bottom
on.
line-
It's time to
Yeah,
move
but I mean-
on."
Move on. I mean, so the bottom line is we get higher bit rates. We don't have to go through another layer like OBS. We are peer to peer. So again, that's a different thing. Is we're not meeting up in a web browser. So there's so many layers that we cut out, right? Plus we get to come in here at a higher bit rate. I don't know what the bit rate is, like 4,000 or so. I can't remember what the bit rate is here.
We're at 45 right now.
45. Okay.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's better than what you're going to find. And it's not compressing us out like in. So there's a lot of layers. There's a lot more bit rates. There's just a cleaner input, essentially. Bigger input, too.
I think that's
Yeah, get a Vespa.
That's the whole thing. Vinny's got one, and I think it was his family
I
members.
actually think they're great. I would love to have a Vespa for getting around town, going to the grocery store. Do they have Vespas, Vinny, that have the sidecar? They probably do.
I don't.
I
He
asked that as a
doesn't.
joke,
He doesn't
but-
have a sidecar, but so Sammy's
You can
saying,
get a
I
Vespa with a
always,
sidecar,
I always wanted to know, where did you grow up in what area? Who is Sammy? Who are you asking? Let me know who you're asking, and then we'll see.
Yeah, I mean,
Thank you. I got your back. So he's saying.
you
So
know
he's
Zan's got
basically
your
saying,
back.
reach out and talk to
Yeah.
us about it. And
Zan, you're the best, man. I
Zan,
mean, you could
you're
feel
awesome.
it, and that,
I love that he's like supportive of it, and he's pushing me, and I don't mind the push, and I
in a
don't
good
mind the
way.
talk,
No, not at all.
and
It creates that creates discussion, and it will let you know where you are at, as opposed to being in your own head and not thinking about it. So being pushed can really, in a healthy way, is actually a very good thing. Which kind of goes back to what you were saying. I think you were trying to say is that I want to be able to push people and get them to. You need friction a little bit sometimes with yourself in order to kind of smooth things out. So I don't know. It's a very tough thing though. It's a very light line.
right, yeah, it is, and we're gonna get there.
I don't know if I said. I don't know if it made sense. I don't know.
No, I'll get there. I just know when I'm ready, and I have these goals that I have to reach first, Zan, and when I reach those goals, then there will be some other things to take care of. Okay, like getting that website done and incorporating things to funnel people in the right. Like if I'm here offering these things, okay, yeah, I can have the money, but it's going to be sloppy and it's going to be harder for me to make sure that things are done properly. Because you got to remember, I'm working a full-time job. I'm taking, I'm part of a marriage. A son that's 10 years old takes a lot of energy. They're involved in sports and everything, so I have to make sure that I am ready and what I can give is acceptable and clear and concise and all those things. And I'll get there. But I want to
also
say
think-
Nav Simmer, thanks for stopping in. It's 1:00 where he is. I just want to say
Oh,
good night. Thanks
thank
for the
you
great
so much,
conversation too, by the way.
Absolutely.
And Sammy's talking about me in what area. First, I want to say hi to K Business Podcast. I
Well,
ran
hello,
in.
Kay.
Yeah, this is a gentleman. He is from. I want to say. Tell us where you're from. I
Yeah.
believe. I'm gonna make a guess, and I'm gonna sound stupid if I guess, but I thought it. Maybe I
Eh,
thought it was the Bahamas
guess.
or Jamaica. If I'm mistaken, I'm sorry. But let us know where you are from. But thanks for stopping in and catching me. We just connected yesterday through Blind Eyes live stream.
Oh,
So
yeah, yeah, yeah.
yeah,
Sure.
yeah, blind
Yep.
guy, his wife, and their life. So uh, they were talking
I
to
want to say her
him,
name
and
is
he was there.
Laquita, if I'm
Look,
not
yeah,
mistaken.
Laquita
Laquita.
and Corey, and that's where I
Corey.
connected with him. And I can't get enough of their live streams too, by the way, which I really
Oh my
enjoy.
God, the positive stuff that
And
comes
oh,
out of there, and
dude, I
they
forgot to
drop a lot
tell
of
you.
knowledge.
I forgot to tell you. Corey and
Okay.
her had new mics close by. They sounded so good today.
Oh,
Yes,
good for them.
yes.
Were they dynamic mics to help with the room? Because that room's
I'm
boomy.
not sure what kind they were, but dude, they sounded
But they
really.
were close, so
Yes. Yep. They
I'm
sounded
going to check
really
out their
good.
stream tomorrow. So that'd be great. Check that out.
So she's saying you guys really have excellent stream quality. Thank you. I appreciate that. This
Oh,
is, we're not on StreamYard, like I said. We're on vMix, and this is what it looks like when you got a streaming service that you pay for, and we're working it. We're working the software, learning it.
now we don't pay monthly. This is a one. This we pay. You pay VMix a
Yeah.
plan, and you don't. You can re up if you want to get the updates after a year, but you don't have to. But it's a much cheaper
Yeah.
upgrade
vMix
pack.
you could
Or,
buy straight out and have updates for a year. Or
yep.
just recently, last month or 2 months
Yep.
ago, now you can do a monthly plan also. So, but the
50,
great thing
right?
about vMix, if you've never tried it, is they give you 2 months free, unlimited use with their best software. So if you've never tried it and you want to make an attempt to try vMix, go and check it out. It's free.
Yeah.
It's a
Really,
great
that's
thing to
nice.
go
Yeah.
check.
Yeah, 2 months is a good time. Yep.
So Brian's asking. I'm gonna get back to Sammy. So let me just ask one thing real quick. He's first I want to see this. What happens when you reach monetization goal? Are we having a part? Well, that Brian, of course. But Sammy's asked back
Are
here.
you
What did he
catering
say?
or what? I just
Sammy wanted to know where I'm from. Is that what he said?
I have to see what area, John. What area you're from?
Yeah. Okay. So Sammy, let me tell you. Oh, dude, see, I knew I was off. So he lives in Baltimore.
Baltimore.
Okay, so he's not far. He's not far. So listen, when we do the Pennsylvania and the New Jersey YouTube get together eventually, you got to
There we
come.
go.
You
All
got to
right.
come. We're gonna have a get together, and you got to come.
Our Midwest
So
people have our own. Don't you worry about it.
so Sammy, we got to finish with Zan. You guys are so wonderful. He helped me out. I just want the opportunity to return the blessing because you guys are amazing. Thank you, man. Listen, I really appreciate that, but we'll get there, Zan, and I'll be so excited to to do those things when they come because it will be like a tremendous blessing. I mean, you have no idea when I've had people drop 5 coffees they've bought me or 3 coffees, and I'm like, holy God, that I can't believe it. I'm like, wow, but it's like it's.
You're
I'm
always
just
blown away.
I feel
I know, it's
blessed. I
funny.
feel blessed, and I always love that. So, but here's the
great.
thing, Sammy. So, Sammy, here's it. I'm gonna tell you now. All right. I was born in Denville, New Jersey. Okay, the same town that my son is born in, actually, and I grew up moving around a lot between North Jersey towns, right, back and forth, and we struggled. We had a hard time with a lot of the things we were doing, but my mom was like our stronghold. She was the person that got us through a lot of rough times, and if it wasn't for her, I wouldn't be half the person I am now. I don't know where I'd be, but I. My mom and dad got divorced. I was 8 years old. My dad is a professional musician. He lived in New York City downtown. So at 8 years old and on, I was spending a lot of time between New York City and in New Jersey. And then when I was 15 years old, my dad was living in Williamsburg, Brooklyn. And then I was going back and forth to there. And then eventually he went to Hoboken, and that's where it happened. So back and forth to Hoboken. So that whole area, growing up, being in the city, I know we were talking about Uptown Girls video Tom Buck was talking about in one of his streams. I actually saw the Uptown Girls video being made. I was there. I saw Christy Brinkley. I saw, Billy Joel. My dad went back to his loft with everyone else, and I was like, I don't know. I was like 13 years old, and it was like 1 block away from Broadway Tower Records. And I sat there, or 2 blocks actually, and I sat there, and I must have watched for almost 2 hours. My dad came back. He's like, come on, John, we got to go. Like seeing that kind of stuff, being in the city. My stepmom was the graphic artist for the Ritz Theater. My dad was on TV. He's touring the world. And so I've seen a lot. I've been through a lot. I have a lot of experiences, and I have never tested myself to my best ability. And I hope that someday, or maybe this whole agenda that's going on here is going to be part of that. And we'll see where that all goes. So we'll see. No, we're not doing this. What is the date of your birth and your pet's name? No.
Well, you just gave out your whole world history. So now if I'm a hacker, all I need now is a little birth, little pet, and I'm going to just get into all sorts of things.
Nah, it's all there.
Not if you got it set up right. But it's, it's still kind of funny.
So you've been in New Jersey for a long time. Yes. Yeah, my whole life.
Forever, apparently.
Yeah.
God, I can't imagine living in one state. That blows my mind. But so many people have, and it just...
Yeah.
My wife lived in the same town her whole life till she went to college. It's like, my goodness.
Yeah.
I don't have that kind of background, so it's freaky.
I mean, but still, like when I was growing up, we moved to different places, so I could relate to what you were talking about always,
Right. Moving's still moving. It still has the same, It still has the same effect on you. It doesn't matter if you cross the state line.
Yeah. You show up in some town, you're the new face, you last a year, you leave, I was so insulted one year. I was like in 3rd grade, and I was at the play. There was a play, and Abe Lincoln was in the play. I don't know how this happened, but I was in the running for being Abe Lincoln, right?
How?
And then I wasn't him. I didn't get picked, right? I was like in 3rd grade, dude. So you know what? They didn't make me back up to something else. They didn't even put me in the play. Here I am talking for Abe. Then there's no place for me. They wanted me to be the curtain puller.
This really has stuck with you.
I felt so horrible in 3rd grade. Yeah. Do you know what I did? Yeah. I told my mom, I'm not going. I'm not going.
You told your mommy?
Yeah. And my mom just said, he doesn't want to go, and I didn't go. I was embarrassed. I felt insulted, and I was only in 3rd grade. So imagine how insulted I feel nowadays.
Have you sought any therapy for this oversight?
Oh, God.
This travesty that happened when you were in 3rd grade. You were a curtain puller. I was a curtain puller.
I'm like, I am not a curtain puller, and I refuse to be a curtain puller. So I was out of there.
Well, it's not like there was a union at your school for 3rd graders.
There should have been. I would have started one.
Could you imagine? I could see you doing that with your hard hat and your little mafia union guys, just being all whack.
I mean, Cashew breaks it down right here. I really found out early that the streets of the showbiz are cold, bro.
They are cold and wet and hungry. You are just brutalized.
No joke. Even, this is sarcasm right here, but there's a lot of truth to that, because I have said this before. I can't tell you how many basements and garages I've been in when my dad was practicing. I remember that so often that I remember, and this is at like 4 and 5 years old. I can remember the sound of the stairs walking into people's basements. I can remember the smell, I can remember things written on the walls. And it's just like, in some basements, they wouldn't be really finished. They would just have like,
right. Oh, I know. It's always so whack, right? I know.
And that's like, and my dad just kept on following this dream. And he eventually got to a pretty good part of it, but it wasn't an easy task. And there was a lot of there's a lot of hardship along the way.
YouTube's a grind. Try to be a musician. That's a grind too.
Yeah.
That's There's nothing there.
This is
either.
only
It's a
the
tough
tip of it. Like if I wrote a book, you would have no, like you would be blown away. I can't even go
Well, if you
there,
wrote a
but
book, the good news is it'd be all pictures.
someday, no. Yeah, right. I wouldn't be writing it. Jeff would write it. Jeff would write it.
We will co-write. I will be a ghostwriter.
I would need somebody to
Could you
write
imagine?
for me.
You
But,
and I will go to a cabin and we will write your manifesto, sir. And
Yeah.
it will be a glorious 4,000 pages of you just venting about these oversights.
It was, dude, I could tell you, there were times where I didn't see my dad for 2 years. 2 years. You know? And
Yeah, that's a tough one.
And then I'd barely get a postcard. And I remember how like impressed I was to get a postcard from Sweden. And my dad was touring, who's that big Swedish group in the 80s? You remember?
ABBA.
Or 90s? No, not
ABBA?
in the 70s.
In the 80s
The Final
and 90s?
Countdown?
Oh.
The Final Countdown?
Final
Countdown.
Oh,
Yeah,
jeez.
Ninjas
Why
in
is
the-
this hurting my head?
You know who that is. Well, anyway, he was touring
Yeah,
with
I
them.
know.
And that was like, I got a postcard from Sweden. I was put away, you know, like I was like, wow. I got one from Germany, you know, and he sent me like a little box with some stuff from Germany. And those little things kept me going a little bit, but you know, it was,
Thank God
it
it
was
wasn't
rough,
ABBA,
man.
by the way.
It was rough.
Yeah, no, that's a tough deal, you know.
Milli Vanilli forever. I just told this story that I met.
The other
Remember
night?
last week? Tuesday I just said Milli Vanilli. Vinny was there. We were in the same car. We went to go see Milli Vanilli.
Never mind.
But it was
I just can't
MTV
believe
concert.
you went to a million. I know.
It was
but still, it's
everybody.
still Milli
Paula
Vanilli.
Abdul, Milli Vanilli, and then
Oh, I would have gone to see Paul Abdul.
John Cougar was like one other
Oh,
concert
John
we went
Cougar.
to.
That would be great. Yeah.
Yeah. So
So they were just there, as far as I'm concerned. Oh, we got a little Rhinestone Cowboy going here.
Rhinestone
love it.
Cowboy. Dun-dun-dun.
Glenn Campbell.
Yeah, but like I would
Next,
listen
is it
to
Glenn Campbell?
songs.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would listen to songs that not a lot of people would listen to because my dad listened to them, you know? So like when you're listening to Johnny Horner and you're 8 years old, you know, and you could sing the lyrics to in 1814, you know, we took a little trip down the mighty Mississippi. We took a little bacon and we took a little beans. We flew to Cobra British in the
That's
town of
right.
New Orleans, fired our guns and the British kept, you know, no kid at 8 knows that. And I knew it with the Kiss poster hanging in my
I have
wall.
that record somewhere.
Johnny Horner?
We used to listen to it all the time.
Yeah.
1812, we took a little trip. down the Mississippi.
1814.
I know that song. Or
1812?
whatever it was. I just remember that song. We had the little like 45 and
Yes.
we used to play that all the time.
Yeah. And I had
That's
the
really
Sears.
funny. I gotta
had the
find that
Sears
out.
record player. The Sears record player that was blue,
Yeah.
denim blue, and 2 speakers and the record player. And
Will I
played
blow your mind if I find that 45 in my collection?
it. That'd be cool
I
because
pull that out. You remember the Red Baron?
the Red Baron.
The Red was about Snoopy.
Sloopy.
The Red Baron song. Yeah.
Hang
the Red
on,
Baron.
Sloopy, hang on.
No, that's not it.
Oh, no?
No, it's not it. No. The Mighty, it's not the Mighty, it's the Red Baron. Yeah, you'll know when you hear it. And the other one was the guys from UK. Which one we used to play? I'll think of it while you're talking.
Sammy's saying really quick, he played with the band. No, he didn't play with the band. He opened up for them. They were doing something, and that's who he was opening up. I believe it was them. And then, like he opened up for like Hall & Oates. He opened up for Kiss.
Mm-hmm.
He's toured with the Go-Go's, and to this day, he's very good friends with the guitar player from the Go-Go's. I think, like, trust me, like when people, like some of these recent people passed away, he knows them, and he's like, oh, I don't even know he knows these people. And but yeah, he knows a lot of people in the music industry, a lot of people. So, but yeah, it goes way back. So we drove to the concert in John Saab with the one headlight pointing up into the sky.
Oh my God! Sounds like
Yeah.
a safe little trip.
Yeah,
My
dude.
goodness.
Yep. Yeah. They used to call me the fat slob in a sob. That was really not kind.
Wow, you got a lot of sad stories from the old youth, but that one's
No, that was busting. That was busting. We all had like, if
really-
you had a car, right, we would bust your chops, you know, like if you had a car with the honeycomb rims, you know, like
was
the
that
hot
was
Dodge-
that a chick magnet car? Was that a chick magnet car for
that?
you?
The Saab? No. No. I liked it because it was weird.
Did you go and put like killer subwoofers in it and just trick it out from audio standpoint, though? You know, it was rocking and
No,
you know,
no.
we used to do that with the worst cars. You know,
the
just-
trans
no?
went and then I had to
Okay.
fix it. Dude, it was a sob.
A Saab, that would be expensive to fix, probably.
Yeah.
You know, but-
So I think, is it time? We got to go, bro. We got to go. So
Sure, yeah,
I don't know
I
if he
should go.
knows Keith, because I think the genres are so different, maybe, but who
Yeah,
knows
probably.
about that point? But put it this way. I'll give you, for instance, there's a guy, if you look him up, his name was Jelly Bean Benitez. He was a record producer and mixer in the 80s and 90s, I believe. And he was well known. And he was the guy who mixed and put out the record. And my dad's manager was none other than, at one point, the owner of Sony Records, Tommy Mottola. So if you don't know Tommy Mottola, I'd be surprised. I mean, you know who Tommy Mottola is, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, I mean, it was a pretty big deal because those were huge names at that time. And my dad was on the brink of big time. So,
Yeah, well, anything with Tommy's name would put you. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? That dude was connected to everything at some point.
yeah, but it's a hard genre he was in, like just being like rockabilly or Cajun rock and roll. That was really tough. And like,
Yeah.
they had a little breakthrough and MTV came out. My dad had a video first before the Stray Cats did, but it really,
Oh, yeah.
just that little difference that they had in 6 months of the timing. And then the Stray Cats video was actually even better, produced and well put together. It just, the video took off because they had like the cartoon in it and Paula Abdul, so it really, all those things at that time, just the timing of 6 months was so big back then, because MTV was brand new. It was the first year it came out. So like I told you, what's his name? Jackson, JJ Jackson gave me my ticket to go see Michael Jackson.
Oh, it's really awesome.
Yeah.
I didn't know that actually.
Okay. Yeah.
Wait, what ticket to where? Where was this? Was it at Madison or something?
At
or-
Giant Stadium.
Oh
yeah.
God. Okay.
Yeah.
That's
So he
actually
got an
pretty cool.
extra ticket and my dad gave it to me. He walked with me to the stadium and then I went in and I got to see Michael Jackson's 84 Victory Tour. I was 14 years old. It was beyond amazing.
That's quite a
so-
year. That's when Prince kind of popped. Well, yeah, 84. Prince
Yeah, it's
popped out
close.
in the scene.
So he said,
Summer of 84.
It says it was take the Saab or my 82 Buick Skylark. That
Well,
did
let's
0
go with
to
the
60.
Saab.
Oh, I don't know what
2
it was.
days.
I don't know how I ended up driving, but I did. It was fun though. But
Because you want to be in control all the time.
I was just thinking, there's probably because I wanted to drive.
Yeah, you can't stay. You're not driving right. Let me show you how to. No one listens to me about how to drive.
I got to drive fast, and we got to be aggressive, and we have to be like get there in 2
Exactly.
seconds.
Be
Yeah.
damned the light that doesn't work.
I was a crazy driver. That is true. That
Yeah,
is
well, I have
true.
no doubt. It was Snoopy versus the Red Baron. Do you remember that song at all?
Yes.
You should look. Yeah, I used to play that song all the time. It was another 45 we had. Snoopy versus the Red Baron, and yeah, all that stuff was great. Loved it. I don't know how we got on that, but that's
trying to think if there's anything else that nothing that I remember. We'll find another night to talk about something anyway.
I was gonna say.
I
Well,
don't
we
know.
covered all of the etiquette stuff and the streamer
First of all,
stuff,
like,
and then we.
this is another thing. Like, I'm sitting here right now, and I can't even believe. Like, this is what I can't even believe. I don't know if you can see this or not, but we got 20 people
Saw it.
still watching. That is
I know.
incredible.
You guys
I'm
are
so-
crazy. It's probably that lovely group too. Besides our guys that are in here, it's probably like Tommy's group that they're reselling. Well, no, doesn't
I don't
Tommy
know.
already streaming by now? Tommy's streaming by now, probably.
I don't know, but
probably
all
end
I
up
know
going
is it's just it must be late. It is late. It is late. It's
It is late.
12:36
I mean,
here.
I'm Central Time, and it's still late. You're on Eastern Time.
But you know what
You
it
got to
is?
put a space in your Nightbot, by the way. You got to take a look at HTTPS.
Oh.
and there's not you need a space between look and your URL. There, just putting that out there.
Thank you. Does it even bring
It's
up my
minor.
thing? Oh, it brings it up though.
Well,
at least
It should.
it does.
Yeah,
It brought
because you
it
click
up.
on anything. Yeah, it brings it up.
But yes, thanks. You want me to look somewhat professional? Is that what you mean?
You're embarrassing me.
You're like, John, straighten that crap
What
out.
is this? What is this half-assery? I don't know what's going on here. Get it together, sir.
How come you're not streaming? Are you still having trouble with your internet at all? Just
I thought
curious.
I thought you were streaming tonight.
I know he's been struggling with a little bit because you said that you were too. Like even another night went by where
The internet's terrible.
Jeff was having struggles. He didn't know if he was going to make it, and then we made it through. So yeah, Sammy, go to bed. You don't have to be here, man.
Sammy, I don't
You've
even
been
know how
here-
you. It's a school night.
Yeah. Thanks, bro. I really like that you stopped in for a long time tonight and hung out with us. But yeah, go to
Thank
bed,
you, Sammy. We kid, but we love you, man. We really do. I'm glad to see you. And I'm glad about your camera. I'm so excited to hear about that. Hey, Sammy, tomorrow I get my RE320. So get to play with that tomorrow. I'll let you know how that goes. Next Tuesday, I'll use it next Tuesday.
That's awesome.
S-
I was thinking about
so, yeah,
going to B&H and getting the camera too. I just don't know if I should be more patient. Here I am
Patient.
again, right? I called up Jeff
patient.
and I'm like, Jeff, I can get another ZV, right? ZV1 for $450. Should I buy it for another backup camera, or should I go and get the ZV-E10? I don't think I can go wrong either way, because I was thinking get the ZV-E10, which I mean the ZV1, because I could use an extra camera, and then I was going to get myself a shotgun mic, and this way I could get both of those things. I don't know.
I wish
what to
you'd
do.
just be patient. I really think you should be patient. We're so close to with
Holidays.
deals coming up on this holidays, and we're going to
Right.
see some weirdness where people are going to start to make a decision about they either made a mistake with that Easy 10, or they're going to get rid of another camera. They're going to replace, maybe pay
Right.
for it like the 6400.
I'll save it. I'll save the money. You know what's coming though, people. I'm going to show this off too next week, maybe next Thursday. I do have and I'm not going to be using it yet, but I do have a Cam Link Pro coming. So
That's right. That's going to
yeah.
be exciting.
that's going to be cool. It's going to
Tommy's
free.
Tuesday and Saturday. Okay.
Yeah, he's Tuesday
Sorry.
and Saturday.
Tuesday
right.
and Saturday. Okay, I don't know why I thought tonight. I'm thinking of us. I knew he had done it Tuesday, of course, but Saturday.
It's
okay,
Saturday
cool. See you on
late
Saturday.
too. It's Saturday late.
Is it?
I might have.
Time do you start? What time do you start in Eastern time?
Why are you yelling? He can hear you.
Because he's so far away.
You're like, Tommy. You're like he's in the next room or something.
Can you give me a
Dude.
drink, Tommy? I need a vodka.
He's like yelling like he's in next door. Oh, you
I don't know why I did that. Maybe I'm drunk.
maybe, but he's like
Okay,
he's like 10 p.m.
10 p.m.
Oh,
Eastern
really?
time.
Okay.
Yeah,
There's a good chance I could catch a bit of that too, so that's good.
yeah, we can. That's 9 o'clock.
See, look
my
at they're
time.
dying laughing because they probably saw it too. They're like, "Why is JA yelling at these people?"
They're not laughing at me. They're laughing at you being.
They're probably laughing at me, whatever the case is. All right,
Oh,
cool.
you're so
That's
easy
cool.
to laugh
Saturday.
at.
What?
That is good to know.
So anyway,
talking soft.
look at so like here's Kim. Kim, you're just hanging
such
out
an
like that's
ass.
crazy. Thanks. He's talking. He's swearing
She's
at me
nicer to me.
underneath. Underneath everything.
Underneath, I'm talking really loud on my mic.
Anyways, a Cam Link Pro is 4 HDMI's in a PCI card. So it's basically I'm gonna open up my computer. I'm gonna have an open slot for a PCI slot. I actually built the computer myself, so it is. It actually has a faster PCI bus because it is a newer motherboard, and so I can put this in there and take off any my A10 Mini, which is what I have on my desk right now, which I'll give you a look. Is this right? And so I'll be able to get rid of the A10 Mini here, and I already went from this giant Rodecaster, which don't get me wrong, I'm keeping the Rodecaster right now, but I will be able to now, because I have room here, I got the Wave XLR and a Stream Deck and another audio interface back here, and have plenty of room still right here, right? And I'll get rid of this, and then it's 4 HDMI's in one. So I'll plug those 4 HDMI's in the back of the computer, and I'll be able to run 4 cameras out of there. Or I could hook up, like, say, 3 cameras and an iPad, or I could hook up a direct screen show like this, where I could show that, basically. And, those are the different things you could do with it, but it's all on the PCI bus, and it gets it off the USB bus. So now my USB bandwidth would be opened up a little bit more. And it's actually a really cool thing because now I can go from up to 4K 30 frames if I wanted to stream in.
Yeah, so we get to get 4 cameras and 4K of John. You really love
And I
to
can
see yourself in
overlay
high
the
res.
cameras too, Kim. That's another important thing I wanted to point out, though, Jeff, because I was talking to
Are
you
you
about
are you
this.
you were, and that actually would be really good with what you want to do with the mix and
Exactly.
the show. That's going to be necessary. So you're not going to you're just going to use the PC you have now. You're not going to build one out right away, right?
No, this PC is only a year old, so this
Oh,
PC
you're
is
fine.
fine,
Okay.
and
Yeah,
I'm
okay. I
upgradable.
thought you said you were going to build one. I thought you were going to build one.
No. But okay, yeah,
I can
send
only
me.
imagine what. Can only
Yeah,
imagine
so
what that
that's going to
video
make
is.
it a lot easier. And then what I could do is I could take, like, say, my picture right here and say I wanted to show you right on my desk another picture. I could take that camera view and make it a picture in picture of the picture of my desk right up here and just say, okay, and point to this stuff. And so that will do that. Although I love my ATEM. The ATEM does a lot of different stuff. So I'm not saying it's not perfect, but you got to realize the ATEM does different stuff. So you got to figure out really what's the best thing
Well,
for
it's
you.
going to be interesting to see how that really works. I mean, I'm wondering how smooth it's. I just curious how well a board handling 4 HDMI's is really going to work. It should work better
Right.
than you thinking with that slot, but you never know.
Well, see here, Art is not the same thing. So he's using a Camlink 4K, and that's HDMI to USB 3, and they've been known in some instances to freeze up. I really haven't had too many problems over the course of using one. I think I had a freeze up once, but this is going to be inside the computer. It's going to be connected to a PCI slot on the motherboard, and then
I
will
think the
be
benefit
plugging
here
in.
too. Correct me if I'm wrong, but maybe the benefit here too, the way that's going to connect, is right now going through USB. We just constantly get allocation issues
Yeah.
with multiple inputs, right? So then we're constantly having to mess around.
I mean, you can get away with it, right? And there's ways by knowing this. So if you
I
know,
have 3
like,
cameras in. You
Right.
can get away with it, but do you think? I mean, I'm just asking. Have you come across any documentation or anybody using it saying, "Yeah, no,
sure,
you're not. Just step off, son."
that's if that's if you don't want it. So we'll have to see. So
Take a step back.
we'll see.
No, I'm just. I was just thinking because of the way that setup is, you might have less of that happening as we do going through multiple external cam links, like we are now into USB. USB is just notorious for allocation hiccups.
Yeah. And because a lot
you
of
know.
people don't know their USB buses though, right? So there's certain
Yeah.
those USBs in the back of your computer, they're separated on different buses. And if you're plugging into everything on the same bus, that's where you can run into some big problems too. But then again,
Yeah.
also you might be hitting that pretty fast if you're wanting to run like 4 cameras. If you're really wanting to run 4 cameras, and you need to have like something like I'm talking about. You need to get the
Yeah, I'm
Camlink
excited
Pro
for that. I think
or an
I think
ATEM.
that's the way to go. I think that's or the ATEM. Yeah.
So I think Kim uses. I believe she's an e-camera. Am I wrong with that, Kim? So she says your stream is dang crispy. I got to spend more time to dial it in. So what's crazy, right? Is like here you are. You're saying this, and I really appreciate that. By the way,
Yeah, it's nice. Thank you.
we're looking at like the cheapest mirrorless camera you can buy right here, the Canon M50 Mark II with the Sigma 16 millimeter at 1.4 at 100 ISO. Okay. And then you got the lighting that shows in the background. I have a little bit of a ring light that's just casting over me. Okay. And so this way I can keep these lights. But the reason I do that, Jeff, though, is because I keep these over here a little bit dimmer because my eyes get
Yes.
tired after a while.
I agree. Yeah.
And so I just
like
have
the
this
word
on.
casting. Sorry.
Sorry. Yeah. So I have this on just to take that little bit of pressure off of these lights.
Yep.
And they look really bright, but they're actually not as bright as you may think. And it just does a good thing. And then actually you could see my over the top rig, and you could see this is actually my what do we call those things? That's where I
When you-
read
like,
off.
What do you point? Oh, your teleprompter.
my
Yeah.
teleprompter there, and my camera's behind it with the flippy screen. But this is a Canon M50 Mark II, and it's just like it's pretty good quality. And this is what people
What do you
say.
have? What do you have your DASNY set up, like 20 or less for on your sides?
Oh, right. Today in the probably about 30 each, I would say.
Oh, really?
Today.
Okay.
I think today, which is a little brighter than usual. And then
Well, you have 100 ISO, so you're going to need them.
I'm 100 ISO, and also the other thing I want to point out is I'm at 1080p, right? 1080p at 30 frames per second. If you got people that are talking and they're saying, "Oh, you stream in 60 frames per second." You could do what you want. Do what you want, okay? Maybe if you're playing football outside, you want to stream in 60 frames per second. I'm just telling you, you're wasting your time doing that. And
I agree, yeah.
I laugh because people think this is a great idea. And then when your bandwidth goes down, and a lot of people's bandwidth goes down to a lower level, even streaming at 720 at 60 sometimes stops my computer at work from working, okay? So I have to dumb it down even in less resolution because they're streaming in 60. Whereas if they just streamed in 30, I would be able to watch it at 720, or 1080p maybe. But people just think they hear certain things from certain people and then they believe it's the right thing to do. I know like Doc Rock says a lot of this stuff, like Doc will tell you, I think he's more conservative than I am about stuff, but he'll tell you, you don't need to do this. You don't need to do that. And, but I remember having a conversation just a couple of weeks ago where he was saying, "Oh yeah, someone's saying that you should stream at 800 ISO." Like, listen, I get it. And I know Brian always jumps in and says, "Oh, don't be an ISO hater." But it's not even that. It's like if you can stream at a lower ISO, especially with a cheaper camera, okay? Listen, the high-end full-frame Sonys do a hell of a job, okay? And they do great with some of the higher end full frames cameras in general. But if you got a cheaper camera like this, and if you keep the ISO lower, it really helps the contrast be much more effective, and the dynamic range doesn't get wiped out in your camera. And this is why I think it looks pretty darn good. So
You need that, and yeah, it just helps too for that bokeh effect.
yeah. And then the
just-
Pro is my goal, and he says he needs to upgrade his PC. Yeah, so the PC has got to get built out.
Me too. We are in the same boat, Art.
Okay, Sammy, I got you. I'll check it out.
Is it something I would laugh at too?
No, just me. Just me.
Just you?
Just me.
Dang it! I want to laugh.
So
I
60
agree.
frames per second looks too jittery for me. And
Yeah.
why it's too jittery is because it's too many frames from what most people are doing. Like, I don't understand how no one understands that. Like,
I don't know.
motion picture for most of the time is 24 frames. If you're just sitting here and the movement is just so subtle like this, it doesn't make a difference if you're streaming in 30 or 60. If you're playing a fast action sport, then you might see a difference. So whatever, people can say what they want, but I'm just telling you the truth. And I'm so new at this, it's embarrassing that people don't know that. So sorry.
I think I think some people know, and I think it is frustrating though. People just parrot more is better kind of thing. He says what he did here. I think I can only imagine what he did here. It's kind
Yeah,
of
you should probably streamed at 120 frames per second.
No, he did Sammy the Clock. He made a Sammy the Clock.
Oh, there you go.
Because we were talking about we're gonna have a Sammy the Clock. Where,
Yeah.
he'll
Sammy the Clock.
We will work that up, and we do laugh. It's me with the cuckoo clock. We'll bring that into the stream next week
Sammy.
and make that maybe we'll make that a.
Oh yeah, that's another
part of
thing I
that
want to do.
stream.
You just brought that up. Is I want to next week I'll show the picture. I wanted to download it of me and Sammy at least took a picture together while I dropped off a pod mic to him. I'd like to share that so you guys could all see that.
Were you guys in prison?
No, we're at Starbucks.
Oh.
Yeah. And then he was a gentleman too. You know what he asked me? Before I get there, he's like, "John, I know you love coffee. Would you want a coffee when we meet up at Starbucks?" And I'm like, "Sure, I'll take a tall coffee." And I just thought that was really kind of him. I appreciate
That's
that.
very sweet. He's a great guy. That's why
He is a
the
good guy.
community loves him so much. Yeah.
What are we doing? I know, Sammy. That's what I was just gonna say. What are we doing here? It's almost
I don't
1
know, man.
a.m.
It's John Stream. So
This is
I
ridiculous. We
I'm
got to
just-
get the heck out of here, guys. Not that I don't love it. I just can't even believe there's 21 people watching right now. It's ridiculous. I mean,
must
not
have
ridiculous.
family
Wait, it's not ridiculous. It's
somewhere.
awesome. It's awesome.
Yeah. What are you complaining
I'm not
about?
complaining. It's awesome.
You should be on your knees thanking anybody watching you at, well, anytime.
No, I am.
And,
Trust
and here
me.
you are, like whining like a baby. What? You have to get up in the morning? You got something better to
No,
do? Talk to
no.
us?
Trust me. With this kind of energy, I could go all night. I mean, you could.
Oh,
Do you
we
feel
will.
it in me? You could see it, right?
I know.
Yeah.
I know you, man.
He knows me so well because
I know you. I know what's
Yeah.
going on in your head. I know what's going on in your little DNA.
Just give him a little insight.
Blah,
Give him
blah.
a little insight. What happens when we leave the stream and I finish off the night and we get together? What am I
No,
going
it's
to
just
like?
another put your feet up on the table, and we've got another 2 hours to talk about.
I can't
what
do
we
that
learn.
tonight.
What I know, you can't. You know, it's fun to talk about what we picked up, what we learned, what we want to use, what we want to.
Yeah, but I'm going to be
do.
awe-inspired. Like, I'm just going to be so awe-inspired.
Oh yeah, you're gonna be you'll be well, first 15 minutes is you talking about your feels,
Yeah.
the feels that you'll never talk about on camera, your little cozy woomby. Oh my God, my feels. Yeah, he has feels, and he he doesn't dump it on you guys. I gotta listen to this stuff for 15 or 20 minutes when the stream is done.
Oh,
It's
stop.
just too much.
He's such a complainer. Sammy, we have lives. Sammy's saying we have lives. We have to wake up.
You
Sammy's
wake up
lying.
probably before
Sammy's
anybody.
lying. He's lying. He's up and he's like.
How
he
early
probably-
do you wake up?
He's
sir?
got like a latte and he's probably like in the morning.
I know he's so full of it. He's just
Right.
yeah, that's true. I'll let you read the comments. John can really do a 24-hour stream at one time. Yes. Yeah, we should do that. We should do a little marathon. I don't know about 24 hours for that one.
No, I think
we should
we're
do
gonna
we should do
we're
a
gonna-
24-hour one, but not for that.
I think we're gonna do. If I ever do a 24-hour one, I kind of felt like it would have to be, and I have to see what not StreamYard. First, I'd have to let the StreamYard how long can I go, and also I want to see how long
Yeah.
YouTube can go. But the other thing is, I don't. If I do a 24-hour, I want to do it like for a benefit. If I'm doing it for this, I think it's going to be more like 12-hour. You know what it is? I can't even get any sentences out because like I can't even think about the 900 and 1,000. It's just it feels like almost insurmountable.
You're getting there though. It's coming
I know,
on you, man.
I know.
I mean, it's going to happen way faster than you think. Is what I looked at your numbers when we got on. I think it was it 770 or is it wasn't what was it?
771, I think.
Yeah, I'm like, oh my God, it hit me. I went, holy crap, I'm gonna know this guy when he hits 1,000 here in a minute. Because now for you, I get why it feels like it's gonna take a long time, but yeah, I got to go live in 5 minutes. So I mean, I need you to pick the pace up.
Sorry,
I got to get on with my people.
I can't stay forever.
I got
and watch you
4,000 people.
guys.
I got 4,000 people.
It is, Sammy. No, Sammy, listen. Trust me. You definitely are a huge supporter, and you don't have to hang out anymore because we'll just talk, dude. Sammy, no, Sammy, come on, dude. I'll just keep on talking about stuff. I could talk about YouTube and streaming and tech forever. Like if Art was like, yeah, what do you think about what I should build out? What kind of computer?
Here we go.
I'd be like, okay, let's get at this.
And I'll be like, my next thing will be like, how's your wife enjoying the new Lenovo? How's that working out?
Yeah, that's going to be a whole nother video. And my new
Yeah.
she loves it and it works fantastic.
I love mine. I'm telling you, I paid pimp money for mine, and I love my Lenovo.
$1,300 for the stats that she got was unbelievable. Here's another.
I don't want to tell you, but Yolanda just jumped in here.
Here's another one, and she caught me. She caught me, and I haven't had a chance to watch it. Right? Hi, Yolanda, by the way, from
how you
Tennessee.
doing?
Hello, everyone. Back
love
from
that.
my power nap.
I lived in Chattanooga, Tennessee for a few
You
years.
told her
Yolanda,
already.
growing up. Yeah, I need to tell her again because it's like 4 in the morning right now, and I'm groggy, so I didn't remember.
I'm sorry.
Pardon
You need
me.
to go.
I'm sure we've never heard your stories more than once here, ever.
My
I've never
wife
heard
has
about
heard
Milli
plenty
Vanilli. I've never heard about your
Girl,
motorcycle.
you know it's
I
yes, you know it's true.
know it's true.
I love you. But listen, I wonder.
We
if my
didn't sing that
family's
song.
My family's like, what the hell?
They
is
probably
he-"
like, oh my God, he's being attacked in
They're
his room.
sleeping. But here's
Oh my
the
God,
thing.
he's being attacked by Milli Vanilli. One of them, anyway.
I saw a video that just came out, I think today, that she had about a 17-year relationship, and I didn't get to see if it was sarcasm, if it was seriousness, or what it was all about. And don't tell me unless you want to. I want to watch the video tomorrow, but I hope everything is okay. And I did catch it. I just didn't have a chance to look at it today, so I appreciate that.
Yeah.
If you want to let me know, you can let me know. So obviously they know each other, and I see that. But I have a setup with the second screen. It's a TV, and it's big, and I'm going to use it for comments. How big is this thing, Sammy? So, of course.
88 inches.
Never heard about the llamas. Oh, dude, you're kidding, right?
Earlier.
Jesus. People,
Earlier.
this is going to be the new thing. They're setting you up. They always set you up because they know I hate the llamas, and you love the llamas, and now
They love to
everybody
see me
sets-
smile, and they
Right.
love to see you angry, and so we're going to bring up the llamas.
That's just wrong.
We did talk about llamas a little bit earlier. I think maybe Kim had stepped out. Or
This
she
is
wasn't
more
in yet.
important than llamas. I think fatigue is setting in when you bust out Milli Vanilli. Listen, Art, you know it's true, is that Milli Vanilli was like, they were huge in 1989. They were
They shouldn't have been, but
huge.
they
Huh?
were terrible.
But I'm just telling you, like everybody drove around with those songs blasting.
It's true, they did.
But
Well, it was kind of still that new formulaic music that come out, and it was just, and they had that look that was, you know, they're twins, and
oh, good.
essentially, and, you know what I mean. So it just had a whole new,
Yeah,
I won't tell you.
They
You
pretty
know,
much look like twins.
Yeah, they did.
Okay, so this is good news because then it's not like what I was thinking probably, and so yeah. So at least it's positive, and I will laugh, so that's good. So hopefully, like you broke up.
You yelled at me on a Tom Buck and Heather Ramirez live today because I brought up llamas. You literally yelled at me in their stream about and you said nobody wants to hear about the llamas, and you misspelled it.
I did misspell it.
And then I corrected you, and someone went, "Ooh, what's going on here?"
Did they?
Yeah.
That's hilarious. I love it.
I'm like, it's 2 L's. Although llama with 1 L means all camelids, like alpacas, camels, vicunas, by the way, are another.
Oh,
llama type.
great.
And so, yeah.
Great.
Oh, great.
I got my fat
More of
fingers,
this.
right? I'm like, I hate it. I'm on the phone. I can't do anything right on the phone. And it's like I always have to tell people I'm on the phone because otherwise if I don't say hi, I feel like an idiot. And yeah, and it's like I hate being on the phone, but unfortunately I have no choice sometimes, but
Jumping on to tell me on Tom Buck's stream that nobody cares about the llamas.
it's true. Because he didn't even
It's
know I
not
was going to
true.
show up there. He didn't
No.
know. So this is not a setup,
Kim,
right?
I didn't know you were going to be there. You weren't there when I started, and
Yeah.
Kombucha was there, and she seemed to be fine with it.
Yeah, she won't be
Nobody
fine with
complained.
it when it comes up in every stream.
Like what? Like Milli Vanilli? Or you're squatting for a living? Or your motorcycles?
My motorcycles?
I don't know. I combined a word. Let's step through it.
No.
We don't need to labor on it. I said it. I meant it. Oh, that's hilarious. What? I would let you produce a stream and maybe even have Jeffrey play. Okay. All right. I'll play the drums for... am I playing for the drums for the Sammy show or for Conan O'Brien or the interview?
Right.
I don't know who I'm playing for. I need to know.
Let's get this. Yeah. Let's clear the air. Dang, I missed the llama talk. Anywho, I'm gonna wind. Good. I would wind down too when like this was her perfect exit. See what you did? It's like you brought up the llamas again, and she's like, "Oh, dang, I missed that llama talk. I gotta go.
So you can see the problem is we're not having enough llama talk she would have stayed.
No, let me tell you something. No one wants to talk about llamas. They can't stand it.
I don't know what's worse, me working it in or you working that same pun in every time.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, it's a little bit of an Easter egg at this point. And let me
Yeah.
tell you something. I have things up my sleeve that John is going to just cringe over. But that's okay. That's what I work on. That's what my life's about now. Llamas sleeping
whatever.
with Tom.
What? Oh, God.
We should screenshot that, send it to Tom. He'll be like, he'll wake up like, what's happening at 1 a.m?
Oh, my God. She loves this.
Let me tell you something.
And I'll spell
That's
it
so
right
fu-
next
it
time.
is
2
funny.
L's. All right.
was 2
So we got to cut out. We should cut out this. I
Yeah,
dragged
we should
you
cut
into a very late stream, and I got to go. But whoever's watching, dude.
Thank you so much.
So much. I had a blast. I say this every week, but it's like, I always say, like, this was a great night. This was the best night. And it's like, next week, it's the best night. And next week, it's the best night. It's unbelievable.
You know, because there's 3 L's going on here. Learning, laughing, llamas. Great night. That's the perfect
not why.
recipe for this equation. It's the absolute reason why.
Yolanda,
Well, maybe
that's
the
not
learning
why.
problem.
No one cares about
Good
llamas.
night, y'all. I love that. She does care.
You all. You like you all.
She almost spelled llama backwards on the y'all.
Yeah,
It's
I don't think
ALL.
so. Javelin Flips
Yes,
going.
thank you. Look at this, people. These are lovely people who understand the camulids and their loveliness. You, sir, are going to learn to love llamas.
I think
If
she just
is
gave
the
you
last
$1
thing I
million
do.
idea. You should get like a T-shirt that says "Counting
did.
Llamas."
No, she did. I may have to, Javelina. I may have to, it says Annie. So I may have to count her on some of the money because
Isn't
I
that a
did kind of come up with
javelina?
that
Isn't
idea.
the J-H?
It's probably is Javelina Flips.
Thank God I got to correct you on something like that.
Yeah, you got one right.
Finally.
Well, a clock is right twice every
Twice a
24
day.
hours.
And finally.
Broken clock.
Do you know what a javelina is?
No, what is it?
I'm pretty sure it's like one of those rodent animals. They look
Don't
like
ask
a pig.
me if you don't know the answer.
No, they look
to
like
what
a
the
pig.
question.
And they're really not. They're part of the
Oh.
rodent family. And they're out in like Arizona.
I have
and
seen
stuff.
that.
Yeah.
Really? Well, now I'm confused. But that's not
Okay.
unusual.
Thanks so much, guys. Have a wonderful night. Thank you, Cashew. It's
Wait.
great
Look
stopping
it down
by.
at the bottom. 3 L's. Ladies.
Oh God. So Wednesdays and Friday mornings for me ain't bad.
that's right.
Ain't complete
That's
without
the
John
next
and
day
Jay.
for her.
Yes. Oh yeah. We'll
Aw.
see you soon. We'll see you in the morning. Absolutely. Yep. And then the 3 L's. There you go. You know what it is? Because you're the pretty one. They feed into you.
I'm the pretty one. I love that that's the answer. The answer to why they would like me is because I'm the pretty one. I put my dress on. I come out here for you and do my
I
little
thought that was
pretty
funny
dress.
too. I was like seeing your reaction to that was even better. Though.
Look, I was stunned. I'm like, well, okay, I guess I'm pretty. I'm okay
Have
with
a
that, I
llama
guess.
or
yeah,
two.
There are
or-
llamas in Tucson. I may know those people for all I know. That's interesting. Have a llama.
Annie
Have a
knows.
llama. I like it.
Have a llama. Annie knows.
Yeah. It's a little hot in Tucson for llamas. They actually have
Oh,
air
she is in
conditioned
so
barns.
she is
for
in
them.
Arizona. There you go.
Oh, Tucson's a great city. I love going. It's very artsy. It's got a real good artsy culture there.
Yeah, well, that
It's really fun.
Yeah, that developed in the
It's
last
like-
20, 30 years.
Yeah, I mean Tucson. No, I mean.
Did you ever
not
go
that,
to,
Not the ultra. It's
what's
always
the
like
other
10
place?
degrees cooler than Phoenix.
What's by Phoenix, but that other the nicer area?
Yeah, it's you're talking about up in the mountains there, and I've been there millions of times, and I can't think of it. I wanted to say Santa Fe. That's not what I meant to say.
The artsy section next to Phoenix. It's that bigger town. That's really
It's
nice.
not Scottsdale because that's
Yeah,
just a rich
Scottsdale.
area. Oh, it's not. Is it really artsy
Yeah.
there? I don't
Yes.
know. I don't
It
know
is.
about that. I didn't like Scottsdale. It's just too.
My sister lived there.
touristy. I mean, it's nice. But it's just I don't know that considered artsy.
Well, it's much.
It's a different type of
artsier.
artsy.
Yeah, she's saying it.
I mean,
No,
Scottsdale's
there's-
nice, but I'd rather go up to Jerome or those places up north.
I'm just
Prescott.
saying, like it's come a long way because there wasn't really that much art there 20, 30. My sister moved there a
Well,
long time ago, and then
there's
she
been a
left.
lot of transplants from
Yeah. No,
California
they
and
are
Alaska.
transplants. But she
Everybody's a transplant in Phoenix.
she left both. She left both.
Sedona. Sedona is really the artsy one. Like
Yeah, I've
Sedona
been
is
to
like
Sedona. I've been to Sedona
you got
like
to go
3
up there to
times.
find the portal and all that stuff. You got
Yes. You got to take the Jeep ride in Sedona, and you got to go to the airport up there and have lunch.
Yeah, I played in Sedona. That's where we opened for Hootie and the Blowfish.
Oh, okay.
They have a amphitheater out there.
Hootie was
And
great.
I got
Hootie and the Blowfish.
I got completely shit faced with Darius Rucker after that. That was
What a
one of my-
great singer. He's got a great voice.
He is, and he's actually a really nice guy.
So talented.
I like him a lot. I always liked his music.
Yeah, me too.
But yeah, I think great. He
I
had a
actually
great
have it in
following
the
up there.
car
It's
right
awesome.
now. I have it in the car right now.
Which one?
At the first album that they had, probably.
Crack Mirror or whatever it was.
Yeah, I don't remember anything. I just love it though. But
When the fishes die or cry or whatever.
I can't.
Come on, you don't know?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. That's it. Yep, that's the one. Yep. So my sister lives in Phoenix. We're very close to Scottsdale. So my sister lives in where did she live?
I used to go to Phoenix all the time because the person who now is in New York lived in Phoenix by Camelback Mountain.
I can't even remember.
So not
where
too
she
far
lived.
from Camelback. Yeah. And so we used to go to Camelback Mountain all the time and hike up there. That was
Oh,
always kind of fun.
my sister. She just moved. She just left 3 or 4 months ago. She lived in Estrella Ranch is where she lived. Estrella. And she lived there for a long time, and then she just moved back to the west coast of Florida. So, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So,
That's interesting.
yeah, Sedona is really beautiful. Definitely. Did you-
Yeah, that was actually that was written after I met him.
He wrote it for you.
No, I mean Wagon Wheel.
Yes, that was
written
the
by
big
Tom
song.
Petty, I believe. That was
That
Tom
was a big
Petty.
song.
Wagon Wheel, yeah, but he didn't. Tom Petty was the original on Wagon Wheel, I believe.
Llama Guy was in a band?
Llama Guy was in the band. You don't hear that? I don't know what's
awesome.
funnier. Like, I love the Llama Guy. Hey, that Llama Guy. Which,
You're the
by the way,
llama
you're not
guy
the first
now.
person to come. I can't tell you how many people have come up to me like, "You're that Llama Guy." When we used to have the farm, I'm like, "Yeah, I'm a Llama Guy." So
Put it this
kinda
way,
makes me laugh.
people. It's way
Llama
better
Guy was in the
than
band.
being the alpaca guy. Okay?
We had
Because he had
alpacas, too.
alpacas too. And you know how that can go. Imagine the jokes, the alpaca guy, right? Better off being the llama guy.
No. We had dromedaries and Bactrian camels. We had 1 and 2 humps. Go. I'm waiting for you to do the jokes on the 1 and 2
You
hump
had
camels.
what?
We
You
had
had what?
Bactrian camels, we had Bactrian camels. They're 2 humps, and we had dromedary camels, and they're the single hump camels. Do you ever you know what I'm talking about? The 2 hump camels.
I know,
They look
this
like Star Wars.
This reminds me of prom night, 1989. That's all I can tell you.
Yeah, I was a 1 hump.
I was
Camel for you.
it was a 2 hump because I got home after that. I had to.
They just slipped in a whole weird weed.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yep, had that too.
All right.
and- but
All right, we're
yes,
supposed to go.
in the
We
band.
gotta go. Don't we
We
have
were
to
supposed
go?
to go. I don't know how we got into this. Oh my God. How
I
is he
loved it
still
out
up?
there.
Flagstaff. Oh, I love Flagstaff. I spent a lot of time in Flagstaff too. Very Midwest up there. It feels very Midwest.
I drove from Phoenix to Flagstaff to Sedona to
Yeah,
get
it's
some
beautiful.
cult living in the Grand Canyon. Yeah, right. I mean, I've been up. That's what we did. We drove. We were driving up to Flagstaff, and then we stopped actually, and then jumped out into the snow. There was it was like I don't even know what it was down in the valley. And by the time we got to the top of the mountain, which those mountains always drive me a little crazy because they're no joke. Like if you lose your brakes, you're not coming back from that. on some
No,
of those.
it's one and done. You burn those brakes, you're gone. You got quite a wild ride. Hey,
Yeah.
didn't the Brady Bunch get lost in the Grand Canyon in one of their episodes?
They're still there. I heard. I wasn't
Are they
sure.
still there? Oh, that's a shame. Someone should go look for them. But it was very nice to meet you.
Oh,
actually.
thank
Thanks
you for
putting up with
coming
our
in.
goofiness.
And yeah.
Yeah.
And I appreciate you stopping in. I love your contributions tonight, and that was great. Thank you so much. All right,
And I
Jay,
want to be the llama guy. So call me the llama guy when you see me.
let him be the llama
right,
guy,
brother.
people. So yeah, we're just gonna wave out together. because this way we can do it quickly. No outro. I just want to say thank you to everybody who came
Thank
out
you.
tonight. It was huge.
Absolutely.
It was awesome. We had a great time. Tommy, you were part of it. Thanks for being here. Thanks for really taking my fun level up this week. It was a great time, and it was a pleasure meeting you
Yes.
and really spending time to talk to you, and that was great. Lala, I'll see you in the morning, and if I'm busy and I don't say hi for a while, you know what I'm doing. Sometimes you got to work, so. But I really appreciate that, and then there's Annie, and she's just giving you llama love. Llama love. Oh my God.
I love that. I just love that.
Your
We gotta
eyes
get that
just lit up.
emoticon. I'm just like, oh my God,
Oh,
look at that
God.
emoticon. I'm so happy. And Tommy
Yeah.
made me happy too this week.
Yeah, Tommy was great
Tommy and
for
Tracy
us
were
this week.
Tommy and Tracy. Tracy was
Tracy.
an amazing host as well.
Yeah.
We don't give her some credit. But
Yeah.
what a community you guys have, and I'm excited to get to know. Both of us are excited to get to know them better, them and their community. So,
Absolutely.
yeah, absolutely. Oh, the llama. Look at
Oh, the llama. All right, I'm just going to go over and say good night to everybody. Take care. Have a good one. I'll catch you on the next one. I love and appreciate all the time that you all came by and spent. It was awesome. And Annie is a doll. She's the best viewer in the world. Thank you. She is super supportive, and we were glad to have her. And I love that she stopped in, and she is a big supporter. So we do thank you. And we'll talk to you soon. So, Jeff, let's say goodbye. And thank you so much, everybody. Appreciate it, and we'll talk to you soon. Have a good night, guys.
Bye, amazing peeps.